So why did you go about doing that? What was your desire to create artificial intelligence music?
Well, my father was a musician, and I felt this would be a good way to relate to him. And he actually worked with me on it. And you can feed in music, like you can feed in, let's say, Mozart or Chopin, and it would figure out how they created melodies and then write melodies in the same style. So you can actually tell this is Mozart, this is Chopin. Wasn't as good, but it's the first time that has been done.
It wasn't as good then. Is it? What are the capabilities now? Because now they can do some pretty extraordinary things.
Yeah, it's still not up to what humans can do, but it's getting there, and it's actually it's pleasant to listen to. We still have a while to do art, both art, music, so on.
Well, one of the main arguments against AI art comes from actual artists who are upset that what essentially they're doing is they're, like you could say, draw a paint or create a painting in the style of Frank Frazetta, for instance. And what it would be they would take all of Frazetta's work that he's ever done, which is all documented on the internet, and then you create an image that's representative of that. So you're essentially, in one way or another, you're kind of taking from the art.
Right, but it's not quite as good. It will be as good. I mean, I think we'll match human experience by 2029. That's been my idea. It's not as good.
Which is the best image generator right now, Jamie?
They've really changed almost day to day right now. But like Midjourney was the most popular one at first, and then Dolly, I think, is a really good one too.
Midjourney is incredibly impressive graphics. I've seen some of the Midjourney stuff. It's mind blowing.
And still not quite as good.
Not as good. Oh boys, it's so much better than it was 5 years ago. That's what's scary.
Yeah,
it's so quick.
I mean, it's never going to reach its limit. We're not going to get to a point, okay, this is how good it's going to be. It's going to keep getting better.
And what would that look like? If we can get to a certain point, it will far exceed what human creativity is capable of.
Yes, I mean, when we reach the ability of humans, it's not going to just match one human. It's going to match all humans. It's going to do everything that any human can do. If it's playing a game like Go, it's going to play it better than any human.
Right. Well, that's already been proven, right? That they invented moves. AI's invented moves that have now been implemented by humans.
Right.
In a very complex game that they never thought that AI was going to be able to beat because it requires so much creativity.
Right. Art, though, we're not quite there, but we will be there. By 2029, it will match any person.
That's it, 2029. That's just a few years away.
Well, I'm actually considered conservative. People think that will happen like next year or the year after. I actually said that in 1999. I said we would match any person by 2029, so 30 years. People thought that was totally crazy. In fact, Stanford had a conference. They invited several hundred people from around the world to talk about my prediction. And people came in, and people thought that this would happen, but not by 2029. They thought it would take 100 years.
Yeah, I've heard that, but I think people are amending those. Is it because human beings have a very difficult time grasping the concept of exponential growth?
That's exactly right. In fact, still economists have a linear view. And if you say, well, it's going to grow exponentially, they say, yeah, but maybe 2% a year. It actually doubles in 14 years. And I brought a chart I can show you that really illustrates this.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. The question is, time for what? If time was unlimited, how would you use it? Like if I had an extra hour in my day every day, I think I would practice archery, or maybe I would shoot pool. I'd write jokes. I'd do something. I'd find a way. But I'd love an extra hour. Be nice. Well, the best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you so that you can make it a priority. And therapy can help you figure that out. A therapist can guide you through the process of defining your values and understanding your priorities so you know what things you can spend your time on that will really fulfill you. Otherwise, you'll always be wishing for more time. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy that comes to you. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist. And switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn how to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE. I've been talking about AG1 for years, and here's something fun. It's not always been the same AG1, and you know why? It's because they just keep making it better. These guys are dedicated to researching and testing and tweaking so it stays a nutritional powerhouse. They're in the lab, constantly improving, and I love that. Seriously, I trust AG1 because they know what they're doing. AG1 is tested for 950 impurities, way more than the industry standard recommendation of 10. Because what's not in AG1 is just as important as what is. There's a lot of supplements in the market, but AG1 is one thing that I choose to start my mornings with. Just stir it in, some cold water, and I'm ready to go. So if you're trying to figure out how to start optimizing your health journey, it's AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Those travel packs are awesome. I use them all the time when I'm on the road. Drink AG1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. Is this chart available online so you can show people?
Yeah, it's in the book.
But is it available online? That chart where Jamie can pull it up and someone can see it? Just so the folks watching the podcast can see it too. Or I can just hold it up to the camera.
What's it called? What's the title?
It says price performance of computation 1939 to 2023. You have it. Okay, great. Jamie has it. Yeah, the climb is insane. It's like San Juan.
What's interesting is that it's an exponential curve, and the straight line represents exponential growth, and that's an absolute straight line for 80 years. In the very first point, this is the speed of computers. It was 0.0000007 calculations per second per constant dollar. The last point is 35 billion calculations per second. So there's a 20 quadrillion-fold increase in those 80 years. But the speed with which it gained is actually the same throughout the entire 80 years. Because if it was sometimes better and sometimes worse, this curve would bend. It would bend up, bend down. It's really very much a straight line. So the speed with which we increased it was the same regardless of the technology used. The technology was radically different at the beginning versus the end, and yet it increased the speed exactly the same for 80 years. In fact, the first 40 years, nobody even knew this was happening. So it's not like somebody was in charge and saying, okay, next year we have to get to here, and people would try to match that. We didn't even know this was happening for 40 years. 40 years later, I noticed this. For various reasons, I predicted it would stay the same speed increase each year, which it has. In fact, we just put the last dot like 2 weeks ago, and it's exactly where it should be. So technology and computation is certainly a prime form of technology, increases at the same speed. And this goes through war and peace. You might say, well, maybe it's greater during war. No, it's exactly the same. You can't tell whether it's war or peace or anything else on here. It just matches from one type of technology to the next. And it's also true of other things, like, for example, getting energy from the sun. That's also exponential. It's also just like this. It's increased. We now are getting about 1,000 times as much energy from the sun that we did 20 years ago.
Because the implementation of solar panels and all that.
Yeah.
Has the function of it increased exponentially as well? The function of, because what I had understood was that there was a bottleneck in the technology as far as how much you could extract from the sun from those panels.
No, not at all.
No?
I mean, it's increased 99.7% since we started.
Right.
And it does the same every year. It's an exponential curve. And if you look at the curve, we'll be getting 100% of all the energy we need in 10 years.
The person who told me that was Elon. And Elon was telling me that this is the reason why you can't have a fully solar-powered electric car. Because it's not capable of absorbing that much from the sun with a small panel like that. He said there's a physical limitation in the panel size.
No, I mean, it's increased to 99.7% since we started.
Since what year?
It's about 35 years ago.
35 years ago. And 99% of the ability of it, as well as the expansion of use.
I mean, you might have to store it. We're also making exponential gains in the storage of electricity.
Right. Battery technology.
So you don't have to get it all from a solar panel that fits in a car.
The concept was, like, could you make a solar paneled car, a car that had solar panels on the roof, and would that be enough to power the car? And he said no. He said it's just not really there yet.
Right, it's not there yet, but it will be there in 10 years.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, he seemed to doubt that. He thought that there's a certain limitation of the amount of energy you can get from the sun, period, how much it gives out, and how much those solar panels can absorb.
Well, you're not going to be able to get it all from the solar panel that fits in a car. You're going to have to store some of that energy.
Right. So you wouldn't just be able to drive indefinitely on solar power. Yeah, that was what he was saying. So, but you can obviously power a house, and especially if you have a roof, like Tesla has those solar-powered roofs now.
But you can also store the energy for a car. We're going to go to all renewable energy, wind and sun, within 10 years, including our ability to store the energy.
All renewable in 10 years? So what are they going to do with all these nuclear plants and coal power plants?
That's completely unnecessary. People say we need nuclear power, which we don't. And you can get it all from the sun and wind within 10 years.
So in 10 years, you'll be able to power Los Angeles with sun and wind?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I was not aware that we were anywhere near that kind of timeline.
Well, that's because people are not taking into account the exponential growth.
So the exponential growth also of the grid? Because just to pull the amount of power that you would need to charge, X amount of million. If everyone has an electric vehicle by 2035, let's say that, just the amount of change you would need on the grid would be pretty substantial.
Well, we're making exponential gains on that as well.
Are we? Yeah. I wasn't aware. I had this impression that there was a problem with that, and especially in Los Angeles, they've actually asked people at certain times when it's hot out to not charge your phone.
Not looking at the future. It's true now, but it's growing exponentially
in every field of technology, essentially.
Yeah.
Is the bottleneck battery technology, and how close are they to solving some of these problems of like conflict minerals and the things that we need in order to power these batteries?
Our ability to store energy is also growing exponentially. So putting all that together, we'll be able to power everything we need within 10 years.
Wow. Most people don't think that. So you're thinking that based on this idea that people have a
They
limited
never
idea.
imagined that computation would grow like this. And he's just continuing to do that. And so we have large language models, for example. No one expected that to happen like 5 years ago.
Right.
And we had them 2 years ago, but they didn't work very well. So it began a little less than 2 years ago that we could actually do large language models. And that was very much a surprise to everybody. So that's probably the primary example of exponential growth.
We had Sam Altman on. One of the things that he and I were talking about was that AI figured out a way to lie. That they used AI to go through a CAPTCHA system, and the AI told the system that it was vision impaired, which is not technically a lie, but he used it to bypass, are you a robot?
What we don't know now is for large language models to say they don't know something. So you ask it a question,
Isn't it?
and if
I agree.
the answer to that question is not in the system, it still comes up with an answer.
It comes up with this thing called a hallucination.
Give you its best answer, and if the best answer is not there, it still gives you an answer. But that's considered a hallucination.
And we know hallucination.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
So AI hallucination. So they cannot be wrong. They have to
So
be able to
far,
answer
we're actually working on being able to tell if it doesn't know something. So if you ask it something and say, oh, I don't know that. Right now, it can't do that.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
So it gives you some answer. And if the answer's not there, it just like makes something up. It's the best answer, but the best answer isn't very good because it doesn't know the answer. And the way to fix hallucinations is to actually give it more capabilities to memorize things and give it more information so it knows the answer to it. If you tell it an answer to a question, it will remember that and give you that correct answer. But these models are not, we don't know everything. And it has to, we have to be able to scan an answer to every single question, which we can't quite do. It'd be actually better if it could actually answer, well, gee, I don't know that.
Right. Like, in particular, like, say, when it comes to exploration of the universe, if there's a certain amount of, vast amount of universe we have not explored. So if it has to answer questions about that, it will come up with an answer.
Right, it'll just come up with an answer, which will likely be wrong.
That's interesting. That would be a real problem if someone was counting on the AI to have a solution for something too soon, right?
Right, they don't know everything. Search engines actually know pretty well vetted. And if it actually answers something, it's usually correct.
Unless it's curated.
But large language models don't have that capability. So we could actually think that they're wrong. And they'd also tell us what we have to fix.
What about the idea that AI models are influenced by ideology? That AI models have been programmed with certain ideologies?
I mean, they do learn from people.
Yeah.
And people have ideologies, some of which are not correct. And that's a large way in which it will make things up because it's learning from people.
Right.
So right now, if somebody has access to a good search engine, they will check before they actually answer something with the search engine to make sure that it's correct. Because search engines are generally much more accurate.
General. Right. When it comes to this idea that people enter information into a computer and the computer relies on ideology, do you anticipate that with artificial general intelligence it will be agnostic to ideology? It'll be able to reach a point where instead of deciding things based on social norms or whatever the culture is accepted currently, that it would look at things more objectively and rationally.
Well, eventually, but we still call it artificial general intelligence, even if it didn't do that. And people certainly are influenced by whatever their people that they respect feel is correct, and will be as influenced by as people are. We'll still call it artificial general intelligence. We are starting to check what large language models come up with search engines, and that's actually making them more correct. But we have to actually continue on this curve. We need more data to be able to store everything. This is not enough data to be able to store everything correctly. This large amounts of large language models for which we don't have storage for the data.
So that's what's holding us back is data and storage.
Yeah, we also have to have the correct storage. So that's really where the effort is going, to be able to get rid of these hallucinations.
That's a fun thing to say, hallucinations in terms of artificial intelligence.
Well, we usually come up with the wrong things. Like large language models is not really the correct way to talk about this. It does know language, but there's a lot of other things it knows. We're using it now to come up with medicines. For example, the Moderna vaccine wrote down every possible type of medicine that might be that might work. It was actually several billion mRNA sequences, and we then tested them all and did that in two days. So it actually came up with tested several billion and decided on it in 2 days. We then tested it with people. We'll be able to overcome that as well because we'll be able to test it with machines. But we actually did test it with people for 10 months. That was still a record.
So for machines, when they start testing medications with machines, how will they audit that? So the concept will be that you take into account biological variability, all the different factors that would lead a person to have an adverse reaction to a certain compound, and then you program all of the known data about how things interact with the body.
Right. I mean, you need to be able to simulate all the different possibilities.
Right.
And then
come up with like a number of how many people will be adversely affected by something.
That's one of the things you would look at.
And then efficacy based on age,
but that could be done literally in a matter of days rather than years.
Right. But the question would be like, who's in charge of that data, and like, how does that get resolved? And what if artificial intelligence is still prone to hallucinations, and they start using those hallucinations to justify medications, that could be a bit of an issue, especially if it's controlled by a corporation that wants to make a lot of money.
Well, that's the issue, is to be able to do it correctly.
So there's going to have to be a point in time where we all decide that artificial intelligence has reached this place where we can trust it implicitly.
Right. Well, that's why they take now the leading candidate and actually test it with people. But we'll be able to get rid of the testing with people once we can have reliance on the simulation. So we've got to make the simulations correct. But right now we actually test it with people, and that takes, took 10 months in this case.
When you look at artificial intelligence and you look at the expansion of it, the ultimate place that it will eventually be, what do you see happening inside of our lifetime, like inside of 20 years? Like what kind of revolutionary changes on society would this have?
Well, one thing I feel will happen in 5 years, by 2029, is we'll reach longevity escape velocity. So right now you go through a year, and you use up a year of your longevity, and then a year older. However, we do have scientific progress, and we're coming up with new cures for diseases and so on. Right now you're getting back about 4 months. So you lose a year, but through scientific progress, you're getting back 4 months. So you're only losing 8 months. However, the scientific progress is progressing exponentially. And by 2029, you'll get back a full year. So you lose a year, but you get back a year, and you pretty much stay in the same place.
So by 2029, you'll be stacked.
And past 2029, you'll actually get back more than a year. You'll get back.
Can I be a baby again?
No, but you'll, in terms of your longevity, you'll get back more than a year.
Right. So you'll be able to essentially go back in biological age, lengthening of the telomeres, changing elasticity of the skin.
Eventually, you'll be able to do that. It doesn't guarantee you living forever. I mean, you can have a 10-year-old and you can compute, okay, he's got many decades of longevity, and he could die tomorrow. So, sure.
But overall, there'd be an expansion of the
exactly
that most people die.
And that's something that we're going to get. And it's also using the same type of logic as large language models, but that's not language. You're actually creating medications. So we should call them large event models, not large language models, because it's not just dealing with language, it's dealing with all kinds of things.
When I talked to you 10 years ago, you were telling me about this pretty extensive supplement routine that you're on.
I'm trying to get to the point where we have longevity escape velocity in good shape.
Right.
And yes, I do follow that. I take maybe 80 pills a day and some injections and so on.
Peptides?
Yes, peptides. So far it works.
Have you ever gone off of it to see what you feel like normally?
No.
Why do that, right?
Yeah. I mean, it seems to work, and there's evidence behind it.
How old are you now?
76.
You look good. You look good for 76, man. That's great. So it's doing something.
Yeah, I think it's working.
So your goal is to get to that point where they start doing you live a year, you stay static, and then eventually get back to youthful.
Right, and it's not that far off. If you're diligent, I think we'll get there by 2029. But not everybody's diligent, so.
Right, of course. Now, past that, this is for life extension, which is great. But what about how AI is going to change society?
Yes, well, that's a very big issue, and it's already doing lots of things make some people uncomfortable. What we're actually doing is increasing our intelligence. I mean, right now you have a brain. It has different modules in it to deal with different things, but really it's able to connect one concept to another concept, and that's what your brain does. We can actually increase that by, for example, carrying around a phone. This has connections in it. It's a little bit of a hassle to use. If I ask you to do something, you've got to kind of mess with it. Actually, it'd be good if this actually listened to your conversation.
Oh, it does.
And without saying anything, you're just talking, and it says, oh, the name of that actress is so-and-so.
But then it's just a busybody. It's like interfering with your life. You're talking to you all the time.
Well, there's ways of dealing with that, too.
You shut it off.
We don't. So we haven't done that yet. But that's a way of expanding your connections.
NBA stars are dropping 6+ points all over. Now take a shot at a score of your own with DraftKings, an official partner of the NBA. This week, customers can play
living forever is just all about getting this way, really.
You're absolutely right. It's absolutely fascinating to look at society and what the future holds and how quickly it's moving. It's just unbelievable. With every day that goes by, we get closer and closer to full advanced singularity. Technological singularity will be here faster than we know, and it's fascinating to talk about because we may see it within our generation, particularly with mind uploading technology and life extension technology are a thing. It's really fascinating. I would definitely say as well. Go ahead.
I think it's like what, 15 years away, and then reverse
If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roca.
there's a possibility of
Today, I want you to know about the
not being able to do this, but
bad eyes. Do not skip this shit. Roca is
person
Texas, and they
find that maybe if they preserve back where they can still reverse and then tell us about things that we may not know or understand at that time. I think that would be really big thing.
I do too.
Right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roca's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now, and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roca fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Roca stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roca did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I can wear anything, but I choose to wear Roca, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at Roca.com. That's ROKA.com.
What a large language model does, it has connections in it as well. And in fact, it's getting now to a point that's getting fairly comparable to the human brain. We have about 1 trillion connections in our brain. Things like the top model from Google or GPT-4, they have about 400 billion connections approximately. They'll be at 1 trillion probably within a year. That's pretty comparable to what the human brain does. Eventually we'll go beyond that, and we'll have access to that. So it's basically making us smarter. So if you have the ability to be smarter, that's something that's positive, really. I mean, if we were like mice today, and we had the opportunity to become like humans, we wouldn't object to that. But we are humans, and we don't object to that. We used to be shrews. And this is going to basically make us smarter. Eventually, we'll be much smarter than we are today. And that's a positive thing. We'll be able to do things that are today that we find bothersome in a way that's much more palatable.
The idea of us getting smarter sounds great. Great. It'd be great to be smarter. But
people object to that because it's like competition.
In what way?
Well, I mean, Google has, 60,000, 70,000 programmers. How many programmers exist in the world? How much longer is that going to be a viable career? Because language models already can code.
Yeah.
Not quite as good as a real expert coder, But how long is that going to be?
Right.
It's not going to be 100 years. It's going to be a few years. So people see it as competition. I have a slightly different view of that. I see these things as actually adding to our own intelligence, and we're merging with these kinds of computers, making ourselves smarter by merging with it. And eventually it'll go inside our brain and be able to make us smarter instantly, just like we had more connections inside our own brain.
Well, I think people have reservations always when it comes to great change. And this is probably the greatest change. The greatest change we've ever experienced in our lifetimes for sure has been the internet. And this will make that look like nothing. It'll change everything. And it seems inevitable. I understand that people are upset about it, but it just seems like what human beings were sort of designed to do.
Right, we're the only animal that actually creates technology. You know, it's a combination of our brain and something else, which is our thumb. So I can imagine something. Oh, if I take that leaf from a tree, I can create a tool with it. Other animals have actually a bigger brain, like the whale, dolphins, elephants. They have a larger brain than we do, but they don't have something equivalent to the thumb.
Right.
Monkey has a thing that looks like the thumb, but it's actually an inch down, and it doesn't actually work very well. So they can actually create a tool, but they don't create a tool that's powerful enough to create the next tool. So we're actually able to use our tools and create something that's that much more significant. So we can create tools, and that's really part of who we are. It makes us that much more intelligent, and that's a good thing. I mean, yes. So here's the U.S. personal income per capita. So this is the average amount that we make per person in constant dollars. And it's just
right here, it's on the screen.
it
Yeah, we
just
make a lot more money, but things cost a lot more money too, right?
no, this is constant dollars.
Constant dollars in relation to the inflation.
Yeah. So this does not show you inflation. These are constant dollars. So we're actually making that much more each year on average. So if you
Right, but it doesn't take into account inflation, correct? So it's not taking into account the rise in cost of things.
it is taking
It is. Oh, it is. Okay.
So we're making that much more in constant dollars. If you look over the past 100 years, we've made about 10 times as much.
I wonder if there's a similar chart about consumerism, like just about material possessions. I wonder if how much more we're purchasing and creating. I've always felt like that's one of the things that materialism is one of those instincts that human beings sort of look down upon, and this aimless pursuit of buying things. But I feel like that motivates technology because the constant need for the newest, greatest thing is one of the things that fuels the creation and innovation of new
If
things.
you were to go back 100 years, you'd be very unhappy
Oh yeah,
because you wouldn't have a computer, for example.
you wouldn't have anything. You'd have most things you've grown accustomed to.
Yeah.
Unless that's what you want.
Also, we didn't live very long.
Right, medical advancements.
For average life was 48 years in 1900. It's 35 years in 1800.
Right.
Go back 1,000 years, it was 20 years.
that takes into account child mortality too, though, right? But it's also injuries, death. Some people did live long. Like there were some people that lived back then. If nothing happened, you did live to be 80, like a normal person. But
That was actually very rare. I mean,
because most things happen to people. Most people, by the time you get to 80, you've had at least one hospital visit. Something's gone wrong. Broken arm, broken this, broken that.
it was very rare to make it to 80.
Right.
200 years ago.
Right, but the human body is physically capable of doing it. Right.
Well, our human body can go on forever if you fix things properly. There's nothing in our body that means that you have to die at 100 or even 120. We can go on really indefinitely.
That's the groundbreaking work today, right? They're treating disease, or excuse me, age, as if it is a disease, not just an inevitable consequence of being alive.
And our FDA doesn't accept that, but they're actually beginning to accept it now.
Once they get older.
Yeah.
They're forced into it. The concept of artificial general intelligence scares a lot of people also because of Hollywood, right? Because of the Terminator films and things along those lines. Like, how far away are we, do you think, from actual artificial humans? Or will we ever get there? Will we integrate before that takes place?
I mean, all of this additional intelligence that we're creating is something that we use. And it's just like it came with us. So we're actually making ourselves more intelligent. And ultimately, that's a good thing. And if we have it, and then we say, well, gee, we don't really like this, let's take it away, people would never accept that. They may be against the idea of general intelligence, but once they get it, nobody wants to give that up. And it will be beneficial. The lowlight started 200 years ago because the cotton ginny came out, and all these people that were making money with the cotton ginny were against it, and they would actually destroy these machines at night. And they said, gee, if this keeps going, all jobs are going to go away. And indeed, people using the cotton ginny to create more wealth, that did go away. But we actually made more money because we created things that didn't exist then. We didn't have anything like electronics, for example. And as we can actually see, we make 10 times as much in constant dollars as we did 100 years ago. And if you were to ask, well, what are people going to be doing? You couldn't answer it because we didn't understand the internet, for example.
And there's probably some technologies down the pipe that are going to have a similar impact.
Exactly. And they're going to extend life, for example.
But are they going to create life?
Well, we know how to create life. We don't. Well, that's an interesting question. What do you mean by create life?
What I think is that human beings are some sort of a biological caterpillar that makes a cocoon that gives birth to an electronic butterfly. I think we are creating a life form, and that we're merely conduits for this thing, and that all of our instincts and ego and emotions, all these things feed into it, materials that feeds into it. We keep buying, we keep innovating, and technology keeps increasing exponentially, and eventually it's going to be artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence is going to create better artificial intelligence in a form of being that has no limitations in terms of what it's capable of doing, and capable of traveling anywhere, and not having any biological limitations in terms of.
But that's going to be ourselves. I mean, we're going to be able to create life that is like humans, but far greater than we are today.
With an integration of technology.
Yeah.
If we choose to go that route. But that's the prediction that you have, that we will go that route, like a Neuralink type deal, something along those lines.
Right, so I don't see this competition like these things are going to
No, I don't think it's competition.
Well, it'll seem like that. I mean, if you have a job doing coding,
Right.
and suddenly they don't really want you anymore because they can do coding with a large language model, it's going to feel like it's competition.
Well, there's an issue now with films. Tyler Perry owns he was building an $800 million television studio, and he stopped production. When he saw, what's it called, Sora? Is that what it's called, Jimmy? He stopped production when he saw the capabilities of AI just for creating visuals, scenes, movies. There's one that's incredibly impressive. It's Tokyo. They're walking down the street in Tokyo in the winter. So it's snowing, and they're walking down the street, and you look at it, you're like, this is insane. This looks like a film. See if you can find that film. Because it's incredible.
But would you want to get rid of that?
Get rid of what?
The capability.
No, I don't want to get rid of the capability.
Right, but people do.
Well, people that make movies, people that actually film things with cameras and use actors are going to be very upset. So this is all fake, which is insane. Beautiful snowy Tokyo City is bustling. The camera moves through the bustling city street, following several people enjoying the beautiful snowy weather and shopping at nearby stalls. Gorgeous sakura petals are flying through the wind along with snowflakes. And this is what you get. I mean, this is insanely good. The variability, like just the way people are dressed. If you saw this somewhere else, look at this, A Robot's Life in a cyberpunk setting. If you saw this, you would say, oh, they filmed it. But just look at what they're able to do with animation and kids' movies and things like that.
Yeah, it's going to get better.
Yeah, it's just incredible.
I mean, it's a new art form.
So right there, the smoke looks a little uniform. But, yeah,
I mean, there's some problems with this, but
not much.
Yeah.
And you imagine what it was like 5 years ago, and imagine what it's going to be like 5 years from now.
Absolutely.
And it's insane. No one took into consideration the idea that kids are going to be cheating on their school papers using ChatGPT, but my kids tell me that's a real problem at school now.
Yes, definitely.
So no one saw that coming. No one saw this coming. And what we're at now is with ChatGPT 4, right? 4.5. So
well, 4.5 is coming.
4.5 is coming. 5 is supposed to be the massive leap.
It'll be a leap, just like 3 to 4 was a massive leap. So
yeah,
but it's gonna continue. It's never gonna be finished.
Right. It'll keep going, and it will also be able to make better versions of itself, correct?
And yes, well, we do that. I mean, technology does that already.
Right. But if you scale that out 100 years from now, what are you looking at? You're looking at a god.
Well, it'll be less than 100 years. I mean,
so you're looking at a god in 50 years?
Less than that. I mean, once we have the ability to emulate everything that humans can do, and not just one human, but all humans.
Yes.
And that's only like 2029. That's only 5 years from now.
And then it will make better versions of that. So it will probably solve a lot of the problems that we have in terms of energy storage, data speeds,
right,
computation speeds,
and also medications
for us.
For humans, yeah.
Wouldn't it be better just download yourself into this beautiful electronic body? Why do you want to be biological?
I mean, ultimately, that's what we're going to be able to do.
You think that's going to happen?
Yeah.
So, do you think that we'll be able to?
I mean, we'll be able to create. I mean, the singularity is when we multiply our intelligence a million-fold, and that's 2045. So that's not that long from now. It's like 20 years from now.
Right.
And therefore, most of your intelligence will be handled by the computer part of ourselves. The only thing that won't be captured is what comes with our body originally. We'll ultimately be able to do that as well. It'll take a little longer, but we'll be able to actually capture what comes with our normal body and be able to recreate that. So that also has to do with how long we live. Because if everything is backed up, I mean, ends up in a river and we can't capture it anymore, I can recreate it because it's all backed up.
And you think that's going to be the case with consciousness?
That's going to be the case of our normal biological body as well.
What's to stop someone like Donald Trump from just making 100,000 versions of himself?
Sorry about that.
Like if you could back someone up, could you duplicate it? Couldn't you have 3 or 4 of them? Couldn't you have a bunch of them? Couldn't you live multiple lives?
Yes.
Would you be interacting with each other while you're living multiple lives, having consultations about what is St. Louis Ray doing? Well, I don't know. Let's talk to San Francisco Ray. San Francisco Ray's talking to Florida Ray.
It's basically a matter of increasing our intelligence and being able to multiply. Donald Trump, for example, that comes with that.
Do you think there'll be regulations on that to stop people from making 100,000 versions of themselves that operate a city?
There'll be lots of regulations. There's lots of regulations we have already. You can't just create a medication and sell it to people that cures this disease.
Right.
We have tremendous amount of regulation.
Sure, but we don't really with phones. Like with your phone, you could essentially, if you have the money, you can make as many copies of that as you want.
Yeah. There are some regulations. We regulate everything, but you're right. Generally, electronics doesn't have as much regulation.
Right. And when you get to a certain point, we will be electronics.
Yes. I mean, certainly, if we multiply our intelligence a millionfold, everything of that additional millionfold of yours is not regulated.
Right. When you think about the concept of integration and technological integration, when do you think that will start taking place, and what will be the initial usage of it? Like, what will be the first versions, and what would they provide?
Well, we have it now. Large language models are pretty impressive. I mean, if you look at what they can do.
I mean, I'm talking about physical integration with the human body, like a Neuralink type thing.
Right. Some people feel that we can actually understand what's going on in your brain and actually put things into your brain without actually going into the brain with something like Neuralink.
So something that like sits on the outside of your head?
Yeah. It's not clear to me that if that's feasible or not. I've been assuming that you have to actually go in. The Neuralink isn't exactly what we want because it's too slow. And it's actually will do what it's advertised to do. Like if I actually know some people like this who were active people and they completely lost the ability to speak and to understand language and so on. And so they can't actually say anything to you. And we can use something like Neuralink to actually have them express something. They can think something and then have it be expressed to you.
Right, they're doing that, right? They have the first patient that was, and apparently that person can move a cursor around the screen.
Right, and therefore you can do anything. It's fairly slow, though, and Neuralink is slow. And if you really want to extend your brain, you need to do it at a much faster pace.
But it's not going to increase exponentially as well.
Yes, absolutely.
So how long do you think it'll be before it's implemented?
Well, it's got to be by 2045.
That's pretty cool.
Because that's when the singularity exists, and we can actually multiply our intelligence on the order of a millionfold.
And when you say 2045, what is the source of that estimation?
Because it'll be able to, based actually on this chart, and also the increase in the ability of software to also expand, we'll be able to multiply our intelligence a millionfold. And we'll be able to put that inside of our brain. It'll be just like it's part of our brain.
So this is just following the current graph of progress?
Yeah, exactly.
So if you follow the current graph of progress, and if you do understand exponential growth, then what we're looking at in 2045 is inevitable.
Right.
Does that concern you at all? Are you excited about it? Or do you think it's just a thing that is happening and you're a part of it and you're experiencing it?
I think we'll be enthusiastic about it. I mean, imagine if you were to ask a mouse, would you like to actually be as intelligent as a human?
Right.
It's hard to know what people would say, but generally that's a positive thing.
Joe. Yeah.
And that's what it's going to be like. We're going to be that much smarter.
What do you
and once we're there, is someone going to say, "Nah, I don't really like this. I want to be stupid like human beings used to be"? Nobody's really going to say that. Do human beings now say, "Gee, I'm really too smart. I really would like to be like a mouse"?
Not necessarily, but what people do say is that technology is too invasive and it's too much a part of my life, and I'd like to sort of have a bit of an electronic vacation and separate from it. And there's a lot of people that I know that have gone to...
But nobody does that. I mean, nobody becomes stupid like we used to be when we were mice.
Right, but I'm not saying stupid. I'm saying some people just like being a human the way humans are now. Because one of the complications that comes with the integration of technology is what we're seeing now with people. Massive increases in anxiety from social media use, being manipulated by algorithms, the effect that it has on culture, misinformation, disinformation, propaganda. There's so many different factors that are at play now that make people more anxious, more depressed statistically than ever.
I'm not sure we had more anxiety.
You're not sure?
Today than we used to have.
Well, we certainly had more when the Mongols were. We certainly had more anxiety when we were constantly about war. But I think people have a heightened level of
war. I mean, 80 years ago, we had 100 million people die in Europe and Asia from World War II. We're very concerned about wars today, and they're terrible. But we're not losing millions of people.
Right, but we could. We most certainly could. With what's going on with Israel and Gaza, with what's going on with Ukraine and Russia, it can easily escalate.
Well, it's thousands of people. It's not millions of people.
For now. Yeah, but if it escalates into a hot war where it's involving the entire world,
what would really cause a tremendous amount of danger is something that is not really artificial intelligence. It was invented when I was a child, which is atomic weapons.
Right.
I remember when I was like 5 or 6, we'd actually go outside, put our hands behind our back to protect us from a nuclear war.
Yeah, drills.
And actually, it seemed to work. We're still here. So,
do you remember those things where they tell kids to get under the desk?
Yes, that's right. We went out of the desk,
which is hilarious. As if a desk is going to protect you from a nuclear bomb.
Right, but that's not AI.
Right. No, but AI applied to nuclear weapons makes them significantly more dangerous. And isn't one of the problems with AI is that AI will find a solution to a problem? So if you have AI running your military, and AI says, what do you want me to do? And you say, well, I'd like to take over Taiwan. And AI says, well, this is how to do it. And it just implements it. No morals, no thought of any sort of diplomacy or just force.
Right. Hasn't happened yet. Because we do have people in charge. And the people are enhanced with AI. And AI can actually help us to avoid that kind of problem by thinking through the implications of different solutions.
Sure, if it has some sort of autonomy. But if we get to the point where one superpower has AI, artificial general intelligence, the other one doesn't, how much of a significant advantage would that be?
I mean, I do think there are problems. Basically, there's problems with intelligence. And we'd like to say stupid. But actually, it's better to be intelligent. I believe it's better to have
Overall, sure, right. But my question was, if there's a race to achieve AGI, how close is this race? Is it neck and neck? Is it who's at the lead? And how much capital is being put into these companies that are at the lead? And whoever achieves it first, if that is under the control of the government, it's completely dependent upon what are the morals and ethics of that government. What's the Constitution? What if it happens in China? What if it happens in Russia? What if it happens somewhere other than the United States? And even if it does happen in the United States, who's controlling it?
I mean, the knowledge of how to create these things is pretty widespread. It's not like somebody can just capitalize on a way to do it and nobody else understands it. Knowledge of how to create a large language model or how to create the type of chips that would enable you to create this is actually pretty widespread.
So you think essentially the competition is pretty even in all the countries currently? And there's also probably espionage. There's espionage where they're stealing information and sharing information and selling information.
And in terms of differences, the United States actually has superior AI compared to other places.
Well, that's good for us.
I mean, we're actually way ahead of China, I would say.
Right, but China has a way of figuring out what we're doing and copying. Pretty good at that.
They have been, yeah.
So do you have any concern whatsoever in the idea that AI gets in the hands of the wrong people? So when it first gets implemented, that's the big problem. Is before it exists, before artificial general intelligence really exists, it doesn't, and then it does, and it hasn't. And then once it does, can that AGI stop other people from getting it? Can you program it to make sure? Can you sabotage grids? Can you do whatever you can to take down the internet in these opposing places? Can you inject their computations with viruses? What could you do to stop other people from getting to where you're at if you have an infinitely superior intelligence? First,
if that's what your goal is, then yes, you could do that.
What's up,
Are
baby?
you worried about that at all? Do you,
Yes, I worry about it.
what is your main worry? You worry about the implementation of artificial intelligence. What's your main worry?
What's up, partner?
Somebody just said hi to me in Telegram.
So it's brought to you by Policy Genius. If life insurance isn't a part of your financial plans, it should be, because it's an easy way to protect your family and give you peace of mind. It's a big relief to know that my loved ones will be taken care of if something happens to me. Now, where do you find good life insurance? Well, just check out Policy Genius. They have licensed, award-winning agents and technology that makes it easy to find and compare life insurance quotes. With just a few clicks,
Right now, here is how it's represented. You need to generate this certain type of password increase the wallet, fit it into the company, and then maybe
some options
all
offer same-day
and then
avoid
unnecessary occur and that bond right on the server. So I actually is the whole thing is long to be there.
They're going to find you the best policy. But you don't have to just take my word for your policy choices. They have thousands of five-star reviews from other customers. Save time and you can provide your family financial safety using Policy Genius. PolicyGenius.com/JRE.
I think there's a way to work peace through both of those.
See how much you can save.
I
Again,
do.
tap now or visit PolicyGenius.com/JRE.
always thought that Happy
By Roca. If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roca sunglasses. They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roca is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roca has been building out a badass prescription offering and invested millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roca's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roca fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Roca stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roca did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I can wear anything, but I choose to wear Roca, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code Rogan at Roca.com. That's ROKA.com.
I mean, I'm worried if people who have a destructive idea of how to use these capabilities get into control.
Right.
And that could happen. We got a chapter in the book about perils that are like what we're talking about.
What do you think that could look like if the wrong people got a hold of this technology?
Well, if you look at actually who controls atomic weapons, which is not AI, some of the worst people in the world. And if you were to ask people right after we used 2 atomic weapons within a week, 80 years ago, what's the likelihood that we're going to go another 80 years and not have that happen again? Everybody would say 0.
Right.
But it actually has happened.
Shocking.
And I think there's actually some message there.
Mutual assured destruction. But the thing is, would artificial general intelligence...
But it's not happened.
Right. It has not happened yet. But would artificial general intelligence in the control of the wrong people negate that mutually assured destruction that keeps people from doing things? Obviously, we did drop bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We did indiscriminately kill who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people with those weapons. We did it. And if human beings were capable of doing it because no one else had it, if artificial general intelligence reaches that sentient level and is in control of the wrong people, what's to stop them from doing? There's no mutually assured destruction if you're the one who's got it. If you're the only one who's got it. Possibly, my concern is that whoever gets it could possibly stop it from being spread everywhere else and control it completely. And then you're looking at a completely dystopian world.
Right. So that's, if you ask me what I'm concerned about, it's one of those lines.
Yeah, that's what I always want to get at you guys, because there's so many people that are rightfully so high on this technology and the possibilities for enhancing our lives. But the concern that a lot of people have is that at what cost and what are we signing up for?
Right. But I mean, if we want to, for example, live indefinitely, this is what we need to do. If we can't do.
What if you're denying yourself heaven? You ever thought of that possibility? I know that's a ridiculous abstract concept, but if heaven is real, if the idea of the afterlife is real, and it's the next level of existence, you're constantly going through these cycles of life. What if you're stepping in and artificially denying that?
It's hard to imagine.
It is hard to imagine, but so is life. So is the universe itself. So is the Big Bang.
My
So is the black holes.
father died when I was 22, so it's 50, 60 years ago. And he was actually a great musician, and he created fantastic music, but he hasn't done that since he died. And there's nothing that exists that is at all creative, based on his memories. Actually created a large language model that represented him. I can actually talk to him.
You do that now?
Yeah, it's in the book.
When you do that, have you thought about implementing some sort of a Sora type deal where you're talking to him?
Well, you can do that now with language.
Right, but I mean physically, like looking at him like you're on a Zoom call with him.
That's a little bit in the future to be able to actually capture the way he looks. But that's also feasible.
It seems pretty feasible.
Yeah.
And so certainly it can be something representative of what he looks based on photographs that you have, right?
So things like that is a reason to continue, so that we can create that and create our own ability to continue to exist. You talk to people that say, well, I don't really want to live past 90 or whatever, 100. But in my mind, if you don't exist, there's nothing for you to experience.
That's true in this dimension. My thought on that, people saying that I don't want to live past 90, it's like, okay, are you alive now? Do you like being alive now? What's the difference between now and 90? Is it just a number, or is it a deterioration of your physical body? And how much effort have you put into mitigating the deterioration of your natural body so that you can enjoy life now?
Exactly, and we've actually seen who would want to take their lives. People do take their lives if they are experiencing something that's miserable.
Right.
If they're suffering physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and they just cannot stand the way life is carrying on, then they want to take their lives. Otherwise, people don't. If they're enjoying their lives, they continue. And people say, I don't want to live past 100. But then when they get to be, 99.9, they don't want to disappear unless they're suffering.
That's what's interesting about the positive aspects of AI. Once we can manipulate human neurochemistry to the point where we figure out what is causing Great Depression, what's causing anxiety, what's causing a lot of these schizophrenic people.
Yeah, we definitely had that before. We didn't have the terms. We didn't understand schizophrenia.
Right.
People definitely had it.
For sure. But what if we get to a point where we can mitigate that with technology? Where we can say, this is what's going on.
That's why we're continuing.
Right. I was saying that's a good thing. That's a positive aspect of this technology. And think about also profoundly. Think about how many people do take their lives and with this technology would not just live happily, but also be productive and also contribute to whatever society is doing.
That's why we're carrying on with it.
Yes.
But in order to do that, we do have to overcome some of the problems that you've articulated.
Yeah. I think what a lot of people are terrified of is that these people that are creating this technology, there's oversight, but it's oversight by people that don't necessarily understand it the way the people that are creating it. And they don't know what guardrails are in place. How safe is this? Especially when it's implemented with some sort of weapons technology, or some sort of a military application, especially a military application that can be insanely profitable. And the motivations behind utilizing that are that profit. And then we do horrible things and somehow to justify it.
I mean, I think democracy is actually an important issue here because the Democratic democratic nations tend not to go to war with each other. And I mean, you look at the way we're handling military technology. If everybody was a democracy, I think there'd be much less war.
As long as it's a legitimate democracy, it's not controlled by money.
Right.
As long as it's a legitimate democracy, it's not controlled by the military-industrial complex, or the pharmaceutical industry, or whoever puts the people that are in elected places. Who puts them in there? How do they get funded? What do they represent once they get in there? Are they there for the will of the people? Are they there for their own career? Do they bypass the safety and the future of the people for their own personal gain, which we've seen politicians do? There's certain problems with every system that involves human beings. This is another thing that technology may be able to do. One of the things, if you think about the worst attributes of humans, whether it's war, crime, some of the horrible things that human beings are capable of. Imagine that technology can find what causes those thoughts and behaviors in human beings and mitigate them. I've joked around about this, but if we came up with something that would elevate dopamine just 300% worldwide, there would be no more war. It'd be over. Everybody would be loving everybody. We'd be interacting with each other.
Well, that's the point of doing this.
But there would also be no sad songs.
Well,
you need some blues in your life. You need a little bit of that too. Or do we? Maybe we don't. Maybe that's just a byproduct of our monkey minds. And that one day we'll surpass that and get to this point of enlightenment. Enlightenment seems possible without technological innovation, but maybe not. I've never really met a truly enlightened person. I've met some people that are pretty close. But if you could get there with technology, if technology just completely elevated the human consciousness to the point where all of our conflicts will become erased.
Just for starters, if you can actually live longer, quite aside from the motivations of people, most people die not because of people's motivations, but because our bodies just don't last that long.
Right.
And a lot of people say, I don't want to live longer, which makes no sense to me. Why would you want to disappear and not be able to have any kind of experience?
Well, I think some people don't think you're disappearing. I mean, there is a long-held thought in many cultures that this life is but one step, and that there is an afterlife, and maybe that exists to comfort us because we deal with existential angst and the reality of our own inevitable demise. Or maybe it's a function of consciousness being something that we don't truly understand. And what you are is a soul contained in a body. And that we have a very primitive understanding of the existence of life itself and of the existence of everything.
Well, I guess that makes sense. But I don't really accept it. I mean,
there's no evidence, right?
No.
Right. But is it there's no evidence because we're not capable of determining it yet and understanding it? Or is it just because it doesn't exist? That's the real question. It's like, is this it? Is this everything? Or is this merely a stage? And are we monkeying with that stage by interfering with the process of life and death?
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah,
but I don't really see the evidence for that.
I can see from your perspective. I don't see the evidence of it either, but it's a concept. It's not. Look, just when you start talking to string theorists and they start talking about things existing and not existing at the same time, or particles in superposition, you're talking about magic. You're talking about something that's impossible to wrap your head around. Even just the structure of an atom. What's that? What's in there? Nothing. How much of it is space? The entire existence of everything in the universe seems preposterous, but it's all real. And we only have a limited grasp of understanding of what this is really all about and what processes are really in place.
Right, but if you look at people's perspective, if somebody gets a disease and kind of know they could only live like another 6 months. People are not happy with that.
No. Well, they're scared. They're scared to die. It's a natural human instinct. It's what keeps us alive for all these hundreds of millions of years.
Yes, but very few people would be happy with that. And if you then had something, gee, we have this new device, you can take this and you won't die.
Right.
Almost everybody would do that.
Sure. But would they appreciate life if they knew it had no end? Would it be the same thing? Or would it be like a lottery winner who just goes nuts and spends all their money and loses their models because they can't believe they can't die?
Well, first of all, it's not guaranteed to live forever.
Sure, you can get in an accident. Something can happen. You can get injured. But if we get to a point where we have automated cars that significantly reduce the amount of automobile accidents.
Well, also, we can back up everything in our physical body as well as
duplicated, putting it inside of some kind of a computation device.
Well, we know to be able to create computation that matches what our brain does. That's what we're doing with these large language models.
Right.
And we're actually very close now to what our brain can do with these large language models. So it'll be there like within a year. And we can back up the electronic version. And we'll get to the point where we can back up what our brain normally does. So we'll be able to actually back that up as well. We'll be able to detect what it is and back that up as just like our computers.
So we'll create it in the form of an artificial version of everything that it is to be a human being.
Right.
In terms of emotions, love, and excitement.
And that's going to happen over the next 20 years. 1,000 years.
But will that be a person? I mean, or will it be some sort of a zombie? Like what will it have? If you can take human consciousness and duplicate it, much like you can duplicate your phone, and you make this new thing, what does that thing feel like? Does that thing live in hell? Like, what is that experience like for that thing?
Large language models, do they really exist? Do they actually, I mean, they can talk.
They certainly do, but would you want to be one?
Are we different than that?
Yeah, we're people. We shake hands. I give you a hug. You pet my dog. You listen to music. You have
able to do all of that as well.
Right, but will you want to? Will you even care? The thing is, like, a lot of what gives us joy in life is biological motivations. There's human reward systems that are put in place that allow us to
be part of who we are.
Right.
It's just like a person, and we'll also have our physical bodies as well, and that'll also be able to be backed up. And we'll be doing the things that we do now, except we'll be able to have them continue.
So if you get hit by a car and you die, there's another ray that just pops up. Oh, we got the backup ray. And the backup ray will have no feelings at all about having it died and come back to life.
Well, that's a question. Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't it be just like Ray is now?
Why would it? If it gets to a certain, if we figure out that if biological life is essentially a kind of technology that the universe has created, and we can manipulate that to the point where we understand it, we get it, we've optimized it, and then replicate it, physically replicate it, not just replicate it in the form of a computer, an actual physical being.
Right. Well, that's where we're headed.
Do you anticipate that people will be happy with whatever they have? Because if you decide, I don't like being 5'6", I wish I was 6'6". I don't like being a woman. I want to be a man. I don't want to be Asian. I want to be, whatever. I want to be a black person. I want to be.
We'll actually be able to do all of those things. simultaneously, and so we're not going to be limited by those kinds of
Right.
happenstance.
Which is going to be very strange. Like, what will human beings look like if you give people the ability to manipulate your physical
Well,
form?
we do things now that were impossible even 10 years ago.
We certainly do, but we don't change races, size, sex, gender, height. We don't do all of the radical increase in just your intelligence. Like, what is that going to look like? What kind of an interaction is it going to be between two human beings when you have a completely new form? You know, you're much different physically than you ever were when you were alive. You're taller, you're stronger, you're smarter, you're faster. You're basically not really a human anymore. You're a new thing.
We're expanding who we are. We're already expanded who we are from,
Sure. Right, over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, well, that's gone from being Australopithecus to what we are now.
That has to do with the pace at which we make changes.
Right.
We can make changes now much more quickly than we could, 100,000 years ago.
Right, but if we can manipulate our physical form with no limitations, I mean, what are these? We're going to have 6-armed people that can fly? Like, what is it going to look like?
Well, do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I would discriminate against 6-armed people that can fly. That's the one area I allow myself to get prejudiced.
Okay.
No, I'm just curious as to how much time you've spent.
7-armed people would be okay.
Yeah, 7-armed people is cool because, like, maybe 5 on one side, 2 on the other. No, I'm just curious as to, like, how much time you've spent thinking about what this could look like. And I don't think it's going to be as simple as, it's going to be Ray Kurzweil, but Ray Kurzweil, that's like a 30-year-old man 50 years from now. I think it's probably going to be, you're going to be all kinds of different things. You can be kind of whatever you want. You can be a bird. I mean, what's to stop? If we could get to manipulate the physical form and we can take consciousness and put it into a physical
But
form,
that's a description, I think, of something that's positive rather than negative.
you'd be a giant eagle.
I mean, negative is people that want to destroy things,
Sure.
get power.
Sure.
That is a problem.
Well, it's certainly improvement in terms of the
But having
viability.
7 arms and being like an eagle and so on, I mean, and you can also change that.
Right.
I think that's a positive aspect, and we will be able to do that kind of thing.
Sure, if you want to look at it in a binary fashion, positive and negative, but it's also going to be insanely strange. Like, it's not going to be as simple as there'll be people that are living in 2069.
Strange. Once it's first reported, if it's been reported now for 5 years and people are constantly doing it, you won't find it that strange.
It'll just be life.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm asking. When you think about the implementation of this technology to its fullest, what does the world look like? What does the world look like in 2061?
I mean, the kind of things that you can imagine right now, we'll be able to do. And it might seem strange when it first happens, but when it happens for the millionth time, it won't seem that strange. And maybe you like being an eagle for a few minutes.
It's certainly interesting. It's certainly interesting. I just wonder how much time you've spent thinking about what this world looks like with the full implementation of the kind of exponential growth of technology that would exist if we do make it to 2069.
Well, I did write a book, Danielle, and this young girl has fantastic capabilities. No one really can figure out how she does this. She actually takes over China at age 15, and she makes it a democracy, and then she actually becomes president of the United States at 19, just because create a constitutional amendment that at least she can become president at 19.
That sounds like what a dictator would do.
Right, but unlike a dictator, she's very popular and she writes very good music.
And this is one artificial intelligence creature.
Yes.
And how was she created?
It never says that she gets these capabilities through AI. I didn't want to spell that out, but that would be the only way that she could do this.
Right. Unless it's some insane freak of genetics.
And she's like a very positive person. She's very popular.
Yeah, but she's the only one that has that.
Yeah.
Right? She doesn't give it to everybody, which is where it gets really weird. You have a cell phone, I have a cell phone. Pretty much everybody has one now. What happens when everybody gets the kind of technology we're discussing?
Well, it shows you the benefit that she has it, and if everybody gets it, that would be even more positive. Right?
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, that's the best way of looking at it, that we become a completely altruistic, positive, beneficial to each other, society.
That is
minds.
a benefit. If you have more intelligence, you'd be more likely to do this.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. That's the benefit.
Yeah. So we live longer, and we're also smarter than making more rational decisions towards each other.
So overall, when you're looking at this, you just don't concentrate really on the negative possibilities.
Well, no, I do focus on that as well.
You think overall it's net positive?
Yes, it's called intelligence. And if you have more intelligence, you will be doing things that are more beneficial to ourselves and other people.
Do you think that the experiences that we're having right now,
like right now, we have much less crime than we did 50 years ago. If you listen to people debating presidential politics, they'll say crime is worse than ever. But if you look at the actual statistics, it's gone way down. And if you actually go back, like a few hundred years, crime and murder and so on was far, far higher than it is today. It's actually pretty rare. So the kind of additional intelligence that we've created is actually good for people.
Yeah.
if you look at Stephen Pinker's work, right, scale 1,000+ years ago to today, things are generally always seem to be moving in a better direction.
Right, well, Pinker didn't credit this to technology. He just looks at the data and says it's gotten better. What I try to do in the current book is show how it's related to technology, and as we have more technology, we're actually moving in this direction.
So you feel it's a function of technology that we're moving in this direction?
Absolutely. And that's why. Look at the technology in 80 years. We've multiplied the amount of computation 20 quadrillion times. And so we have things that didn't exist 2 years ago.
Right. When you think about the idea of life on Earth and that this is happening, and that we are on this journey to 2045 to the singularity, do you consider whether or not this is happening elsewhere in the universe, or whether it's already happened?
We see no evidence that there's any form of life, let alone intelligent life, anywhere else. I can say, well, we're not in touch with these other people. It is possible, but it seems, given the exponential impact of this type of technology, we would be spaced out based on over a large period of time. So some people that might be ahead of us could be ahead of us certainly thousands of years, even millions of years. So they'd be like way ahead of us. and they'd be doing galaxy-wide engineering. How is it that we look out there and we don't see anybody doing galaxy-wide engineering?
Or maybe we don't have the capability to actually see it. I mean,
Yes, it's
the
possible.
universe is, what's the 13.7 billion years old, or whatever it is?
But even incidental capabilities would affect galaxies. We would see that somehow.
Would we, if we were at the peak? If there is intelligent life in the universe, some form of that intelligent life has to be the most advanced. And what if we are underestimating our position in the universe? That we are the
Well,
most
that's what I'm
advanced.
saying. That's what
Maybe there's something that's like 10 years.
I mean,
Maybe there's an industrial age.
I think there's a good argument that we are ahead of other people.
But we don't have the capability of observing the goings-on of a planet 5,000 light years away. We can't see into their atmosphere. We can't look at high-resolution video of activity on that
Yeah,
planet.
if they were doing galaxy-wide engineering, I think we would notice that.
If they were more advanced than us, maybe we would. But what if they're not? What if they're at the level that we're at?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What if we're at the peak and this is like this?
I think it's an argument that we are at the peak.
What if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence gets implemented and then that becomes the primary form of life and it doesn't have the desire to do anything in terms of galactic engineering? This episode is brought to you by Hostage Tape. First of all, what a great name. This is a product that I use, and I started using it long before it was an ad. Your sleep game is about to get a whole lot better, kids, because I want to introduce you to Hostage Tape. Put it simply, it is tape for your mouth. But you're probably wondering why you should even need that. Well, if you're a mouth breather, if you snore a lot, or if you suffer from sleep apnea, this can make a big difference. This mouth tape can reduce or eliminate snoring and apnea. At the same time, it'll help filter the air going to your lungs, increase your oxygen uptake, and improve circulation, which will make you feel more energized. It has tons of other benefits to it. It helps bad breath, dry mouth,
What up, Pimp? How you
helps
doing?
better sleep. For you and your partner, don't let bad sleep hold you hostage. Shut your fucking mouth. With Hostage Tape, buy it today.
Not terrible,
Get a
but it
special
should be a little bit better.
get
I don't know if I
free
would code, but
That's a 90-day supply.
it's
Just
pretty
visit
chilling way to get.
hostagetape.com/room. That's hostagetape.com/room.
Researching more about the meth bot, seeing how it sets this up for us.
Even just incidental things would affect whole galaxies.
Like what things? Like we're doing? Are we affecting the whole galaxy?
No, not yet.
Right, but what if it's like us, but it gets to the point where it becomes artificial intelligence, and then it doesn't have emotions, it doesn't have desires, it doesn't have ambitions, so why would it decide to expand?
Why would it not have those things?
Well, we'd have to program it into it, but it would probably decide that that's foolish, and that those things have caused all these problems. All the problems in human race. What's our number one issue? War. What is war caused by? It's caused by ideologies, it's caused by acquisition of resources, theft of resources, violence.
War is not the primary thing that we motivated by.
It's not the primary thing we're motivated by, but it's existed in every single step of the way of human existence.
But it's actually getting better. I mean, just look at the effect of war.
Sure.
I mean, we have a couple of wars going on now. They're not killing millions of people like they used to.
Right. My point is that if artificial intelligence recognizes that the problem with human beings is these emotions, and a lot of it is it's fueled by these desires, like the desire to expand, the desire to acquire things, the desire to achieve.
Emotion is positive. I mean, music and
To us. But if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence is no longer stimulated by mere human creations, creativity, all these different things, why would it even have the ambition to do any sort of galaxy-wide engineering? Why would it want to?
because it's based on us.
It is based on us until it decides it's not based on us anymore. That's my point. If it realizes that, like, if we're based on
a very violent chimpanzee. And they say, you know what, there's a lot of what we are because of our genetics that really are a problem. And this is what's causing all of our violence, all of our crime, all of our war. If we just step in and put a stop to all that, will we also put a stop to our ambition?
Moving away from that.
We are moving away from that, but that's just natural, right? That's natural with our understanding mitigations of these social
Right, so
problems.
if you expand that even more, we'll be even more in that direction.
As long as we're still weak. But as soon as you become something different, why would it even have the desire to expand? If it was infinitely intelligent, why would it even want to physically go anywhere? Why would it want to? What's the reason for our motivation to expand? What is it? It's human. So the same humans that were tribal creatures that roamed, the same humans that stole resources from neighboring villages. This is our genes, right? This is what made us, that got us to this point. If we create a sentient artificial intelligence that's far superior to us, and it can create its own version of artificial intelligence, the first thing it's going to engineer out is all these stupid emotions that get us in trouble. Well, if it just can create happiness and joy from programming, why would it create happiness and joy through the acquisition of other people's creativity, art, music, all those things? And then why would it have any ambition at all to travel? Why would it want to go anywhere?
Well, I mean, it's an interesting philosophical problem.
Right. It is a problem because a lot of what we are and the things that we create is because of all these flaws that you would say. If you were programming us, you'd say, well, what is the cause of all these issues that plague the human race?
Say that there are flaws.
Murder's a flaw. Isn't it a flaw?
But that's way down.
Right. But it's
technology moves ahead.
If it happens to you, it's a flaw. And crime is a flaw. All these things, theft is a fraud. Those are flaws. If we could engineer those out, what would be the way that we do it? Well, one of the things we do is get rid of what it is to be a person. Because what it is corrupt people that go down these terrible paths and cause harm to other people, right?
You're taking a step there. Our ability to feel emotion and so on is a flaw.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that it's the root of these flaws. That greed and envy and lust and anger are the root.
I'd like to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, okay. Let's go to the bathroom. We'll come back. We'll talk about flaws. And we're back.
Provide an answer to that. I mean, as I think about myself now, it's when I have emotions that are positive emotions, like really getting off on a song or a picture or some new art form that didn't exist in the past. That's positive. That's what I live for. Relating to another person in a way that's intimate. So, I mean, the idea, if we're actually more intelligent, would be not to get rid of that, to actually enjoy that to a greater extent.
Hopefully. But what I'm saying is that,
yes, the things that can go wrong, it might lead us in an incorrect direction.
I'm not even saying it's wrong. I'm not saying that it's going to go wrong. I'm saying that if you wanted to program away some of the issues that human beings have in terms of what keeps us from working with each other universally all over the globe, what keeps us from these things?
We're actually doing that more than we used to do.
Sure, but also not. We're also massive inequality. You've got people in the Congo mining cobalt with sticks that powers your cell phones. There's a lot of real problems with society today.
Right, but there used to be even more of that.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of that, though. There's a lot of that. And if you looked at greed and war and crime and all the problems with human beings, a lot of it has to do with these biological instincts, these instincts to control things, these built-in genetic codes that we have that are from our ancestors.
That's because we haven't gotten there yet.
Right. But when we get there, you think we will be a better version of a human being, and we will be able to experience all the good the positive aspects of being a human being, the art, the creativity, and all these different
I
things.
hope so. And actually, if you look at what human beings have done already, we're moving in that direction.
Right.
May not seem that way.
No, it does seem that way to me. It does overall, but it's also like, if you look at a graph of temperatures, it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. It's moving in a general direction. We are moving in a generally positive direction.
Why do we want to continue moving in this same direction?
Yeah, I don't think that
It's not a guarantee. I mean, you can describe things that would be horrible and it's feasible.
Yeah. It could be the end of the human race, right? Or it could be the beginning of the next race of this new thing.
Well, I mean, when I was born, we created nuclear weapons. And people were and very soon we had hydrogen weapons. And we have enough hydrogen weapons to wipe out all humanity. We still have that. That didn't exist like 100 years ago. Well, it did exist 80 years ago.
Yeah.
So that is something that concerns me. And then you could do the same thing with artificial intelligence. It could also create something that would be very negative.
What I'm getting at is what do you think life looks like if it's engineered? What do you think human life looks like if it's engineered by a far superior intelligence? And what would change about what it means to be a person?
I mean, first of all, we would base it on what human beings are already. So we become better versions of ourselves. For example, we'd be able to overcome life-threatening diseases. We're actually working on that, and that's going to go into high gear very soon.
Yes, but that's still being a human being. If you're implementing large-scale artificial intelligence, you're essentially a superhuman. You're a different thing. You're not what we are. You're going. If you have the computational power,
Superhuman, you have the human being as part of it.
for now. But this is the thing. If you're engineering this artificial intelligence and you're engineering this, what's essentially like a superior life form, it's going to look at it logically. It's going to look at the issues that human beings have logically and say, well, we don't need this. This is a problem. This is what we needed when we were primates, and we're not that anymore with this new thing. We're gonna who cares what the movie's like? It's just a thing that's tricking your body and pretending that it's involved in drama, but it's not really.
Well, you're making certain assumptions about what we create.
No, I'm speaking of an assumption.
I mean, in my mind, we would want to create better music and better art and better relationships.
Well, the relationship should be all perfect eventually. If we keep ourselves, we're all reading each other's minds and everyone's working towards the same goal.
Well, no, you can't read each other's minds. I mean, we can create privacy that's virtually unbreakable. You can keep the privacy to yourself.
But can you do that as technology scales upward? If it continues to move, I mean, it's difficult like your phone. Like anyone can listen to you on your phone. I mean, anyone who has a significant technology.
Actually, it has pretty good technology already. You can't really read someone else's phone.
You definitely could. Yeah, if you have Pegasus, you could hack into your phone easily. Not hard at all. The new software that they have, all they need is your phone number. All they need is your phone number, and they can look at every text message you send, every email you send. They can look at your camera. They can turn on your microphone. Easy.
We have ways of keeping total privacy, and if it's not built into your phone now, it will be.
Right, but it's definitely not built into your phone now. The security people that really understand the capabilities of intelligence agencies, they 100% can listen to your phone. 100% can turn on your camera. 100% can record your voice.
Yes and no. I mean, we have the ability to keep total privacy in a device.
But from who?
you can keep privacy from me because I don't have access to your device. But if I was working for an intelligence agency and I had access to a Pegasus program, I am in your device. I've talked to people that
because it's not perfect, we can actually build much better privacy than exists today.
But the privacy that we have today is far less than the privacy that we had before we had phones.
I don't really quite agree with that.
How so? If you didn't have a phone, okay, and you were at home having a conversation, a sensitive conversation about maybe you didn't pay as much taxes as you should, there's no way anybody would hear that. But now your phone hears that. If you have an Alexa in your home, your Alexa hears you say that. People have been charged with crimes because Alexa heard them committing murder.
That's the dystopia right there.
I agree.
Well, I mean, it's still like invasion.
If your phone doesn't have that, that's just an imperfection of the way we're building these things now.
But it's not just an imperfection; it's sort of built into the program itself because that's what fuels the algorithm. Is it has access to all of your data. It has access to all of what you're interested in, what you like, what you don't like. You can't opt out of it, especially you. You've got a Google phone. That thing is just a net scooping up information.
We know how to build perfect privacy.
How do we do it?
Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences. No matter what the good news,
I mean, if it's not built into your phone now, it should be.
Unless they don't want it to be built in there because there's an actual business model in it not being built in there.
Okay, but it can be done, and if people want that, it will happen.
But you recognize the financial incentive in not doing that, right? Because that's what a company like Google, for instance, that's where they make the majority of their money is from data. Or a lot of their money, I should say.
Well, I mean, there's actually a lot of effort that goes into keeping what's on your phone private. It's not that easy.
Private from some people, but not really private. It's only private until they want to listen. And now the capability of listening to your phone is super easy.
Not really.
No? With the Pegasus program, it's very easy.
Well, that has to do with imperfections of the way phones are created.
Right, but I think it's a feature. I think part of the feature is that they want as much data from you and knowing about what you're doing, what you're talking about. Have you ever had a conversation with someone and you see an ad for that thing on Google? It happens.
Yes, but
So something's going on where it's listening to your conversations. It's picking up on keywords.
it's not picking up on everything.
Not yet. Well, it's not unless it wants to. Like I said, if they're using a program, an intelligence program, to gather information from your phone, it is. And you're basically you got a little spy that you carry around with you everywhere you go. Unless you're using,
I mean, if you think that's a major issue, we could build phones that are possible to spy on.
maybe. But if we did, there are some phones that like graphene. Do you know about that? Do you know about people that take a Google phone and they put a different Linux-based operating system on it? It makes it much more difficult to track, and there's multi-levels of protection. There's a bunch of phones that are being made that are security phones. But, I mean, you lose access to apps, you lose access to a lot of the features that people rely on when it comes to phones. Like, for instance, like if you have GPS on your phone, as soon as you're using GPS, you're easy to find, right? So you lose that privacy. They want to know where Ray's phone is. They know exactly where Ray's phone is. And that's where you are, and with your phone, they've got you tracked everywhere you go.
It's complicated. If this were a major issue, we could definitely overcome that.
I think it's a major issue, but I don't think it's a major concern for most people. Right? But it's because they reap the benefits of it. Like the algorithm is specifically tailored to
That's how we fund.
Yeah,
That's the things we put on phones.
right. But you can't opt out of it unless you just decide to get a flip phone. But even if you do, they can figure out where you are to triangulate you from cell phone towers.
concerned we could overcome that, but we know how to do that.
Yeah, if people agree that the benefit of overcoming that outweighs the loss in the financial loss that you have with not having access to everybody's data and information.
Well, I mean, what you're giving up is a certain type of data that you want, a certain type of capability that you could buy, and so they can advertise that to you, and people feel that that's okay.
Yeah.
But, for example, keeping your email private is quite feasible.
It's possible, but it's also easy to hack. And people can be reading your emails all the time. You should probably assume that they do.
Well, it's a complicated issue, but we keep, for example, your emails private. And generally, we do that.
Generally, for most people. But my point is, as this technology scales upward, when you have greater and greater computational power, and then you're also integrated with this technology, how does that keep whatever group is in charge from being able to essentially access the thing that is inside your head now? How do you, if you have a technology that's going to be upgraded and you're going to get new software that's going to keep improving as time goes on, what kind of privacy would be involved in that if you're literally having something that can get into your brain? And if most people can't get into your brain, can intelligence agencies get into your brain? Can foreign governments get into your brain? Like, what does that look like? I'm not looking at this as a negative. I'm just saying, if you're just looking at this just like completely objectively, like what are the possibilities that this could look like? I'm trying to paint a weird picture of what this could look like.
Well, a lot of things we want to share, music and so on. It's desirable to share that. We want them to share it. If you didn't share anything, you'd be pretty lonely.
Sure. What do you think about the potential for a universal language? Do you think that one of the things that holds people back is, the Rosetta Stone, the Tower of Babel? That we can't really understand what all these other people are saying. We don't know how to think. If we could develop a universal worldwide language through this, do you think it's feasible? I mean, all languages that we have were created. They're all,
we have a certain means of changing one language into another.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And we're doing that now with what Google does now with Translate. New Samsung phones do that in real time. Yeah.
I wrote about that in 1989. We have universal translation between languages.
But do you think that the adoption of a universal language,
it's actually pretty good.
It's pretty good. But there's also context that's missing because there's different cultural significance. There's different ways that people say things. There's gendered language and other nationalities use and other countries use. And
let's try to get that into the language translation as well.
You can, but it's a little bit imperfect, right?
You might have something that's said very quickly, and you'd have to translate it into much longer language in order to capture that.
Right. But would a universal language be possible? If you're creating something,
why would you need that?
Because what we have, all of our languages is pretty flawed. Ultimately, I mean, we use it, but how many versions of your do we have? There's a bunch of different weird things about language that seem perfect because it's old. It's like old technology. If we decided to make a better version of technology better version of language through artificial technology, and say, listen, instead of trying to translate everything, now that we're super powerful, intelligent beings that are enhanced by artificial intelligence, let's create a better, more superior, universally adopted language.
Maybe. I mean, you see that as a major need?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I think that would change a lot. I mean, we'd lose all the amazing nuances of cultures, which I don't think is good. for us as human beings, but we're not going to be human beings. So maybe it would be better if we could communicate exactly the way we prefer to.
The human beings, and in my mind, the human being is someone who can change both ourselves and means of communication to enjoy better means of expressing art, culture, and so on. No other animal really quite does that, right? Except human beings. So that is, in essence, I think, what it means to be.
For now. But when you're a mind-reading eagle, you're flying around, are you really a human being anymore?
Yes, because we were able to change ourselves.
So that's just a new definition of what a human being is.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on simulation theory?
If you mean that we're living in this simulation, well, first of all, some people believe that we can express physics as formulas, and that the universe is actually able to is capable of computation, and therefore everything that happens is a result of some computation, and therefore the universe is capable of we are living in something that is computable. And there's some debate about whether that's feasible, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we're living in a simulation. Generally, if you say we're living in a simulation, you assume that it's another place, and teenagers in that world like to create a simulation. So they created a simulation that we live in, and you want to make sure that they don't turn the simulation off, so it would have to be interesting to them, and so they keep the simulation going. But the whole universe could be capable of simulating reality, and that's what we live in. And it's not a game; it's just the way the universe works. I mean, what would the difference be if we did a simulation?
This is what I'm saying. If we can, and we're on our way to creating something that is indiscernible from reality itself, I don't think we're that far away from that, maybe decades away from having some sort of a virtual experience that's indiscernible from regular reality.
I mean, we try to do that with games and so on.
Right. And those are far superior to what they were. I'm younger than you, but I can remember Pong. Remember Pong? It was groundbreaking. You can play a video game on your television. This is crazy. It was so nuts.
And we're way beyond that now.
Yeah, so now you look at like the Unreal 5 engine. It's insane how beautiful it is, how incredible, and what the.
So if you look at that, that's kind of a simulation.
Right, but as you expand that further, and you get to the point where you're actually in a simulation, and that your life is not this carbon-based biological life, feeling and texture that you think it is, but that you're really a part of this thing that's been created. This is where it gets real weird with like probability theory, right? Because they think that if a simulation is possible, it's more likely it's already happened.
I mean, there's really an unlimited amount of things that we can simulate and experience. And so it's hard to say we're living in a simulation because a lot of what we're doing is living in a computational world anyway. So it's basically being simulated.
Yeah. In a way, yeah. And if you were some sort of an alien life form, wouldn't that be the way you go instead of like taking physical metal crafts and shooting them off into space? Wouldn't you sort of create artificial space, create artificial worlds, create something that exists in the sense that you experience it? and it's indiscernible to the person experiencing it.
But if you're intelligent enough, you'll be able to tell what's being simulated and what's not.
Up to a point, until it actually does all the same things that regular reality does. It just does it through technology, and maybe that's what the universe is.
But that's okay. We can still experience what's happening.
Yeah,
And we can also experience people doing galaxy-wide engineering, which not all of which would be simulated.
so the galaxy-wide engineering is the main thing that you look at to the point where I don't see any evidence for life outside. Well, there's definitely no real evidence that we've seen other than these people who talk about UFOs, UAPs, pilots, and all these people that say that there's these things.
Basically, don't see any evidence that life is simulated outside of our own life. I mean, we can simulate things and experience it. We don't see any evidence that other beings are doing that elsewhere.
Right, but this is based on such limited data, though, right? I mean, look at what limited data we just have of Mars. And rover rolling around, satellites in orbit. Very limited data with something that's just one planet over. We don't really have the data to understand what's going on out in Centauri.
It's possible that there's simulated life elsewhere. I mean, we don't see any evidence for it, but it's possible.
Is it something that intrigues you, or do you just look at it like there's no evidence, so I'm not going to concentrate on that?
I'm very interested to see what we can achieve, because we're actually on, I can see that we're on that path. So it doesn't take a lot of curiosity on my part to imagine other people simulating life and enjoying it. I'm much more interested to see what will be feasible for us, and we're not that far away from it.
So, over the next 4 years, 5 years, you think we're going to be able to far surpass the ability of human beings? We're going to be able to stop aging and then eventually reverse aging. And then 2045 comes along. What does that look like? So, over the next...
Well, the reason we call it singularity is because we really don't know. That's why it's called singularity. Singularity in physics is where you have a black hole, no energy can get out of the black hole, therefore we don't really know what's going on in it, we call it a singularity. So this is a historical singularity based on the kinds of things we've been talking about. And again, we don't really know what that will be like, and that's why we call it a singularity. Another way of looking at it, I mean, we have mice, and they have experiences. It's a limited amount of complexity, because that particular species hasn't really evolved very much. And we'll be going beyond what human beings can do. So to ask a human being what it's like to be a human being in singularity, it's like asking a mouse, what would it be like if you would evolve to become like a human? Now, if you ask a mouse that, it wouldn't understand the question, wouldn't be able to formulate an answer, wouldn't even be able to think about it. And asking the current human being what it's going to be like to live in singularity is a little bit like that.
So it's just, who knows? It's going to be wild.
Be able to do things that we can't even imagine today.
Well, I'm very excited about it, even though it's scary. I know I ask a lot of tough questions, but it's just because these are my own questions. This is like what bounces around inside my own head.
Well, that's why I'm excited about it also, because it basically means more intelligence. And we'll be able to think about things that we can't even imagine today.
And solve problems.
Yes. Including like dying for it to come out.
Well, listen, man, I'm glad you're out there. It's very important that people have access to this kind of thinking, and you dedicate your whole life to this. And this book, Ray Kurzweil, The Singularity is Near When We Merge with AI, it's available now. Did you do the audio version of it?
That's being worked on now.
Are you doing it?
It's coming out in June. No.
No? I want to hear it in your voice. It's your words. Yeah, why don't you do it? You should do it. You know what you should do? Just get AI to do it. Why waste all our time sitting around doing it? Basically, just do it now.
Like yesterday.
100%. Look, and they can take your voice from this podcast and do this book in an audio version. Easy. Do you know what they're doing now on Spotify? They're translating this podcast. They're going to translate it to German, French, and Spanish. And it's going to be like your voice in perfect Spanish, my voice in perfect Spanish.
This actually came up yesterday. I'll think about that.
Pretty wild.
Yeah.
It's 100% you should do that. My friend Duncan does that all the time. He'll have friends, text friends, or send a voice message as a fake voice message. It's ridiculous. They're talking about how he's marrying his cat or something like that. It's just like, but he does it with AI, and it sounds exactly like whoever that person is.
Okay.
So that's the solution. Have AI read your. Of course, you should have AI read your book. I can't believe we even would think of you sitting down for 40 hours or whatever it would take. It would probably take more than that to read this whole book. And then if you mess up, you got to go back and start again.
Certainly, that's going to be feasible. It's feasible now to get all the nuances correct.
I bet it's pretty close.
Yeah.
I bet it's pretty close right now.
But it has to be very close if you're doing it like for the next month.
I bet they can. Don't you think they can do it, Jamie? Yeah, I think they can do it right now. Listen, Ray, I appreciate you very much. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your time, and thank you for this book. When is it available?
June 24th.
God, thank you, sir. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Bye, everybody.
That was interesting. That was a good one. What do you think, Robbie?
I think it was very good.
This episode is brought to you by LifeLock.
It was very, very good.
Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax
Honestly, I was fun.
identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're going to buy this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful to protect your identity fraud. LifeLock is US-based restoration specialists ready to help solve identity fraud.
He just has a lot of content, so I like him.
Protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan.
I see what you're saying, yeah. It was pretty much what I wanted to do,
Help protect your information.
Hello, Real. How are you today?
LifeLock.com/JRE and save up to 25%
One
your
second.
first year. That's 25% off at LifeLock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more.
Welcome to the club. Just to the new updates of AI. Yeah. You in Token? Get it early? Oh, damn. Been ready for a while. I do. Where are you from? You're awesome. California. Right on. Well, you're from like the Los Angeles area. I'm here, Rabbi. He's a great guy. He brought me here. I working on like I'm working on a few different things. I'm working on a bot right now and like a anti-scam bot to help people avoid these websites on Solana. We got a few specific things to do it, and I have a friend who's going to be launching it, so I'm helping him out. We're doing a lot of things. Sure. Yeah, you are. Yeah. We do a lot of things. We gotta things. I'm right now trying to figure out this one bot. It's called a best bot. It doesn't work the same. It doesn't like area or everything. We're learning how it works to avoid it, just to see what it does. Basically, the guy that Gino invented it, and he also made a bot worked on it. Trying to figure out how it works. It's just these things are freaking complicated, man.
What up, Reed Schiller? How you living, kid? Hope you're doing well. Hi, I hope you're well. What'd you say, dog? Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day. Joe Rogan Podcast, check out the Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day. Right.
Rabbi Rothschild,
Hell yeah, all day, all night.
A piece of art. 365 days. Yeah, I was following the one that X Bible kept doing to it. But it was, some of it was too jarring. Too jarring. Some of the
This is Elon Musk.
Cheers, sir. Thanks for doing this. Appreciate it.
Thanks for rolling up in the Cybertruck too.
Yeah.
I got a chance to look at it in the factory. That was almost was that like a year and a half ago or so? It was a while ago. Yeah, at least a year. And it's different in real life. Like you see it in person. Like you see images are just what we were talking about it outside. You just can't contextualize them. It looks so odd that you have to see it in the flesh.
It looks like computer graphics in reality.
Yeah, it's the coolest looking fucking production car that's ever been made. Literally. Yeah.
One of the videos the show is just got a whole just someone showed up and emptied an entire magazine of a Tommy gun inside of the car. You'd be okay.
The only thing that's not bulletproof is the glass.
The glass is optionally bulletproof.
Oh, it is optional?
If you want it, you can make anything bulletproof if you want. But the glass has to be very thick for it to be bulletproof. So it can't go up and down. So if you want to fix the glass,
then how do you order drive-through?
yeah, exactly.
That's the problem. You gotta pull ahead, open the door, get out.
But it's okay, it's done.
Yeah, you just done. How far away are you from full, like, delivering it to people? Has anybody gotten them yet?
Hey, Robbie, do you ever watch the next one?
Oh, wow.
No, I go straight to YouTube.
Maybe.
Fuck around?
I mean, can you?
Go for it.
By far is manufacturing.
You tell me if you want to get out the work.
I've had one. You can look at my archive version
There's just not really a movie about that.
using the Wayback Machine. Go to superrothschild.com. You can see it.
The movies will always be about this invented the car, and then the job is done.
Right.
That's the one that invented the object. Now the job is done. This is not true. That's the easy part. The hard part is manufacturing by far.
Why is it so much harder than making an individual model?
Well, in order to make it affordable, you have to make it at volume. So you've got to make everything at higher rate, consistently. If you turn the production line, you have a sensor. You've got to have all the casting machines, all the stamping machines, in the case maybe the glass machines, the wheels, the tires, everything required for the motor, the battery cells, all the constituents of the battery cells, all the silicon that goes into the chips. The manufacturing is somewhere between 100 and 1,000 times harder than and then if you want to say like you want to get from once you reach volume manufacturing, which is it's in there, and you want to make the car affordable, it's harder to say reduce the cost of the car by 20% than it is to get to volume production. So I really cannot emphasize enough how hard production is relative to design. I don't say design is trivial because you have to have taste and you have to know what to make. If you don't have taste and judgment, then your prototype will be bad. But it is trivial to try out prototypes, and it is extremely difficult to prototype.
And how much more difficult is it to make this, considering the body's made out of steel? It's
very difficult. The difficulty of manufacturing is proportionate to the amount of new technology that you have in a car and on the product. And in this case, there's a lot of new technology. The production line will move as fast as the slowest and least lucky and most bullish part of the entire production line. And you say to push the motivation, there are 10,000 things that have to go right for production to work. So if you have 9,999 things that work in one that is, that's the production rate. By far the hard rate. In fact, the amazing thing about automobiles was not so much the invention of automobile, but the invention of the factory, the mass manufacturing. And for that, Henry Ford deserves a tremendous amount of credit. He was an excellent engineer.
In fact, Ford is really responsible for the entire mass manufacturing industry because he actually got a Cadillac, which was the mark General Motors. They got kicked out. Then saw Ford. Yeah, they were a large company.
Do you know he made one of his first cars out of hemp?
Well,
He's hemp fiber for the panels.
okay.
Yeah, so there's a fascinating video of him banging on the hammer. This hemp is bizarrely durable when it's compressed and when they take the fibers. I don't know what kind of epoxy they use or something to put it all together. But when it makes the actual physical form of it, it's insanely light. Like fiberglass light, but very, very durable. See if you can find the video. It's kind of crazy. Henry Ford is banging on the hammer.
There it is.
This was like, look at that.
Learn more about today.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
I don't know why it's not making that. That was from 1941. How much does the Cybertruck weigh?
It's a big version, but it's about 7,000 pounds. But there's certain versions, it's 6,000, 7,000 pounds. It's like similar to, like it's a heavy truck.
Like a Ford F-250 or something like that.
Yeah.
And it, because of all of the metal and the weight and everything like that, but with the engines that you have, it's still, the 0 to 60 is pretty bizarre, right? It's a 3.5 or something like that.
Or can we get the 0 to 60 below 2 seconds?
Below 3.
Yeah.
Wow.
For the, the beast mode version. Or the beast mode version. So this, well, I don't want to give it all away right now, but there are 3 demonstrations. One of them people are aware of, which is emptying Tommy gun into the side of the car, a shotgun, 45 and an animal, and no penetrations. Wow. And that comes to
I tried it out.
yeah, it'll be fun. I mean,
I bet I can get a crossbow. I have a 90-pound compound bow that shoots 520 grain arrows at 300 feet per second. With a razor sharp broadhead. I wish I had it with me.
Is it at your house?
Yeah,
Should we send someone to go get it? We can do the demo tonight.
that would be interesting.
I'll drive back with an arrow sticking out of my car.
I bet I can get in there.
Okay, I bet you can.
Really?
Yeah, but you don't.
Damn.
I think if you have a crossbow that's with enough force, like a crossbow.
The thing about a crossbow is the bolt, even though it's very fast, it's not going to be nearly as heavy. You won't have as many games.
You can make a heavy crossbow bolt.
You could, yeah, but generally crossbow bolts are considerably lighter. They're much smaller, and they're much faster. They're moving at like 400, 500 feet per second. Easy.
Yeah, but the thing that matters is kind of the energy per unit area. So it's interesting, like a 9 mil or 45, which is basically sort of 10 mils. The 45 is they're roughly the same, but the 45 actually slightly worse versus the 9 mil.
You know what I just realized? I do have some broadheads. I do have some broadheads, and I have a less powerful bow. I have an 80-pound bow for average. I think we should do it.
Absolutely.
Okay. What do you want to do right now?
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, let's do it. Sick. This could be funny. But just like, why is he an arrow sticking out of his car?
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. It's a really healthy, good thing to talk about what you're going through with people, the good and the bad. Don't keep it all bottled up. And sometimes that can be friends or family, but it also helps to talk to pros. And that's where BetterHelp comes in. It's therapy that's totally online, which makes it so easy to get started. You just fill out a few quick questions and they match you with someone to talk to. And if you don't get the right match at first, you can switch therapists at any time for free. It's easy, it's flexible, It's wherever you are. Seriously, it's a great thing to try. Get a break from your thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE. Flat tip of the arrow. That's a six.
Thank you.
Well, now we know. So we just shot an arrow into it, and it barely scratched it. Barely scratched it.
Yeah.
It was probably moving 275 feet a second. That was a 525 grain-ish arrow with, even more than that, because it had the 125 grain head, so that was 545 grain. That's impressive. Very impressive. It just destroyed the broadhead flat at the tip, and then the arrow flew apart.
Yeah, it's like so you could we have a cool video we'll show at the Hanover event next month, which is emptying an entire magazine of Tommy gun, which is like on the order of 50 rounds. Just go full Al Capone, or on the side of the car, shotgun, 9-hole, 45.
And you built it like this just for fun.
Well, I mean,
it's cool. Because you can.
Trunks are supposed to be tough, right?
Yeah.
So these are truck bulletproof.
No, mine's definitely not.
Exactly.
If I shot mine with my bow, I'd go right through it. 100%.
So if you shoot any normal car, unlike in the movies where people hide behind car doors, car door is basically very thin mild steel. So if you shoot a gun at it through like a regular truck, it'll go through both doors. So you can't hide behind a car door like they do in the movies. The fact way back in the day, myself with the 18 where they would like they'd be like bullets flying everywhere and they'd be hiding behind the car door.
Right.
That's what. But it doesn't start.
Was there?
It's best in apocalyptic technology.
Yeah, well, it's an amazing car to have in the apocalypse.
Yeah.
But does it also does it still do this thing where the ride height raises?
Yeah.
And there's also no regular drivetrain, so there's no axles that are the impediment to going over rocks and things like that.
Yeah, normally in vehicles, you have something because you've got the differential, which hangs down a little between the rear wheels. So you're like under a car, under a truck, there's almost always a differential there that's hanging out very low. So if you hit the diff on a rock, you'll break it. Yeah. There's no it hit the bottom of the sidewalk is completely flat. And it has the best gear height of any vehicle.
How far away are we, if it's ever going to happen at all, from having a vehicle that can operate entirely on solar?
Well, you've got a Swift area thing. So it's about a kilowatt per square meter, normal to the sun, roughly. So it really depends on what kind of mileage. You can't, you don't have enough Swift area to keep the car going just on the car Swift area. But if you had like something that folded out, you could make it self-sustaining.
Something that folded out, so like you can park it and then leave it on.
Yeah, you'd have to unfold like the Starlink satellites do, where you unfold the solar panels. You just need more Swift area.
Is there any potential for an advancement in technology that would make a smaller area much better at conducting
No, it's a kilowatt per square meter. That's what you're going to get when the sun, if you're normal to the sun, so 90 degrees to the sun.
And there's nothing that can accelerate that or no.
That's just literally the solar.
That's just it.
Yeah, so then you multiply your efficiency by that. So if you control such panels like maybe 25% efficient to pick a good one, so you get like 250 watts per square meter.
There was one car, what was it, like a Fisker, that was using a solar panel that claimed that it was operating with the electronics. I think you couldn't start the radio.
I mean, you can definitely it's just don't have a surface area for like you can like certainly you could run a house. So there's a solar run a house.
But it's never going to get to a point where you can just have a car that's made out of solar panels and it can drive around. It can never be that efficient.
Correct. So you do not have enough surface area.
What research or what breakthroughs have been made in terms of battery technology? Like how far away are we from having batteries that are far more efficient and last far longer? I know there's some talk of like sodium-based batteries.
The battery range is not a problem at this point. I mean, the Model S will go 400 miles. The Model 3, Model Y will go 300 miles. So, that's what most people need. So.
But are we? How far away are we from making batteries that are more efficient? This isn't like we obviously haven't.
This is not. I'm not saying this is not really a constraint. Once you've got a car that can do, let's say even at higher speeds, 250 miles, then or let's say 40 miles at 80 miles an hour, and you're driving for 3 hours straight. And so if you start a trip at say 9 a.m. by noon, you want to stop for lunch, go to the restroom, grab a coffee, by the time you come back, your car's charged.
How long does it take to fully charge?
Yeah, well, you know what? It's a little bit. People will get used to it because it's a little different. Like for a gasoline car, you want to fill it up. For an electric car, you want to actually go very close to zero. And the car can calculate how much range it has with precision. So if you say enter a road trip in a Tesla, it'll calculate all of the supercharges along the way, where you should stop, how much you should charge, and just let the computer do its thing, and it'll work well. So you actually want to charge to about 80%, and then run it down all the way to 10%. Do
you want to do that on everyday use as well, or just with long trips?
Just long trips. If you're trying to minimize the amount of time you stop when charging. So let's say you want to stop for 20-30 minutes, then you really, it's a little counterintuitive because for a gasoline car you would fill it up. For a battery, the charge state tapers off as you get above 80%. You can do it like the analogy here is cars have a better parking lot. So the lithium ions are trying to find a parking space as they move across from one side of the battery to the other side. And they're sort of just these ions are just bouncing around looking for a parking space. So when the parking lot's empty, they can zip right in there and find a spot. It's easy. As the parking lot gets full, just like trying to find a parking space in the wall, you have to hunt around for a spot. And that's basically what's going on. Is the ions looking for a parking spot. So as the battery gets closer to full, it's harder and harder to find a spot. They have to bounce around more.
So it takes longer
just like
to get from 80 to 100.
Correct. Is getting from 80 to 100, it takes about as much time as getting from 0 to 80. Just think of like the ions got to find a parking spot. And just like if you're in a mall and it's busy, then it takes longer to find a parking spot there.
So you're satisfied with the technologies available right now in terms of like the amount of mileage that you get out of it, things along those lines.
Yeah, range is not an issue. Cost is more of an issue. Essentially, to make a car affordable, a long-range car is important.
when you fully roll out, how many of those things, how many Cybertrucks can you guys make a month?
We're aiming to make about 200,000 a year at volume production. Wow. Maybe a little more. But I just can't emphasize enough that manufacturing is much, much harder than the initial design. You can. The Cybertruck is easy to design. I'm not trying to trivialize design. It's just what I'm trying to do is to emphasize the difficulty of manufacturing, which is not understood by the public because there's no movie about it. So there's lots of movies about the sort of wild inventor in the garage, but I'm not aware of any movie about manufacturing. Have you ever heard of a movie about manufacturing?
I can't remember it. Jamie, any movie about manufacturing?
Coming to my brain, but I don't think that's what this is about.
What is that?
Things, cars somewhere. I thought I was going to look that up.
I mean, it's Tommy Boy.
Yes.
Tommy Boy's the only one.
That's about a great movie.
It's a great movie.
Yeah.
That might be the only one. That's interesting that it's such an immense part of American culture and also the decline of some American cities. I mean, it's famously documented in Roger and Me, which is a great documentary where he just talks about how Flint got destroyed when they pulled out the car manufacturing.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why generally politicians are really trying very hard to get a factory in their area is because it's a massive generator of jobs. And for every factory job, there's like roughly five support jobs. So it's like teachers, electricians, plumbers, pliers, accountants, restaurants. So manufacturing is kind of like a nucleus bomb which many jobs spring. That's why it's generally governors and prime ministers and presidents will try so hard to get a factory in their country or region.
When you decided to build the Gigafactory, and when you decided, when you decided to get involved with Tesla, did you have any idea of how difficult this would be? Did you have a preconceived notion?
I thought it would be pretty cool. I thought probably success was less than 10%. Yeah, I mean, it would be foolish to think anything else other than that. I mean, even at this point, the only car companies that have not gone bankrupt are Ford and Tesla. Electric car companies. General Motors went bankrupt and Chrysler went bankrupt in 2009. There's some chance they'll go bankrupt again. Ford and Tesla barely made it. It was incredibly difficult to keep Tesla alive when General Motors and Chrysler went bankrupt. So, because manufacturing is the actual hard thing, by far the hard thing. I just can't emphasize that enough, and I hope somebody makes a movie about that.
Maybe they should make a movie about Tesla.
Sure.
Why not?
Yeah.
Perfect. Who would you want to play you?
I don't care.
How about David Spade?
Anyway.
No.
I don't care if anyone plays me, but I do think that
I just went back to Tommy Boy.
Yeah, I was wrong. Jim Foley's the CEO of Ford. He's Chris Foley's cousin.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And they look related.
Yeah, there should be a movie.
Yeah.
You gotta get someone good that doesn't fuck it up. Someone doesn't.
Well, I mean, the thing is that writers are just disconnected from manufacturing. They just never see it. So, and I guess you have to try to create some narrative arc. I mean, there are some shows like How It's Made type of thing. They're pretty niche. But I know I'm a similar record here, but I can't emphasize enough that it is insanely difficult to manufacture.
Makes sense. Well, it particularly makes sense when something that novel, but ultimately cool as fuck.
Yeah.
What has it been like? You've owned X for a year now.
Oh yeah.
Did you ever wake up in the middle of the night and have a dream that you didn't do it? And your life is infinitely easier?
Well, it's certainly a recipe for trouble, I suppose, or contention.
What was it ultimately that led you to make the decision?
I mean, this is going to sound somewhat melodramatic, but I was worried about that it was having a corrosive effect on civilization. That it was just having a bad impact. I think part of it is that it's where it was located, which is downtown San Francisco. And while I think San Francisco is a beautiful city, and we should really fight hard to kind of right the ship of San Francisco. If you walk around downtown San Francisco, right near the ex-FK Twitter headquarters, it's a zombie apocalypse. I mean, it's rough. Have you ever been in that area?
Not lately. No. I've heard.
It's crazy.
I've heard it's crazy. I've heard you really can't believe it until you actually go there.
You can't believe it until you go there. So they have to say, well, what philosophy led to that outcome? And that philosophy was being piped to Earth. So, a philosophy that would be ordinarily quite niche and geographically constrained, so that sort of the fallout area would be limited, was effectively given an information weapon, information technology weapon to propagate what is essentially a mind virus to the rest of Earth. And the outcome of that mind virus is very clear if you walk around the streets of downtown San Francisco. It is the end of civilization.
It's not just propagating the mind virus, but suppressing any opposing viewpoints.
Yes. Well, in order for the virus to propagate, it must suppress opposing viewpoints.
Because it doesn't stand up to scrutiny.
Correct.
Yeah.
You've felt the virus.
Yeah.
Yeah. People have tried to cancel you so many times.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I don't think you're melodramatic at all. I think it's I mean, I don't want to be melodramatic, but it's almost like a death cult.
It's a death cult. No, that is exactly right. It's essentially the extinctionists. Like it's in the limit. It is they're propagating the extinction of humanity and civilization. And there's some people who are like most of the time it's implicit. They don't but sometimes it's explicit. Like there was a guy on the front page of the New York Times who literally has the thing called the extinctionist movement, and he was quoted on the front page of the New York Times as saying there are 8 billion people in the world, but it would be better if there was none. And I'm like, well, buddy, you can start with yourself.
Yeah. Does he have friends? That's always fascinating. Well, here he is. That guy. It looks like he's not long for this earth. Voluntary human extinction movement. That's hilarious. Spent that. I'd like to party with that dude. I would just like to
That's an explicit version of the death cult.
Yeah, maybe
extinction is
long and die out.
It's not. The extinction is a word he uses.
Yes.
No, I mean, it's not. It's literally a self-description.
Did they cover it?
Llewellyn was in charge of social media.
Yeah.
And still largely is at Google and Facebook, by the way.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm not in favor of human extinction. They are, and they go to hell.
Well, that guy is.
Yeah, he go to hell.
That guy seems silly. I would like to hang out with him. I would like to find out what makes him tick. I think that guy is fascinating. This episode is brought to you by DraftKings. We're more than halfway through the NFL season, but DraftKings Sportsbook is still pumping out unbeatable offers every single game. New customers can bet just $5 on anything to get $200 instantly in bonus bets. DraftKings isn't stopping there. All customers can take advantage of a sweetener offer every game day. Get in on the football action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Download the app now, use the code ROGAN, and new customers can bet just $5 on anything to get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with the code ROGAN. The crown is yours. gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE NY or text HOPE NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, licensee partner Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, Louisiana, 21 plus, age varies by jurisdiction, void in ONT. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. I know there's a whole lot of people changing jobs right now and a whole lot of places hiring, which means if it's your job to hire, you are probably slammed. I see you. But what if I were to tell you that there's something that can make your whole hiring process faster and easier? It's ZipRecruiter. Instead of you doing all this hiring work, ZipRecruiter works for you. You post your job once on ZipRecruiter, and then it sends it to more than 100 job sites, so you reach just a ton of people. Then ZipRecruiter's tech scans thousands of resumes for you to identify the ones whose skills and experience match your job. So you get the first wide net, and then you get it all narrowed down without you having to spend all that time. So hiring heroes, let ZipRecruiter help make your job easier. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/ROGAN. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Well, if you get us on for a few days, take care of it.
I'm pro-environment, but in the limit, if you take environmentalism to an extreme, you start to view humanity as a plague on the surface of the earth, like a mold or something.
Right.
But this is actually false. Like, the earth could take 10 times the current civilization. The population could be 10x the population without destroying the rainforest. So the environmental movement, and I'm an environmentalist, has gone too far. They've gone way too far. If you start thinking that humans are bad, then the natural conclusion is humans should die out. Now, I'm headed to an AI safety, international sort of AI safety conference later tonight, leaving in about 3 hours. I'm going to meet with the British Prime Minister and a number of other people. So you have to say, like, how could AI go wrong? Well, if AI gets programmed by the extinctionists, well, its utility function will be the extinction of humanity.
Yeah, clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, particularly if
they won't even think it's bad. Like that guy.
If you let AI, there's a lot of decisions that AI would make that would be very similar to genetics. I mean, there would be some radical changes in what people are allowed to and not allowed to do that allow them to survive that may be detrimental in terms of like pollution and things like that, but it may be the only solution they have in their area. I mean, maybe AI would come up with some sort of a different structure in terms of how they get power and resources, but
there's no shortage of power. Like we talked about solar power for cars. The issue is the cars just have a very low surface area. But you can actually power the entire United States with 100 miles by 100 miles of solar.
really?
Yeah.
So you can just pick some dead spot that you fly over,
Plenty.
cover that sucker up with solar panels, and charge the whole country.
Absolutely.
24/7.
We need batteries, but yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's not hard. I mean, meaning it's very feasible. In fact, I mean, the sun is converting over 4 million tons of mass to energy every second. There's no maintenance. Nothing just works. We're a giant fusion reactor in the sky. That is the sun. In fact, people sometimes like, well, what about radiation? Like, the sun is literally a nuclear reactor in the sky. Are you scared to go in daylight?
Rocks at radiation.
Yes. The radiation risk is greatly overestimated.
I was wondering why radiation is always bad in real life, but it was awesome in comic books.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, forget button by radioactive spider, and suddenly you have spider abilities.
Get hit with gamma rays.
I know if it's a radioactive cockroach, you'd be like the cockroach man.
Yeah, you can be one of the X-Men.
Yeah. It's I think the problem is like most people just don't understand what radiation is, and so it just sounds like a mysterious, invisible death ray.
Well, it's almost like drugs. Like we think of it, we put a blanket over it, but it's all one thing. You know, radiation is Chernobyl. You know,
I mean, the things you can go to, you can actually tour Chernobyl right now.
Can you go?
Yeah.
You can actually go to where the gun.
Well, I mean, there's a war zone, but aside from that, the issue is, more getting shot than it is. You don't have a radiation risk. I mean, the problem is, like, I think when people don't understand what radiation is, they can't see it, they can't feel it, they think, well, I could just die at any moment, like from a magic death ray.
Right.
I've had people say, like, oh, the radiation from their phone is going to hurt them, or they're scared of the microwave. I'm like, when you say radiation, you mean particles of photons, and if you mean photons, what wavelength? They're like, I don't know what you mean. They don't know anything about that.
They're afraid of the term. Like, just because of 3 Mile Island and Fukushima,
nobody died from radiation from Fukushima. It's not one coincidence. True. In fact, but I was asked by people in California, like, when Fukushima happened, whether the radiation would get to California, and I'm like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And so, actually, to help support Japan, I flew to Fukushima and ate locally grown vegetables on TV. And I'm still alive.
I have a friend, he's very smart, but he won't eat fish out of the Pacific because he's worried about the radiation from Fukushima.
Yeah, that's irrational. There is no physics substance to that at all.
I'm gonna send him this clip.
Yes.
Go back to the sushi place, bro.
But now you should be, if you eat too much tuna, you can have he is correct. Mercury poisoning from tuna is a real thing.
You can get arsenic from sardines too. I found that out the hard way.
Really?
Yeah.
You ate too many sardines.
Yeah, I got my blood work done, and the doctor says you have arsenic in your blood. And I go, someone poisoning me? He goes, that's very, very low level.
It's like is your girlfriend angry?
You eat a lot of fish. And I said, yeah, I eat like 3 cans of sardines a night.
That's a lot of sardines, man.
Yeah, I love sardines.
Oh yeah, I
love them.
It's not like you can't eat too much of it because they're
not good for you.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, a little sardines once in a while, but not 3 cans a night.
Well, for me, it's like I come home late from the comedy club and I want something easy to eat. I don't want to stuff it again as fast food, so I'll open up a few cans of sardines. Watch a little TV, eat a few cans of sardines. I'll do it every night. And then I stopped doing it, and I got my blood work done a couple months later. It's gone.
Yeah. So, well, I think attributes really help out with Caesar salad.
Yeah, they do. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of anchovies as well.
Yeah.
One of my favorite pizzas ever is pineapple and anchovy.
Okay.
Double pineapple, double anchovy. Wow. It's amazing.
That's
It's the sweet and the salty, and then you get the tomato sauce and the cheese. My favorite pizza.
Yeah.
Really good.
I mean, as a kid, I was like very much a case Hawaiian pizza, and as an adult, I like it.
Hawaii's good,
Yeah.
but I'm telling you, anchovies and pineapple is the bomb diggity.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
That's the bomb diggity.
So, anyway, can we order some right now? Is that feasible?
I bet we could.
Okay, let's try it. That'd be sick.
Yeah. Have Jeff order a very large pizza with double pineapple, double anchovies.
Great. Fantastic. I'm hungry. LFG.
Go.
No time like the present. Enjoy life.
Well, there's got to be a good spot around here. Tell me to find a good spot and tell them it's for us. They'll look it up. If they they
Don't just on the pizza. All right.
We'll mention their name. We'll mention their name on the podcast.
Don't tell them it's us.
Yeah. Tell them it's us. Fuck it. If they're gonna close, tell them we'll mention their name.
What is this? What is this salty sauce that's so mysterious?
Oh, no. Right, don't tell them it's us. Good call. Yeah, don't tell them it's us. Make sure you don't buy it from any
What is this salty Chinese substance?
Don't buy it from East Austin. Don't buy it from anyone who still wears a mask. There's a lot of them out there. There's a lot of them out there. They're still masked up. It's wild.
Yeah, once in a while I see some paranoid. I'm like,
On the street.
yeah.
I saw a guy on the street the other day just walking around with a mask on. I'm like, okay, buddy, look like you're about 28 years old.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna be okay.
Good guy.
You're probably not gonna be okay breathing that fucking same air in that mask and all the bacteria you're spitting out.
Yeah.
It's attaching to that cloth.
Yeah. Masks are not like some magic health sheet. I mean, there are times where, masks are warranted, like if a surgeon is operating on you or whatever, then, what the surgeon's spitting in, but most of the time, a mask is not good for you.
Yeah, if you can breathe out of it, that means you're breathing in. That means you're also exhaling. So, like, how much does it filter? Like, what is it?
It's like I'd say like a mask is much like sort of a shield in battle in that, it'll help protect you a little bit from arrows and stuff, but it's not going to make you arrow-proof. We're just talking about shooting arrows.
Right.
So there are times when masks are warranted, but most of the time it's actually counterproductive.
Well, that was one of the things about the old Twitter was the propaganda and the adherence to whatever the CDC was saying and the dismissing of legitimate scientists, guys like Jay Bhattacharya from Stanford, and legit guys.
Yeah.
And they were suppressing them and even banning them. They banned Alex Berenson. I mean, it was wild. They banned Alex for essentially reading peer-reviewed papers.
Yeah. No, I mean, all Twitter was basically on the government.
Yeah.
So
was that shocking? Like, what was that like? Because that, to me, that was the most bizarre. Was the Twitter files when you let Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi and all those guys get in the Twitter, and the response where Matt Taibbi gets audited. I mean, which is just wild. I mean, it's just so blatant and so in your face.
Yeah, that's weird. No, I mean. The degree to which, and by the way, Jack didn't really know this, but the degree to which Twitter was simply an arm of the government was not well understood by the public. And there's whatever the official government, I mean, it was like Pravda, basically. It's a state publication, is the way to think of all Twitter, as a state publication.
And was the justification from their perspective that they are progressive liberals, they have the right intentions, it's important that they stay in power, the progressive liberals stay in government and power, because there
was basically oppression of any views that would even, I would say, be considered middle of the road. But certainly anything on the right, I'm not talking about like far right, I'm just talking mildly right. The people like Republicans were suppressed at 10 times the rate of Democrats. Now that's because old Twitter was fundamentally controlled by the far left. It was like completely controlled by the far left. And that's why I say like San Francisco Berkeley is a niche ideology. It's hard to say like, is there a place that's more far left than San Francisco Berkeley? Maybe Portland, but it's right there. Yeah, it's those two places are the most far left places in America.
Yes.
So from their standpoint, everything is to the right, including moderates.
Right.
So now, if you internalize a far left position, everything seems wrong to you that is not far left. Right. And so they naturally oppressed anything that didn't agree with their views. That's why I say that it was an accidental far left information weapon. So because it's like Silicon Valley attracts the smartest engineers, the smartest technologists and programmers from around the world. They created an information weapon that was then harnessed by the far left, who could not themselves create the weapon, but happened to be co-located where the technologists were.
It happened to be aligned politically with the people that possessed it.
The technologists generally are moderate, maybe moderate left. But they're not far left. That's why I say San Francisco, Berkeley. It doesn't even extend to South San Francisco or even to Palo Alto. So SF Berkeley is the most far left. Perhaps in a competition with Portland, but I'd say SF Berkeley is more far left even than Portland. But like literally in America, we're talking about an area that's maybe a 10-mile radius. And so normally the effects, the negative effects of a far left ideology that will be geographically limited to a 10-mile radius. That's like not, it's small, like that. So any bad effects of that ideology would be geographically constrained under normal circumstances and have been in the past. But when you have basically a technological megaphone, which was Twitter and social media in general, suddenly the far left are handed a megaphone to Earth. An incredibly powerful technology weapon that they themselves could not create, but they happen to be co-located with the technologists who created it by accident.
Is it shocking that more people don't understand how dangerous that is?
I think some people understand. Some people do. Some people understand. So, I mean, from the standpoint of some people who use Twitter, the people are like, well, it's a big shift to the right. That is correct. It is a shift to the right because everything is to the right if you're far left. Everything is to the right. But how many far left people have actually been suspended or banned from Twitter, now X? Zero. So it's really just moved to the center, but from the perspective of the far left, it's moved to the right. It's like everything's relative.
The difference in moderation,
I should say, it propagated that far left philosophy not just to America, but to everywhere on Earth.
right? Yeah. And with the same level of suppression in other countries as well.
Yes.
But the Taliban is on Twitter, right?
But I would always think of like, hey, Mr. Taliban, I'm telling you, but
I mean, but there's definitely some people on Twitter that are.
Yeah. So the point is, I think that from my standpoint, that XFK Twitter should represent the sort of collective consciousness of humanity. So that means that there are going to be views on there that you don't like or disagree with. But that's humanity. So are you going to exclude it or not? Now, I mean, if somebody breaks the law, then they can't suspend it. Right? If they actively advocate murder, then they can't suspend it. We do have what we call like the kind of United Nations exclusion rule, which is that you can have, say, the Ayatollah, who, would prefer that Israel didn't exist, for example. But he's allowed to go to the UN building in New York. In fact, generally officials from Iran do in fact go to the UN building in New York, even though they're a heavily sanctioned country. So I think that there's merit to having, just like there's some merit to the UN. One can disagree with the UN, and I think we should have a world government that we bow down to. But in fact, that's risky for civilization. But I think you do want to have the leaders of countries represented on social media. You want to hear what they have to say, even if what they say is terrible.
Well, I think that is true across the board. I think one of the things you just said that's very important is that's humanity.
And I think it's important that a social media platform, especially the biggest one, represents humanity, so we understand what we're talking about. Because we have this distorted idea of what people think and want and need, because everyone only exists inside this ideological bubble, and anything outside of that bubble gets censored.
Yeah.
Then that literally changes the tone of the entire country.
Yeah.
Changes what people think is okay and not okay, makes people feel differently.
Yes.
It's not humanity. It's different. It's a very forced version of humanity.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the whole point of free speech, free speech is only relevant. The First Amendment is only relevant if you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like. Because if you like it, you don't need a First Amendment. So the whole point of free speech is that, frankly, even people you hate say things you hate. Because if people you hate can say things that you hate, that means that they can't stop you from saying what you want to say.
Right.
Which is very, very important.
Right, but the problem with Twitter is it was not the case. It was correct. It was people that you hate couldn't say.
Anyone they didn't like, they censored.
Yeah.
Or what's called de-amplify.
No, well, not just de-amplify, but under the behest of the government would suppress real news, which was very bizarre.
Yes.
So they were very aware of something being accurate, and they still suppressed it because the government wanted them to suppress it.
I mean, in my view, there have been severe First Amendment violations by local government agencies, and there should be repercussions for that.
And do different laws apply because it's a privately owned social media company? What laws do apply in terms of, like, when you're looking at it? If we go to the arguments that the leftists would use, is it's a private company, they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, it's funny that when the chick's in the elephant, they now say the private company can't do whatever they want.
Well, yeah, now they're upset.
No, it's like, but the government itself is not allowed to censor speech. But in my view, the government de facto did censor speech, and there should at least be a case where that is heard by the public. Because if the government severely coerces, a platform, it sort of coerces the press, then I think that there should be a First Amendment violation.
Well, they can't do it with other media forms, right? They're not allowed to do it with any other media. They're not
Right, if they
allowed
tried to
to
do that with a newspaper, then
Right.
they'd get in trouble.
Would they? That's the question. It's like, you didn't know about the federal government. You didn't know about the intelligence agencies inside of Twitter until we found out. Like, do you think that this is ubiquitous?
So it's absolutely all social media companies. In fact, right now, X, or formerly known as Twitter, is the only one that is not counteracting the government. It's the only one. All the others just do exactly what the government wants.
That's wild.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at, do you think that that's everywhere?
Yeah.
Do you think that that's CNN? Do you think that that's the New York Times? Do you think that that's the Washington Post? Because if they were going to infiltrate media, I'm sure it's social media.
It is weird the degree to which the media is in lockstep. Like, why is the media in lockstep? And why doesn't the media pressure the government? They used to. Why don't they do that anymore? It's weird. Something doesn't add up.
What do you think? Well, there seems like there's a bunch of factors, right? I think one of the big factors is pharmaceutical drug companies allowed to advertise on television. And we're one of 2 countries in the world that allow that.
I actually agree with pharmaceutical advertising provided it's truthful. Because there could be some drug that is helpful to someone, but most of the claims need to be accurate. So I actually think pharmaceutical advertising, if it is accurate, I think it actually, play devil's advocate here, I think pharmaceutical advertising is generally accurate. I think that's actually okay. Now I should say that a lot of the censorship that we see is coming from indirectly from advertisers and advertising agencies and from PR companies. who want a particular viewpoint pushed, or are being driven by nonprofits to push them to. But what will happen is there's a group of nonprofits that push advertisers to advertise or not advertise a particular platform. And often he has the sort of George Soros boogeyman, but I mean Soros actually, he is, I believe, the top contributor to the Democratic Party. The second one was Sam Bankman-Fried. So, and Soros, I don't know. I mean, he had a very difficult upbringing, and in my opinion, he fundamentally hates humanity. That's my opinion.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, well, he's doing things that erode the fabric of civilization. Getting DAs elected who refuse to prosecute crime. That's part of the problem in San Francisco and LA and much other cities. So why would you do that?
Was it humanity or is it just the United States as a whole? I mean,
George thinks other countries too. Not just here. Yeah. Now, George at this point is pretty old. I mean, he's not, basically a bit senile at this point. But I mean, he's very smart. And he's very good at arbitrage. Famously, he shorted the rich pound. That's sort of how I think he made his most money, was shorting the pound. So he's good at spotting, basically arbitrage, like spotting value for money that other people don't see. So one of the things he noticed was that that the value for money in local races is much higher than it is in national races. So the lowest value for money is a presidential race. Then the next lowest value for money is a Senate race, then a Congress, and then once you get to sort of city and state district attorneys, the value for money is extremely good. And Soros realized that you don't actually need to change the laws, you just need to change how they're enforced. If nobody chooses to enforce the law, or the laws are differentially enforced, it's like changing the laws. That's what he figured out.
But it's what's funny that this trend that people haven't pulled the brakes on us and haven't reversed course.
I'm pulling the brakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pull the brakes. Right now.
Yeah, you are. But you might be the only one.
Well, I think more people should. Most people just don't want to rock the boat. Most people are looking for acceptance from society, and they're if there's some negative press article, they're like shattered. I couldn't get it.
Wow.
Good, big money.
Well, it's fascinating where if you're a high-profile public figure like yourself, it's impossible to make everybody happy. So there's going to be someone who says something shitty about you.
Yeah.
Somehow or another, when it's in print, does that mean more? Because other people are going to see this shitty thing?
Well,
I guess where it gets odd. Because essentially, an article in the New York Times is just a single person's opinion, and whatever editor gets involved.
Because a lot of people will read that.
Yeah.
I mean, less people read that in the past, but I find the New York Times these days to be hard to read.
Well, unfortunately, they make some grave errors.
Yeah.
Like that Hamas bombing Israeli bombing the hospital story. It's delicious. I mean,
you should cut up chickpea export themselves. They'll bring them to the knees right away. They take it, chip it, dip it in nothing.
We need to just introduce them to pineapple and anchovy pizza.
That's coming.
Is that coming? Do we have a pizza name, like a company?
Pizza Leon.
Oh, that's legit. Okay, there we go. Nice. Did they give us a timeline?
I'd imagine it shouldn't take too long. They're not too far away. It's like, I would have 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
All right. Taking care care of your health isn't always easy, but it should be simple. And that's why for the last 3 years, I've been drinking AG1 every day. AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's simple, effective, and comprehensive. It's just one scoop mixed in water once a day, every day. It couldn't be easier, and it tastes great with hints of pineapple and vanilla. And whether I'm at home or on the road, when I take AG1, I know I'm getting the nutrients that I need to help me feel my best. AG1 is a science-driven formula of vitamins, probiotics, and whole food sourced ingredients that support your brain, gut, and immune system. It's a foundational nutrition supplement designed to raise your baseline health. Every scoop of AG1 contains 75 high-quality ingredients that are obsessively sourced for absorption, potency, and nutrient density, so you can actually feel the benefits. Trust me, you're going to love the way you feel when you take AG1. So, if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by Oracle. AI might be the most important new computer technology ever. It's storming every industry, and literally billions of dollars are being invested. So buckle up. The problem is that AI needs a lot of speed and processing power. So how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? It's time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud. Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a single platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, and AI needs. OCI has 4 to 8 times the bandwidth of other clouds. Offers one consistent price instead of variable regional pricing, and of course, nobody does data better than Oracle. So now you can train your AI models at twice the speed and less than half the cost of other clouds. If you want to do more and spend less like Uber and thousands of others, take a free test drive of OCI at oracle.com/Rogan. That's oracle.com/Rogan. Oracle.com/Rogan.
You know, that's something like after I say I feel a lot of respect for. If somebody's like willing to make pizza late at night.
Yeah.
My hat is open. I mean, that is like great.
Absolutely.
You know.
Late night food. I appreciate the fun. If you can get a really good late night meal,
Yeah.
hats off. Total wigs off.
I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm a giant fan of very good late night food, and that's one of the things that like Los Angeles really used to have.
Yeah.
They had a Pacific dining car where you can get a legit steak 24 hours a day.
Really? That's
Yeah,
right.
I don't know if it's still open in downtown LA. I believe the one at Santa Monica closed, but a Pacific dining car in downtown LA was a legit steakhouse, and you get, we would leave the Comedy Store 2, 3 in the morning, get a legit steak.
That's cool.
They still open? Rarely. COVID got them.
COVID just took out so many restaurants. It's crazy.
It's not coming back. Yeah, motherfucker. COVID got 70% of the restaurants in LA at one point.
Wow.
Not COVID, I should say. Policies.
Well,
Lockdowns.
the mind virus. I mean, it's like it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, that's why I moved here. One of the reasons why I moved here is we came here in May of 2020, and you could go indoors, eat in restaurants.
Yeah.
And my kids, who were pretty young at the time, 10 and 12, they were like, we want to live here. And it's like, they're freaked out. Like, LA was weird.
Yeah, I mean, for most of COVID, I was actually in South Texas building this Starship factory. And, you know, we were just, no mask, no nothing, just building factory, building rockets. And, you know, you have teams from California visit all masked up. And they freak out that we don't have masks. And we're like, we're still alive, man.
Yeah.
So,
did you lose anybody? Did anybody from your factory die of COVID?
not that I'm aware of, no. So part of it is that, like, that I kind of saw a dress rehearsal, which is that, you know, I kind of started in Wuhan. And so Tesla's got the 20,000 employees in China. And so, the first wave happened in China, and we had nobody died or got seriously ill. I was like, okay, well, can't be that bad. And we're not relying on government statistics. We literally know who showed up for what.
Right.
Did they badge it or not? And we had no one died and no one got seriously ill. So I'm like, well, I don't know what the big deal is.
Well, there's a problem that people still want to stick to this initial narrative that they believed and that they espoused, so they repeated it. And so they'll still fight you on this today. People still fight you today on the merits of the lockdowns, the importance of vaccine mandates, closing schools. There's people that stated an opinion in 2020, and they still are doing mental gymnastics to try to make it seem like that was the right choice. No, it's the right one.
Yeah. And a lot of deaths got ascribed to COVID that had nothing to do with COVID. And in fact, I'd say in the beginning, the cure was worse than the disease. So, because people were having too much. And so then some people diagnosed.
What up, Tim? How are you, baby?
For a week, and this is just cook your lungs. So if you're on Puro 2,
There you go.
under pressure with a juice stuck down your throat.
Just listening to Elon Musk on Joe Rogan.
It's very bad for you. And it's one thing to do that for a couple hours for an operation, but to do that for a week, it's going to roast your lungs. Like the air that we're breathing right now is 78% nitrogen, 1% argon, about 21% oxygen, and so that's what you're breathing is the oxygen. Now you're breathing nitrogen. Only about a fifth of it is oxygen.
Absolutely, my man. Take care.
So, I know quite a lot about life sports.
Peace, baby.
And you have to keep people alive in a vacuum. So you got to say, what percentage nitrogen, what percentage oxygen you can do, what's the pressure going to be? So like sea level pressure is about 15 pounds per square inch. And the partial pressure of oxygen at 20 being 20% is therefore roughly 3 pounds per square inch of oxygen. So in a spacecraft, you want to, especially if you're in a spacesuit, you want to lower the pressure. So you want to keep the oxygen, still give people enough oxygen to function, obviously, but you want to lower the nitrogen content so that you don't have to have a spacesuit that's at 15 psi. Because at 15 psi, you just pop out like a balloon. It's like hard to move. So you want to try to lower the pressure, down to around, 6, 7 psi, maybe even 5 psi. So you lower it to, try to keep the oxygen, partial pressure of oxygen roughly the same. So maybe around 3 psi, and then 3 psi of nitrogen. So you got 50-50 mix of nitrogen and oxygen, and then it's getting pretty hot under that way.
I'm sweating.
It's gonna be sweaty and itchy.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Can't believe we wore them all good.
Yeah.
So
anyway, so I know we went to a vacuum, people alive in a vacuum, right. So, we designed the life support system for keeping humans alive in a vacuum of space, which is very difficult. So we know quite a lot about what it takes to keep people alive. So you don't want to keep people, 100% oxygen. It's actually for an extended period of time. It's not good.
20% of people that put on that.
Yeah. So in fact, I actually posted about that because I called doctors in Wuhan and said, "What are the biggest mistakes that you made on the first wave?" This was early on, and they said, "We put far too many people on intubated ventilators." So then I actually posted on Twitter at the time and said, "Hey, what I'm hearing from Wuhan is that they made a big mistake in putting people on intubated ventilators for an extended period, and that this is actually what is damaging the lungs, not COVID. It's the treatment. The cure is worse than the disease." And then people yelled at me and said, "I'm not a doctor." I'm like, "Yeah, but I do make spaceships with life sports." I said, "What do you do?" I like that. I put in loves. I'm like, "Okay, great.
Yeah.
Rock on."
Well, again, there was this very bizarre narrative that you had to believe everything the government was telling you. You had to believe everything the CDC was telling you. And that even as time went on, and we realized, hey, it looks like this came from a fucking lab. Like, even as time went on, disputing that would get you banned, would get you kicked off of YouTube.
Yeah.
I think to this day, there's certain things you're not allowed to say in regards to the vaccine on YouTube.
As I said, the only media that is not does not have crazy censorship at this point is X.
Yeah.
That I'm aware of. Everyone else everything else is censored.
Spotify's. That's why this
Daniel Lack.
Daniel Lack's I love that too. And I think more companies should follow suit. I don't think it has to be this way. Well, fortunately for us, they're in Sweden, in Stockholm, Sweden. They have a very different
Portugal syndrome
on all this shit. Yeah. What's wild about nitrogen is that's mostly nitrogen for fertilizer, which suck out of the air.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Most of the nitrogen for fertilizer, which suck out of the air.
One of the big inventions in chemistry was binding nitrogen. Nitrogen is actually fairly inert, so it's quite hard to actually pull nitrogen out of there and bind it into ammonia. Like basically the process for creating ammonia was actually very
The Hava guy.
Yeah.
Same guy who invented cyclone gas.
But it was actually very important to bind nitrogen from the air to fertilizer. So that actually was frankly as a life-saving invention at scale, because you just run out of nitrogen. Nitrogen, pure nitrogen is a low energy state, so to try to bind it into fertilizer requires a lot of energy to do that. So that was a very important breakthrough.
Yeah, I read that 50% of the nitrogen in most people's body comes from that method. 50% of the nitrogen in most people's body that they've consumed from food.
Oh yeah.
Because of that.
That might be true. It was a fundamental problem for most of civilization is how you get nitrogen from plants. The limiting factor, in fact, even in the rainforest, is like the nitrogen is bound nitrogen.
When you do eventually colonize Mars, what's the idea in terms of terraforming? Is it contained ecosystems that are under domes? Like what are you planning on doing to make it habitable?
Well, at first you would have to have a life support system because Mars has a low density atmosphere, only about 1% of the density of Earth, and it's primarily CO2. Now, over time, you can terraform Mars. Terraform means make it like Earth, essentially. And if you warm Mars up, you will there's a bunch of frozen CO2 that will evaporate, densify the atmosphere, and you'd actually want kind of global warming on Mars. Mars is about 50% further away from the sun than the Earth, so it gets about less than half the solar energy that Earth does.
And it's believed at one point in time Mars had a much different environment, right?
It appears highly likely that Mars had liquid oceans a long time ago. There's a lot of ice, so Mars is covered in ice, and now the ice is then covered in dust from most of the circular cores. So there's a lot of ice. In fact, I believe if Mars was warmed up, you'd have an ocean about a mile deep on 40% of that off the planet. So it's quite a lot of water.
Do you think that it was like that at one point in time?
The evidence suggests that it is most likely that Mars had liquid water.
What's the prevailing theory of its demise?
Well, just over time, the solar system cooled. So Earth used to be much hotter. Like in the very early Earth, it was like molten rock. So really almost nothing can survive in it. We're just a wall of lava. We're still mostly a wall of lava. We're like creme brulee, like there's a thin crust, and it's mushy rock that's super very hot mushy rock underneath. And technically that rock is in a semi-solid state, but as soon as it gets to a low pressure, it like pops out of the ocean. You have volcano rocks in the top. So it's at surface ambient pressure, the they were basically covered in liquid rock.
Are you aware of
It's like thin crust upon liquid rock.
Are you aware of the origin myth of the Dogon tribe?
No.
There's a tribe in, I believe it's a tribe in, I forget what part of Africa, but they believe that they came from Mars, and that there was a civilization that left Mars, many, many eons ago. And it's a really weird, theory, because they know some things about Mars.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that comes from like.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure too. But I mean, it's
If they don't have any spaceships, then I'm with it.
well,
It's like you don't have a spaceship, I'll with it.
if you parked a spaceship, how many thousands of years you parked a metal spaceship? Like if you left a Cybertruck in a desert,
Yeah.
how many thousands of years do you think it would be there for before it's gone?
If it got buried in dirt, we'd probably find it even like a million years from now.
A million?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, what you'd find
Stainless
is
steel. So it'd have to be some sort of an alloy,
it's kind of like
but iron wouldn't, right?
yeah, but you'd have something similar to like fossils, basically. Like the fossils, they essentially discolor the rock. So eventually, whatever the fossil is, and sometimes the fossil is like an amber or something like that, where it still survive more or less intact. But I mean, there's fossils like dinosaur fossils, tree fossils.
Essentially remineralized, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you see it like a Cybertruck shape in the rock, basically.
Yeah. But that's it. You wouldn't find an actual Cybertruck. So if they did have a spaceship and it came here 30,000 years ago.
Oh yeah, we're definitely finding evidence. Well, not even if it's one spaceship, maybe not, but if there was a lot of them, sure.
That is the origin myth of the Dogon tribe, right? Am I getting that right?
Mars specifically, it's a hidden star.
Oh, it's somewhere else.
You cannot be serious.
Serious like that. It's just very strange when people have this bizarre origin myth. I kind of wonder who was the first one to tell them that came from stars. And when we eventually do, I mean, how bizarre! Imagine if you're successful, we eventually do colonize Mars, and you're correct. Earth winds up through human folly or natural disaster getting wiped out. And there's only the colony on Mars. And that colony exists for 10, 20,000 years, and they have their origin myth that we all came from Earth. I mean, ultimately, that's going, if this does happen, you do colonize Mars, and Earth does get destroyed, and if there a period of time takes place, like look at the period, like at least the conventional timeline of the Great Pyramid, which is 4,500 years ago.
5,000 years.
Yeah. So that's not that much time.
Not that much time.
No, I mean, it's
nothing on the galactic time scale.
right. So if we're talking 20, 30,000 years from now on Mars, people talking about Times Square, what Earth used to be like.
I mean, it is. I think like there's some ways, like how you say when did civilization start? But probably from the first writing. And the first writing is only 5,500 years old.
Yeah.
It's weird stuff. We're reading about the history of writing. But only 5,500 years, and one has to credit basically the ancient Sumerians who aren't around anymore with the first writing.
Are you aware, though, that like there's hieroglyphs that depict a history of Egypt that goes back far longer, maybe even 30,000 plus years ago, but archaeologists dismiss it because they think that that's mythical. But non-conventional archaeologists who believe in what's called the Younger Dryas impact theory, that somewhere around 11,800 years ago, civilizations essentially all but wiped out by comet impacts. And that is the reason why they keep finding these insanely old, huge structures, megalithic structures that are carved out of stone. Like when you go back like Tep, which is 11,600 years ago. That's an insanely old structure that they didn't even know people were capable of building until they discovered it in the 1990s. So the conventional timeline of people, when you go go to 11,600 years ago, it was just hunter-gatherers. But now that they have Göbekli Tepe with its 3D carved things, and have you seen Graham Hancock's amazing series on Netflix called Ancient Apocalypse? You should check it out. It's amazing. But it's about that. It's all about that there's a lot of physical evidence of an advanced civilization from far, far, far longer ago than we have conventionally dated, which is ancient Sumer, which is we put it about 6,000 years ago.
Yeah, but like the first, it's difficult to date with precision, but or at least within a few hundred years, but roughly 2,500 years. Like if you say, like, what is the oldest like stone tablet?
Yeah.
Because this is if you're like an archaeologist, if you were to discover something older than that, you'd be very famous. It's like they really looked hard.
Yeah.
And up to 500 years really is kind of the if you say like any kind of evidence that I've seen that is actually substantial is writing is 2,500 years old.
Yeah, in terms of writing, yeah. Well, what they believe is that there's very little left of this ancient civilization other than things like the pyramids, other than things like the Sphinx. There's a geologist that really stuck his neck out. His name's Dr. Robert Schock from Boston University. And what is said was, his theory is that there's deep water erosion all over the temple of the Sphinx, where the Sphinx was carved out of. That is indicative of thousands of years of rainfall. And the last time they had rainfall in the Nile Valley was around 9,000 BC. So what he believes is, because back then, the whole Nile Valley was a lush rainforest that eventually receded into desert.
Okay.
Yeah, so that whole area, like even the Sahara, used to be rich rainforest. And it receded into what it is now. But if you go back then, he believes that's when that thing was constructed. He said the geologists look at it, and if he shows it to them in terms of like just shows an image of the erosion and doesn't tell them where it is, almost all of them will say that's water erosion from thousands of years of rainfall.
Even if you say like, okay, even if you say like, okay, civilization is like 9,000 years old, it's still nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
So, we're still talking about like a very tiny fraction of Earth's existence. Like, the geological evidence suggests that it's about 1.5 billion years old. Human civilization has been around for roughly 1 million of Earth's existence.
Yeah.
It's basically nothing. And even if it's 10,000 years,
even if it's 30,000 years,
yeah,
it's still nothing.
Yeah.
What they're saying though is that civilization is insanely fragile.
That's exactly
much more fragile than I think we realize.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we should view civilization as being fragile.
Yeah, but we don't. In that position, it's one of the weird things about people is that unless the threat is in front of us, it's abstract. Unless it's like, is the pizza here? Oh yeah, pizza's here.
Yeah,
fuck civilization.
Actually, when I son to, it's actually he just has these profound observations. He asked me what was LA like 4,000 years ago. It wasn't around. I said, what will it be like 4,000 years from now? Probably very unrumble.
Probably very similar to what it was like 4,000 years ago.
Yeah. Exactly.
And then less radioactive.
He asked me, did they speak English 4,000 years ago? No. It's like, will they speak English 4,000 years from now? Probably not. Really? Why not?
Because it's not really good for you.
Well, I don't think anyone's going to accuse pizza of being like the healthiest thing in the world. This looks awesome.
You want to play the gym?
All right, so this is awesome.
And what's the name of this pizza place?
Pizza Leon.
Pizza Leon? Shout out to Pizza Leon. Oh yeah.
I really hit sponge.
That's legit. I mean, I'm no Dave Portnoy. Our pizza analyst who probably, I'm not going to rate it. It's excellent.
If Porter really gets into pizza.
Oh, wow. Ever seen Portnoy's videos where he analyzes pizza? Oh my god, it's like a whole method. Okay, number system.
Alright.
He's into the crust and the flop and all these different things.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
What is his?
Everybody knows the rules. One bite.
You only get one bite of a pizza.
He bites into it and then he just starts nodding his head. He's basically like a Somalia pizza.
Pizza, Somalia, okay.
Yeah.
And it's is there like, what's his favorite pizza?
Favorite one, yes,
There's no cheese. Yeah.
We spent so much time on
And
pizza.
it's New Haven, Connecticut.
Really?
Yeah. For some reason, the Italians that moved to New Haven, Connecticut, you really figured pizza out. Like, they have insane pizza in New Haven, Connecticut. Yeah. Like, really, like, legendary. I've had it. There's a comedy club I used to work out there called the Joker's Wild. And I had New Haven pizza. Even back then. It's just really good pizza.
Wow, okay.
I don't know why, though. It seems like something that can be replicated.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not like rocket ship.
Yeah.
The thing is, the people that are making pizza are not like the people that are making rocket ships. If they were, they would replicate it.
Yeah.
They would go, what are these guys doing? Let's back engineer it.
Sure.
Can't be that hard. Well, all these secret sauces and shit. Well, what's in there?
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry.
That's good, all right. The combination of pineapple and anchovy is surprisingly good, right?
Yeah.
And that was the first pineapple anchovy pizza that ever made that. Well, I don't think I ordered that shit. I used to order it when I would order it for delivery. They'd go, "Are you sure?" I tell you how I was doing. Ordering it.
With extra oxygen.
It was good. Do you know why I don't eat this stuff though? I cannot stop. That's the problem.
This pizza's too delicious.
Oh, so good. High calorie, high carbohydrate food. Once they start going down the hatch, they don't want to stop.
Cops of the devil.
Oh, man, remember? They used to be the base of the food chain.
Yeah.
The whole pyramid. The bottom of the food pyramid was carbs.
What would the Egyptians say?
That's a wrap our fucking heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's just,
That's the bizarre thing.
it's like put the jar in your mouth.
How many human beings eat just processed food? Like the majority of their diet is processed food. It's like the entire center of the supermarket is shit you really probably shouldn't eat. Except every now and then. Good, Jamie. Want one? You seem offended.
No, it's two of my, I'm not like his favorite. I don't like big ones.
Try it?
That's not mine.
I feel like you should try it.
I understand. I feel like
This show's all about trying it. We shot an arrow at a car.
I'm just not gonna like it. I don't know if it's Leo, and I like that.
Alright.
It's hard to mess with pizza, right?
Unlike the creeps who used to run Twitter, I don't care if someone has a different opinion than me.
I just don't like fish, to be that honest with you. Like, I've tried it many times in this talk. I'm like, that's going to be won over.
You like any fish?
You want fishing? The crab meat, yeah, but I don't like the whole thing.
Do you like sushi?
I'm gonna have Phillips. I'm gonna try some Phillips. Very good fish.
You're gonna try it, but you don't like fish.
I'm like DC. I'm afraid of that whole thing. I talked to Philip about it in detail.
Okay.
I don't eat fish that often.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's particularly good when you catch it yourself. It's really fresh.
Fresh fish really is way better.
Way better.
Way better.
Yeah, fish goes bad quick.
Yeah.
Like meat.
Yeah.
Like meat, you can like let it settle down for a while. Marinate before you cook.
You don't marinate fish, I think. But,
Well, yeah, they do. They actually dry age fish.
okay.
Yeah, a lot of places dry age fish.
Try eggs and fish.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that, but that's actually a common practice to dry age fish for certain sushi dishes, like gourmet places. Have you been to Sushi by Scratch?
Is that in town?
Yeah, it's just outside of town. He used to run sushi bar, and then he sold it to my friend Philip Franklin. He's a Michelin star chef. He used to run sushi bar in town, sold that, and then he opened up Sushi by Scratch. But because of the contractual obligations, he has to be like outside of the Austin proper, so he's about 30 miles away. It's fucking fantastic. You like sushi? It's like the best sushi you'll ever eat. Okay, I mean, it's really insane. I say that with. You eat it and you're like, Jesus Christ, the best sushi of all time.
Sushi by Scratch.
They have ones in Miami. Where they have it now in Chicago. They got a bunch of them.
He's not allowed to go to Austin.
No, it's not in Austin proper. I think once his contract is up, he had a non-compete in Austin for like 3 years or something. I don't know how long it was. Okay, but maybe eventually he'll open up one in Austin, but it's about 30 minutes outside of it. What city is it again? Cedar?
It's out at Lost Heights.
Yeah, 30 minutes. It's no big deal.
Sushi by Scratch, got it.
Yeah, it's a shit. Let me know if you want to go. I'll look it up.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really worth it. Like, if you like sushi, it's a mind blower. It's a mind blower, and it's omakase. So like you sit down, they bring you food. That's it.
No, that's good. It's pretty fucking cool. Been to Watson's in LA.
Yes.
Omakase Brothers, that's great.
Yes, that place is outstanding. Yeah. I love good sushi. But it's one of the things that's amazing is how many good restaurants there are in Austin. I mean, for a city that's relatively small, I mean, the
restaurant per capita is excellent.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And they're so good. It's like so many like artisan restaurants. We just found a new one that Brian Simpson told us about. It's called Bacalar. It's this Mexican restaurant that's in town. Fantastic. Really good.
Yeah.
They just opened up. I think they're only open for like 6 weeks. So shout out to them. Just ate there the other night. There's so many good places here.
Yeah.
Like you can't have a bad restaurant in this town. You can go under.
The competition is strong.
So much competition. It's like, and there's so much variety.
Yeah.
All kinds
A lot
of
of good restaurants in this town.
Yeah, that's amazing. I remember we were hanging out at your place like way back in the day when I first moved here, and you said something very prophetic when all this was happening, like Austin's about to go supernova.
Yeah.
Kind of did.
Yeah. It's moved town.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Legitimately.
Yeah.
And with the Gigafactory, I mean, how many jobs have you brought into Austin from that factory alone?
Well, we're about to 10,000 direct-ish, and then 50,000 indirect. Just what?
That's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah. And there's only too many people in the Greater Austin area.
Yeah, that's crazy.
In fact, the kind of limiting factor for growth is just finding enough people. Oh, yeah.
Which is terrible for sound.
We just like the subtitle chirring sounds.
This is my last piece.
The subtitle chirring sounds.
People gonna have to deal with it. This is my last piece. Take it away. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
I'm still gonna eat my folks.
Yeah, take it away. I'll keep going. I'll eat the whole fucking thing. That's the problem with your carbs.
Yeah, carbs are awesome. Yeah, I know. It's like
That's good though.
I mean, it's the dopamine explosion from carbs.
Yeah, it's,
I mean, once in a while, it's fine.
once in a while. I mean, it's once in a great while, but
Well, there's like Tim Ferriss says like that, one meal a week or something.
yeah, that's good. Yeah, 1 meal a week I'll go with sweets. Ice cream sundae or some shit.
Ice cream sundaes are great.
Oh, they're fucking amazing. Yeah. I don't think most people know what an ice cream sundae tastes like unless they smoke marijuana. And then you're like, oh, yeah, this is a different thing. It's an amazing invention.
Yeah.
Whoever figured out the hot fudge and then the whipped cream on top of it, what a combo.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
Great idea. I don't know if that's more
possible. For sure.
Well, I mean,
What's legit? I don't know.
It's like the pizza restaurant that's the pizza chain that's they got the best ice cream sundae I've ever seen. It's a giant one.
Oh, here?
I can't remember the name of it. It is a chain, but it's not like a big chain.
People that are upset right now because they're listening like on the treadmill and they're hearing us chew, you're like, these motherfuckers are gonna get ice cream.
You're receiving pizza and ice cream sundaes.
While people try to lose weight,
Yeah.
sweating it out.
Stop looking at Bepos.
Oh yeah.
They've got a gigantic ice cream sundae.
Everything they have is gigantic.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's actually really good.
It's amazing.
Oh, bro, they have that rigatoni with meat sauce, and oh my god,
Bepos is great.
it's fantastic.
Yeah.
And it's very reasonably priced for the amount of food you get.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
It's a crazy amount of food.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
I like all the photographs in the wall.
This one lives down the street from our old studio.
You know,
With the hills. Remember? Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, it's legit.
yeah.
Yeah.
I used to take my kids to the one at the Grove in LA.
What, if anything, is out near SpaceX? Like, what do you guys have out there?
In LA or here?
Out here.
With the Starlink terminal factory. So we built the Starlink V4 terminals. We built them here. We built the V version 3 terminals and the version 3 minis. There's like we do part of the production, or actually I should say we've done all of the production of terminals thus far in LA, and we'll continue to do production in LA, but we're also just completed a second factory in Bastrop, just about pretty nice.
And then SpaceX is where you make the launches. What part of Texas is that?
Well, Starship stuff is in South Texas, near the border, just right on the Rio Grande.
And how did you pick that location?
I was just literally looking at satellite images, and for going to orbit, you kind of you want to launch eastward so that you can take advantage of Earth's rotation to get to orbit. So it's a little counterintuitive that reaching orbital velocity, getting to orbit is about your speed parallel to the Earth's surface. It's like how fast are you zooming around Earth? It's not the gravity at the altitude of the space station is almost the same as it is on the ground. The reason the space station is actually up there is kind of the wrong terminology. It's actually moving around the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour. So the space station goes around the Earth at roughly every 90 minutes. And because the Earth is turning, and the speed at which it is turning, or the way you experience velocity it's moving at roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So the closer you are to the equator, the more you can take advantage of Earth's rotation to reach orbital velocity. So you want to, and since it's rotating eastward, you want to be on the east coast to make it easier to get to orbital velocity. So you need a section of coast that's on the east, fairly southward, that is not occupied. So like almost all of Florida, except Cape Canaveral, is wall-to-wall houses on the beach. Like there's almost no section of Florida that every section of Florida has houses except for Cape Canaveral, which is government-based. So one of the few spots that wasn't occupied was the area just adjacent to the border of Mexico. It just wasn't super well suited to holiday homes. There was one point in development that was going to take place, but then a hurricane came and destroyed the entire place. And in fact, rearranged the land so some of the plots were underwater. So it's kind of a tough spot to build a home, and that's why it was unoccupied. So we needed it needs to be U.S. territory because we go outside the U.S. There are export restrictions because rocket technology is an advanced weapons technology. So we can't just arbitrarily go to another country. So it needed to be U.S. land, East Coast, and fairly southward.
That's fascinating that
One of the few spots that exist like that.
That rockets fall into the category of weapons technology.
Yeah, intercontinental ballistic missiles.
It makes sense.
Yeah, we could drop a rocket anywhere. And then we can stop those.
Wow. That is crazy about the space station, too.
Yeah.
It's going 17,000 miles an hour.
Yes. I mean, you've seen the videos of the rocket landing, right?
Yes, it's amazing.
Very precise.
It's pretty fucking amazing.
We can make land crazy.
No.
Well, not land.
Yeah.
Just kidding. I mean, you don't have to turn on the thrusters to slow down.
What is it like to try to juggle these different things in your mind on a daily basis? Like, what is it like to try to juggle X, Tesla, SpaceX, all these different things at the same time?
It's a lot for a human brain to handle.
Yeah, I would imagine.
It strains my meat computer.
I mean, do you need something like that, though? Does your meat computer need more problem solving than the average one? I mean, is this something like, if you only had one thing to work on, do you think you would get bored? Or you would get distracted? Or you would not be satisfied? Like, do you need these things to be so complex and have so many of them simultaneously juggling? Because you didn't pick 3 easy ones. You picked 3 of the fucking hardest things you could ever get into. You already detailed how difficult manufacturing is. Rockets, duh. It's crazy. It's one of the craziest things. But not only that,
Science.
completely innovative rockets that land. Like, that never happened before. So you're doing that.
Right.
And then you said, you know what? We're going to save humanity. Let me go spend $44 billion on Twitter.
That was expensive.
What's it worth? What do you think it was actually worth?
Everything.
Yeah, not for the market. Right? I mean, like, for humans, yes, I agree with you. I mean, I really genuinely do think this, and I've said this many times publicly. I think you did humanity an immense service. And that if that didn't happen, the narrative in this country would have gone further and further down that road to the point where people would have been scared to speak their mind. And they would have been scared. And it changes the way people communicate at their jobs, which changes the way, it just changes the way people, when they leave universities and they go to get jobs, the way they're allowed to communicate. And people don't like to be on the outside. They don't like to be ostracized. They don't like to be kicked out of the community. So people would adhere.
Yeah,
They would change.
Absolutely. I feel like it's our afraid of like being ostracized. It's like if you're being ostracized, I think it's the biggest issue. And it's just being totally shut down.
Yeah.
You know, where you have no outlet, and you just basically disappear, except for waiting hosts and meetings. Yeah, it was important to have at least one social media outlet that wasn't Catholic.
What I really enjoy is reading the tweets. I guess you still have to call them tweets.
Posts or whatever. I don't have a good word for it, but
Yeah, the kids are the X's. Reading
all my exes live in Texas.
I enjoy reading the words of people who proclaim that they were leaving and going over to Threads. That's the interesting thing about momentum. Very difficult to start a whole new social media platform.
Yeah.
Even one that initially got like, what did Threads get? Like some crazy number of initial people signing up for it. But it just dropped off within like a couple of weeks. Now it's a fucking ghost town.
Yeah, it's
Wild.
You're really quiet.
It's wild.
I mean, Zach himself doesn't post. So
That's crazy.
you gotta use your own product.
It's interesting though because they're sneaking them in now in Instagram. They sneak
a little thread in there.
Because every now and then I'll see something. Oh, that's interesting. I click on it. Oh, you motherfucker! Trick threads for me. Like, you got me. Because they're integrated. But
I don't use Instagram.
it's fascinating that I should know. Why would you? If I bought X or Twitter or whatever, I wouldn't use anything else either.
Yeah, but I didn't use Instagram for a while. I mean, there was a time when I was posting on Instagram, but I found myself doing selfies, and I'm like, what the hell is wrong with me? Why am I posing with selfies to get likes? This is crazy.
Bizarre.
And like, so then I was like, you know, if you pose for selfies on Twitter, then people would jump all over you. You know.
Yeah.
They're like, what?
That's true.
They're like, what's wrong with you?
That's so true. Yeah, people are like way more lenient on Instagram for some strange reason.
Yeah. It's like pretty pictures.
Yeah. Pretty pictures and a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of weirdness that comes with Instagram, like filters. Like, I've caught grown men using filters on their pictures. It's very strange.
You know, I am concerned that, like say, Instagram actually leads to more unhappiness, not less. In the sense that, like, it just looks like everyone's like having a great time,
Right.
Is way better looking than they really are.
Yeah.
And so you're like, man, everyone's like good looking and having a great time, and you sort of compare yourself to that, and like, it's like, damn, I'm not as good looking, and I seem to be sad a lot. And then you're like, man, you know, I think it can make you kind of depressed.
Yeah, well, and also, you're a grown man and you experience this. You're also very intelligent and you experience this. Imagine being a young kid.
Yeah.
Jonathan Haidt documented that in The Coddling of the American Mind. So there's a direct correlation between the invention of social media and its ubiquitous use and self-harm amongst kids, particularly girls. It's really bad for girls. Like around 2007-ish, there's this big uptick on suicide, self-harm, depression.
Yeah. If people can't just like make themselves be better looking with the it's like a limit. So.
Right. Yeah, and then surgery.
Yeah.
There's a big uptick in people getting their jaws reshaped and shit.
I mean, yeah, it's bad. So I don't know. I think. Yeah, I think like the is Instagram a net happiness generator or not? I'm not sure it is.
Speaking of distorted images, have you seen the court artist's drawing of Sam Bankman-Fried?
I mean, it's almost like they lost money or something.
What the fuck
It
happened?
looks like it melted.
Have you seen it? It looks like a supermodel.
Oh, what? SBF does?
Yes. The
No,
guy who drew him.
I think so. One of them I saw.
I think there's more than one artist.
Maybe there's one on us because some of those ones I saw. One of them were unflattering.
He looked like an anime superhero.
You're joking.
No, like perfect chiseled jawline. Ridiculous. He looked like he lost 30 pounds, started working out. Look at this. Look at that.
Are you kidding?
What the fuck, man? Look at that guy on the left. That guy looks like Superman. Doesn't he? Look how hot that guy is.
I almost feel like it's not.
That Clark Kent is like
It might be.
I feel like someone's fucking with us.
There's a few other pictures when I Googled, like,
there's some rock pictures though.
It seems like someone's fucking with us because that guy's handsome as fuck.
there's this one. That's not the same.
No, that one's terrible. That's Satan's drug. But that one right here, if that is real, it's like, come on, that's not real. That's bullshit. Because look at what they did with the girl. Oh wow, look at that picture there. Even that picture is.
It kind of looks like she's melting.
Yeah.
I don't have to. I mean,
But she's probably massively depressed. I mean, I bet like that's also like it's artist's interpretation of the energy she's giving off in court. I mean, she has to rat on her boyfriend, and she's already pleaded guilty, and for a lesser sentence, she's gonna rat him out.
I mean, I don't know who SBF's PR team is, but they're doing an incredible job.
For real?
Well, I mean, the dude has people off and stole their money, and yet he's getting basically, back rub from the press.
Well, don't you think that's because of the amount of money that he donated?
Yeah, I don't know. So what will do?
It might have something to do with that. I'm not that cynical. I generally don't think people are influenced by money.
Well, I don't know what he's doing, but
Something's going on.
The number of articles I've seen where it's like, where it's basically, misunderstood philanthropist. It's ridiculous.
Well, your bullshit meter went off when he was offering money to buy in with you with Twitter, correct? Well, a large amount.
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of people, fell for his bullshit. But I mean, first of all, I can't really heard of the guy. I'm like, who is this guy? And what did he do? And he's in the Bahamas. That's pretty sus to begin with.
Very sus.
Like here's like if you're on a tropical island, like you finance organizations in tropical islands are generally have bad track records.
And he's involved in crypto.
And crypto is
Which is
scam.
like-
And there's a lot of scam. The scam probably in crypto is high.
It's high.
So
Yeah, I'm not saying it's all scams, but I would leave that distinction for those fucking NFTs. I think that's like 80% scam, except for people. People's legit.
I mean,
But you feel like digital art.
yeah, people's stuff is great. But I mean, NFTs. The funny thing is that the NFT is not even on the blockchain. It's just a URL to the JPEG. So it's not even like it's like you should at least encode the JPEG in the blockchain. Because like if the URL, if the company housing the image goes out of business, you don't have the image anymore.
I never understood it. I tried so hard. I know I have a friend who made millions just selling an artist. I'm like, okay, save that money. Eventually, people are going to figure this out. Like,
I mean, with art, there is a fair bit of money laundering and tax avoidance that is. So some of these things that seem inexplicable.
you talk about Hunter Biden's paintings?
Did he actually sell paintings for large sums of money?
Immense sums of money.
Okay, it's
Hundreds of thousands of
probably
dollars.
that seems unlikely to be a legit transaction.
Unlikely, right?
Unlikely.
Yeah. The work's not bad, though. I gotta say. Like, for that kind of bullshit art, it's not that bad.
Yeah. I mean, things that it's hard to price art,
Right.
Because in the eye of the beholder. So how can you say whether something?
Like, this is his stuff. How much that go for? $225K. A steal.
Not
Not that
bad.
bad. That's not that bad. I mean, I would buy that. I wouldn't buy it for $225, but I'd buy it for $5.
Yeah.
It's not bad. Like, look, a lot of crackheads are good artists. Like, you know, you get crazy on drugs and splatter some shit around, and you got a unique vision. That's not bad.
It's not bad.
That is not bad at all. How much that one go for? So he's probably a legit. Meanwhile, we're gonna find out. Yeah,
I mean, I suspect I think he's not untalented.
right.
So I mean, I actually don't have any issues with his lifestyle or anything.
There's the stuff. That stuff's not bad. Like whatever that dog wolf thing is on the wall, that's pretty dope.
Yeah.
I like that. What does it say underneath it? Can you read it? I can't read it. Either way, not bad.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Have you ever heard the theory that the entire modern art movement, like Jackson Pollock and the like, was a CIA psyop?
I mean, I have heard that, but I have not heard any evidence for it.
I read the article a couple years ago,
Okay.
released.
Modern art's a psyop.
Yeah,
Every day I wake up,
Wasn't that long
there's another psyop.
but it was fascinating. Yeah, every day. There's always something.
Cat with a tinfoil hat.
Yeah. What was this? Was
Well,
a
it's
modern
modern
art
artist.
really a CIA psyop? But I mean, if you can get someone to spend that kind of money off that kind of shit, like the Jackson Pollock stuff. So here it is. Preeminent culture war, Cold War. It was okay. The relationship between modern art and American diplomacy began during World War II. Museum, MoMA, Battle for Hearts and Minds. It's an interesting article. So I read the article a couple years ago. I can't remember what their argument was, but it's one of those things.
It starts there, like, to spend money by paintings directly from artists.
Oh,
The
okay. Even though modern art and American diplomacy were of a piece, Soviet propaganda asserted that the United States was a culturally barren capitalist wasteland. To make the case for American cultural dynamism. The State Department in 1946 spent $49,000 to purchase 79 paintings directly from American modern artists. and mounted them at a traveling exhibition called Advancing American Art. That exhibition, which made stops in Europe and Latin America, included work from artists like George O'Keeffe and Jake. George O'Keeffe's the lady who makes vaginas, right? Isn't that her work?
I think that is some of what she does. Yeah.
I think she makes like vagina, like flowers and stuff.
Yeah, I think so. It was pretty good, but
well, the Jackson Pollock one is like, come on, what happened? That one is just wild because I really think I could do that. Some of it should have, like, Jackson Pollock and the CIA teamed up to win the Cold War. Yeah. Okay. I think that's the article I read because that's 2017. I don't remember. But,
well, I think art is very much in the eye of the beholder. It's like what does it make you? How does it make you think and feel?
Yeah.
And if it makes you think and feel in a way that you like it, then it's good.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. But it's also a way to launder money.
Yes. A number of these like very high price art things are tax evasion and money laundering.
Have you ever seen the documentary on the lost Leonardo?
No.
That's crazy. That's crazy. MBS purchased this. Okay. And he purchased it for some insane amount of money. It turns out it probably isn't Leonardo da Vinci's. Not only that, but the vast majority of the painting was made by a modern age woman who recreated everything. Okay. Like, so she, in restoring, air quotes restoring, she essentially repainted the image in the style of Da Vinci. Okay. And it's very sketchy because if you look at the original painting, it was all fucked up and missing paint. There was many layers. Someone had painted over it. It's really an incredible documentary because it just shows how much fuckery is involved in these high dollar transactions. Yeah. And I think it was the most expensive painting that was ever sold. I think it went for something in the neighborhood of $400 million. $450 million. Yeah. The Lost Leonardo, a new film solved the mystery of the world's most expensive painting, is the $450 million Salvatore Mundi a fake. This film, featuring tearful sycophants, sneering experts, dodgy dealers, and a secretive super yacht, may finally settle the great Da Vinci controversy. Apparently there's multiple layers and different styles of painting involved in it, and when they do some sort of a comprehensive examination, whether it's like, I don't know what kind of imagery they're using, they're doing something where they say, like, this has been painted many times and fucked with. Yeah. It might have originally been one of Leonardo's students. Might not have been Leonardo. Like, there's not a real clear
that time.
Yeah, but whether it was the Sotheby's that sold it, yeah, so they were kind of aware that there was some shenanigans with this piece, but they also were aware that this was cha-ching. This was 3 lemons. This was they were gonna hit the jackpot with this bad boy. Yeah, and so they went through with it, and yeah, Christie's, that's it. The other one, Christie's was aware. It's a fascinating documentary. I don't know what's right. I don't know what's wrong. It might be real, but at the very least, it's been retouched mostly by this woman. Isn't it like 90% of the painting? There's some very high percentage of the painting that was actually made by this woman. And they show her, she worked on it forever, for years and years, worked like painstakingly to retouch this piece of art. Which is very odd. Yeah. That they do that. Because, like, wouldn't you just want it all fucked up and old? Sure. And that's the real piece of art. Yeah. The real piece of art is not like some woman in 2001 painting over it. That's just crazy. Yeah. I mean, I enjoy art for the aesthetics, but not for the name value. Yeah, I feel the same way. Yeah. I enjoy art just because what it makes you, how it makes you feel. Yes. It's a cool thing. I mean, obviously my studio's filled with it. Outside, I love art. It's everywhere out there. I love it. Have you seen, the woman, you seen the piece that she made of you? This Melania Blackman, have you seen that drawing that she did? Is that the weird one? It's everything. It's enormous. She draws it, and you're essentially made up of all these different characters, different things. Maybe if I heard work with, she did one of me, and she did one of Anthony Bourdain that I bought. That's out there as well. She's super talented. This woman. So this is her. She's really hot too.
Okay.
So you can find her standing next to it. There it is. Instagram banned it? Oh, that was right.
What?
There was something that happened where Instagram did something. What happened? So Instagram has not only banned me from promoting this artwork, but also shadow banned me altogether after I posted my latest piece. This is after probably you saying you wanted to fight something.
Well, actually, I was just it's not quite funny because he was posting all these fight videos, and then someone on Twitter at the time said, "Hey, you should fight Zuck," and I said, "Well, I'm going to fight if he is." And then Zuck posted, I think on Instagram or something, name the place or something like that effect. And I was like, okay, I love the Vegas Underdog. and then Italy actually was willing to let us use the Coliseum. So then I was like, well, let's camp to that out, and then I was like, well, if it's gonna be the Coliseum, we're not like, I like UFC and everything, but we don't have like tons of ads in UFC branding on the Coliseum. It's historical, like it's a history, it's a place with great history. You don't want to just have it be all like NASCAR.
Right.
So then and then Zuck pulled out.
So he pulled out of it?
Yeah.
Oh. What was the narrative? What'd you hear, Jamie?
Well, I'm willing to. So he was like, "Oh no, it's got to be UFC rules." I'm like, "Well, okay, if we have UFC rules in the Coliseum, it's fine, but we just don't have. You better respect the historical integrity of the place."
The Coliseum just seems like the coolest place to do it. Yeah. That's why.
I mean,
yeah.
If I hear,
Oh yeah.
come on.
And they said it's okay.
Yeah.
So he just wants it to be in the actual UFC, like in Vegas.
So they said, oh, well, he accused me of not being serious. And I said, look, listen, at the end of the day, I'll fight you any place, anywhere, under any rules. That's what I said. So I'm, he said name the place. I'm like, I'm happy to find him in a house, on a mouse, with a mouse. We'd like go full Dr. Seuss here.
Now, how much time?
It's like her.
I know you.
I don't think he should fight me.
Because you're so much bigger than him?
Yeah, like 50% bigger.
Yeah.
I've got my pounded walrus with martial art. Well, like your walrus doesn't need martial arts training.
Right.
Because it's really big. You don't want to go wrestling a walrus.
Right.
Because you can roll on you.
Have you ever rolled with someone who's much smaller than you that does jiu-jitsu?
Yes.
Lex. Yeah.
No, I trained martial arts.
How much have you trained personally?
For a decade already.
We did a lot of karate, right?
I did
Judo,
Kyokushinkai, karate.
Yeah.
I did some jiu-jitsu, taekwondo, street fighting, which I was involuntary. I think I'm decent. I did martial arts competitions when I was a teenager.
Really? Interesting. So look at you, George St. Pierre, Elon, John Danaher, the Great Master, and Lex Friedman.
But like Lex is, I think he's like 20% heavier. So, and I'm pretty good now.
Yeah.
That's why they have weight cut.
Oh yeah. Did you get a chance to talk to Danaher at all? The guy on the left?
Do you
know his history?
No, he's from New Zealand. So.
He was a professor of philosophy at Columbia.
Okay.
And fell in love with jiu-jitsu. Okay. I mean, fell in love with it to the point where he was sleeping on the mats and teaching all day long. He's an obsessive. He is a real Kaizen disciple. And oh man, he is one of the most unique characters I've ever met in my life. Yeah. One of the most brilliant men I've ever met. and he's completely dedicated to jiu-jitsu. And he has raised through this, particularly this one disciple, Gordon Ryan, who also lives here in Austin. He's the greatest jiu-jitsu competitor of all time. There's no question. And he's only 28. He might even be 27, or maybe he's 28 now. But I mean, he is universally regarded as the greatest of all time. And he is John's greatest student. And the two of them together, because Gordon has insane work ethic. They work 365 days a year. They do not take any days off. They train every day. That's Gordon to the right of John with a crazy beard. He doesn't really have that hair, he bleaches it. But the two of them together are literally an unstoppable combination. He's pretty ripped. Yeah, he's a combination of gigantic, brilliant, and insanely dedicated with the most incredible instructor that's ever existed. I mean, John Danaher is universally regarded as the greatest jiu-jitsu instructor alive, and his student is universally regarded as the greatest jiu-jitsu competitor alive. Yeah. And it is because John is like a complete, like a guy out of a superhero book. Like you're not going to find another one of those. A guy with a genius level IQ who's one of, you talk to him, he's fascinating, and he is obsessed with combat sports, warfare, like strategy. Yeah. Brilliant guy. Yeah. Brilliant.
Right. See, I was impressed when I met him. I mean, the things that if I was fighting someone who I was not much bigger than them, then I would be more concerned.
How much time do you need to prepare?
I don't need any time.
No time at all?
No.
How's your cardio?
No, it's not. That will not be effective.
No.
Yeah. But I mean,
what's the likelihood of this actually happening?
I'm willing to do it anytime, anywhere, any place, anywhere.
Well, I think stating it this way might accelerate this process, especially on this platform.
I mean, I challenge him to a duel under any circumstances.
You sword fight?
Sure.
Jesus. That's not necessary.
Pistols at dawn.
That's not necessary. I think physical hand.
Nerf guns at noon.
Nerf guns at noon. Well, you could slash it out in the metaverse. Yeah, in the real world.
Listen, there's just a reason they have weight categories. You know? So, there's a friend of mine who's pretty good at fighting. But she weighs about half of what I do. And I said, let me show you why there's weight categories in fighting. And I'm going to do a move called the walrus, and you I'm just going to lie on you. I'm not putting you in a lock or anything. I'm just going to lie on you. But I'm going to, position myself such that it's hard to get out from under me. And I just want to lie crossways on you, and you try to get away. And you won't be able to get away. Which you could. Just, like if a horse falls on you, right? You can get trapped under a horse.
Right, but you're not a horse. What do you weigh? About 230?
Yeah, 240. Yeah. So no, I'm not a horse, but I'm saying in the limit, if something's heavy enough, like even if a horse in your diet, you can get trapped under a horse and not be able to get yourself out.
Right, but if someone's good enough, I mean, I'm sure you've seen like absolute weight classes in jiu-jitsu where you'll get a 145-pound competitor who strangles a 220-pound competitor, and they're both well trained. If someone is that good,
unlikely.
It's not unlikely. It happens quite often. When you get elite competitors, like elite black belts at the 145, 155-pound weight limit, you'd be shocked. There's a ton of videos of these guys who will strangle much larger black belts.
I'm not saying it's impossible, it's just not highly likely. And if this were not the case, there would not be strict weight categories in martial arts.
That is true. Yeah. That is true. But the reason why they allow absolutes in jiu-jitsu is because there's the thrill of watching these smaller people go against much larger people, and sometimes they win.
No, I just like armies, where the people take note when a small army defeats a big army because it is so unusual.
Yes.
Not because it's normal.
Right.
If there's it was 2 against 10,000, and boy, did we beat those two guys up. More likely what happens. If you're severely outnumbered, you will lose. Almost certainly.
So the size difference between these two guys? Play it out. This is Mikey Musumeci, who is another fascinating individual. This guy is another super genius who trains every day, 12 hours a day, and he is competing against a black belt in the heavyweight division. Mikey Musumeci might weigh 145 pounds, and he beats this guy.
Guy doesn't look to be in super great shape.
Well, he's enormous.
Yeah.
I mean, he's enormous, and he's a black belt, so he's skilled. I forget how Mikey wins this. He catches it, sucks it.
Tell what exactly happened.
Get it a little bit further here. I think what happened here?
Like that's how.
Oh, they pushed him out of bounds.
What that one?
I think they're out of bounds. Yeah, that's all that was. That's just out of bounds. So scoot ahead, see what happens when he catches him with. What happened?
I'm saying it's impossible. It's just very unlikely.
Oh, it's like 1 by points?
Yeah, that's what
Oh, okay. So
I think you're making the point for me here.
yeah. Well, in that case, that guy's strangled a lot of much larger people than him. But again, he's extraordinary. He's a world champion. He's a world champion for ONE, which is this huge organization in Singapore. They do these events where they have all kinds of good martial arts. They have MMA, Thai boxing.
Yeah.
So you do it under any rules?
Sure.
All right, let's go. I like the fact that you're interested in doing this. It's fun. It makes it fun.
Yeah, I mean, I could, you know, so this could be an exercise in Hebrews.
We'll find out. We can find out. I like the fact that Zuck's interested in it too. I like the fact that he trains so much.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't very many ways to actually, if you stick to the rules of jiu-jitsu, like, for example, if you're going to put someone in an arm lock, you have to be able to extend their arm. And if somebody is strong enough that you cannot extend their arm, then you're limited to chokes, and you can do an arm lock across the groin with both arms and legs, like Royce Gracie did upside down, and it was like the third UFC fight or something like that.
Yeah.
He was pretty severely damaged.
That was a chemo. Yeah. That enormous guy.
Yeah. And he did upside down arm lock across the groin because he could not do an arm lock, a sort of sniper arm lock. So, but after that, people were like wise to that move. So they're like, we're not going to allow themselves to get an arm lock across the groin without, that was like a, overconfidence, I think.
Well, it was exhaustion. I mean, they fought like tooth and nail for something like 7 or 8 minutes. And, Royce survived and then eventually wore the guy. Well, when you're a big steroided up guy like that, too, the oxygen depletion, like the amount of oxygen your muscles require, you gas out pretty quickly when you're that big, unless you're insanely conditioned.
Yeah, but like there's no way for you to do, arm lock, like a single arm lock. You couldn't do it.
A single arm lock.
Like if you try to do a lock up on the side.
So like it's high control. So from some like legs across your face. Is that what you mean?
If you try to do an arm bar on the side, one arm and across the knee, across the thigh, like you have to be able to extend the arm. Essentially your triceps have to be able to exceed the strength of that bicep. That's what it comes down to. But if you cannot exceed the strength of that bicep, then you will not be able to do an arm extension.
I'm not sure what are you talking about, like a Kimura, like a straight arm bar?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're talking about like with just the arms?
Where you just have just one arm, if it's one arm versus one arm.
But that's never the case. It's almost always the whole body's engaged.
I think in judo that's a very common hold. Very common.
Of one arm bar.
Yeah, one arm.
Yeah.
Maybe one arm around the neck,
Mm-hmm.
and then you take their arm and you extend it across.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so like from a scarf hold. So a scarf hold, you would take the arm and put it over, and you'd push it down with one arm. Yeah, that's not usual though. Yeah, that's an unusual arm bar.
But if one person is much stronger than another, then
That one.
that's the move.
Yeah, but
It's a very fast move because you can take someone right from a throw and drop them on the floor,
Yes.
right into an arm bar.
yeah, okay, that's a very specific arm bar.
10 seconds.
Right. That's a rare armbar. You never see that in MMA. What you do see, though, is the two legs isolate the arm, and then the person grabs a hold of it with a thumb up and uses all of their body.
Yeah, that's what Gracie did.
Yeah, that's what most people do when they apply an armbar. Yeah. Whether it's from the back, like, a lot of people have done that, or whether it's from side control, which is a little more easy because you have control of the body.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just that UFC is not just jiu-jitsu, you can punch people.
Right. That makes a big difference.
Big difference.
Big difference. Huge.
Yeah.
MMA has changed the ideas of jiu-jitsu because there's a lot of techniques that people do where it works well in competition when someone's like grabbing your leg. You can't just rain down punches on their face.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
So basically, just pounding in the face is pretty hard to chill, especially if they're weak. If someone's got gorilla fists in your face.
Yes.
It's not going to be a good thing.
Yeah, Carlson Gracie famously had a phrase that if you take a black belt, you punch him in the face, he becomes a brown belt. punch him again, he becomes a purple belt.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth.
I mean, most people have not been punched in the face. I've been punched in the face. So, it just comes as a surprise.
Yeah. Yeah, it probably does come as a surprise.
I mean, there's also like even the UFC has a lot of limitations. Like you can't do 12-point elbows. So
that's changing.
Again, we're allowed to do 12-point
yes,
elbows.
Finally, I've been singing that from the top of the roof forever.
Okay.
It's so nuts. It's so stupid. You know what it came from?
No.
It came from Big John McCarthy, who was the original UFC referee and pioneered the sport. He was bringing this to athletic commissions, and they were allowing certain techniques, but one of them they wouldn't allow was the 12 to 6 elbow, because they saw those late night karate demonstrations where someone like smash works like that. They thought someone would die if they hit him with this.
Definitely gonna sting.
Yeah, but it's not even harder than this one. This one's harder. Because this one, you can put your body weight into it, and it's a more natural movement. Yeah. This is an unusual movement. I mean, I'm sure you can train it and get it probably as hard, but I think for most people, for me, I can tell you for sure, this elbow has more power.
Well, I think any elbow in the face is going to be a big wake-up call if you've never had an elbow in the face.
It fucking sucks. Yes. It fucking sucks. Did you watch the Tyson Fury Francis Ngannou boxing match?
Don't worry about the Euros.
No, this is Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield. That's from the 90s. Yeah. No, this fight that took place this last weekend, Francis Ngannou was the UFC heavyweight champion. He vacated the belt so he could take this fight with Tyson Fury. This was his training fight. Tyson Fury, who's the lineal heavyweight champion. Francis Ngannou had never had a boxing match ever in his life. Had 0 boxing matches, but he was the UFC heavyweight champion. Knocked out Tyson Fury in the 3rd round. Beat him up in the 8th round. Most people, including me, thought he should have won the decision, including most boxers, most boxing pundits. And he lost by 1 point on one judge's scorecard. He won on one judge's scorecard. Another judge who should go to jail had it 96-93 for Tyson Fury, which is fucking outrageous. But Francis Ngannou, who is a literal freak of nature. I mean, this guy grew up in Cameroon and was working in the sand mines when he was a child, like a fucking Conan movie. Like this great warrior.
Conan's like pushing the thing around in his circle.
He's developing his body, digging the sand all day. He's supremely physically advanced. He's not just fit. He's the hardest puncher ever measured in all of MMA. There's a machine that we actually have outside at the gym. And if you hit this thing, Francis has hit it harder than any person who's ever lived. Yeah, well, look at him. Look, I hit him. Yeah, we set it up. I have a record for the kick for a while. Okay. Yeah. A couple people beat it now. But Francis punched. Like, it's insane. It's like getting hit by a fucking car. Sure. And when he dropped Tyson Fury in the 3rd round, see Tyson's on his back going, what the fuck? Then he realized it's like, because I think he thought he was just like, he thought he was going to run him over because he's the boxing heavyweight champion. He's like, there's no way this guy can box with me. He even said at the beginning of the fight, it's time to go to school. And then Francis said at the end of the fight, you are a shitty professor. You should watch it. It's a good show. I mean, it's on ESPN Plus. I'm still pretty sure you can still get it.
Yeah. Anyway,
I'm just excited that you're interested in doing it still.
Sure.
All right. Didn't you fuck your back up doing like sumo wrestling?
Yeah.
what happened there?
So it's a little bit actually. I had like 4 operations.
Really from that?
Well, I had like I had like some childhood injuries. Like I said, I was in some pretty severe fights as a kid. Like really, like I was almost killed at one point. So
Really?
Yeah.
What happened?
it was just in school in South Africa. It's a very violent place. There's been many involuntary fights. It's just the way it was. But anyway, so I had like, and I had some rugby injuries as well. I was supposed to have won the World Cup, which is cool, and then rugby. So I think that was like not a good starting position. But then the World Champions Sumo Wrestlers, World Champions Sumo Wrestlers, did kind of like a demo bout on my birthday. And since it was my birthday, I guess they called it birthday boy and said like, hey, sumo wrestling. This is where like this is a similar weight differential. It was 50% heavier than me, so like I had 360, 370 pounds. So I knew he'd take it easy on me in the first round. So the only way I'm going to knock him over is momentum. So I got to basically run at him. So I did. Run at him, did a judo throw, knocked him over, and smashed the disc in my neck in the process. Oh. It's like it'd be like running at that wall. Yeah. If you run at a wall, it's gonna hurt.
Did you have to get it fused or anything?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, so it's like you can knock over someone. You can be someone bigger than you, like to smash a disc in your neck.
Yeah. Well, if you know what you're doing and you're willing to smash the disc in your neck, those two things.
So I wasn't expecting me to beat a total lunatic on the round one. They defeated me obviously because it was like, oh, I know what to expect. But so like 5 minutes of glory and taking in pain.
Now that you've got your neck fused, that creates problems with the upper and lower discs as well, doesn't it?
Over time, if there's too much neck rotation, it can damage.
How long ago was this that you had this operation?
Look, man, I had 3 operations.
When you got it fused? How long ago?
I had 2 artificial discs. I'm actually in favor of artificial discs. They put the wrong disc in. But then eventually the third one I was like, let's just fuse it.
They put the wrong one in?
Yeah, twice. So,
how so? Because I have friends that have artificial discs.
Yeah, no, I'm actually in favor of artificial discs. Yeah, you have the right one. So in my case, at this point I know a lot about it. The C5C6 right in the set is impacting. The sets are like the outriggers. You get the center core of the spine. The sets the outriggers, and they're shingled. So they're like one on top of the other. Like there's a little nerve that goes out in between the C5C6 and if those vertebrae come close together, so they go into the nerve. So you get the nerve. They're just sort of such shear. So my C5C6 right side, it shows up clear as day on like a technetium scan. So if you do like a radioactive scan with technetium, it's very clear where the problem is. So what should have been done was a simple hinge, like basically to move the vertebra, basically the C5 vertebra back about maybe 1/8 of an inch to sort of unload the set, and then put a simple hinge, so just rotation. But I was given what is called a Mobi-C, which is a more mobile disc. The Mobi-C allows it not just rotation, but also translation, so it can move back and forth. So that then didn't solve the impacting of the C5C6, because it could slide, and when it would slide forward, the C5C6 would bang and crunch the nerve.
And what does the normal neck do? Does the normal neck move forward in that way?
The disc is like it's like a gummy bear, basically. So it allows rotation and translation. So it's like sitting on like a Jello pillow. That's what
like one of those Bosu balls that people sit on, like a rubber desk.
It's like a rubber pillow, basically.
Yeah.
So the natural disc allows for rotation and translation. So they basically put a disc that had too much mobility in and did not solve the C5, C6 node impact. So then the third time around, I was like, listen, I just don't want to take a chance here. Let's just fuse it.
Oh, wow. And so it just limits your mobility.
No, I'm fine.
No, it's okay.
Not like totally stiff necked.
No, you don't seem like you're stiff necked at all.
No.
There was a guy who fought in the UFC named Yoel Romero, and he's a real freak too, an amazing athlete. And he came from the Cuban wrestling program. He was one of the greatest wrestlers that's like ever competed amateur-wise. He had his entire neck fused, and when he runs, like his neck doesn't move. It's kind of freakish.
Okay.
Like you see him running, and his neck looks like it's a stick.
Wow.
The whole body is like moving around, but the neck is just locked in place. It's very bizarre to look at. He runs like a man whose entire neck is fused. Like, watch it. See if we can show the image of him. Here, watch him run.
Wow.
See how his neck?
He's in good shape.
Oh, yeah. You think? I mean, you don't get in any better shape with this guy. By the way, he looks like that now, and he's 46, 47 years old, and still competing at the highest level. In Bellator. I mean, he's an unbelievable athlete and one of the most explosive guys he's ever fought in sport. Just insanely powerful and fast.
Yeah. Cool.
So, compete at the highest level with your neck fused.
Yeah. I'm not too worried about that.
Aljamain Sterling, who was the UFC bantamweight champion, he got his neck fused got a disc replaced rather at his neck, and then went on to defend his title 3 times. Still fighting at the highest level with a fake disc in his neck.
Well, I guess it'll be okay then.
Yeah, well, medical science is pretty fucking incredible what they can do now. You know, I mean, injuries that would have, like, you would have been fucked for the rest of your life just a few decades ago.
Yeah.
Now you're good to go.
Yeah.
So I'm excited we've kind of rekindled this Zuck versus Eli fire.
I mean, he's checking out. That's
I don't think he's checking it out.
Yeah, no, he's checking out.
You think so?
Yeah. Fuck.
Well, maybe he's
Suck. I'll go into fighting using taunts.
It might work.
Yeah.
I mean, somehow or another, you got to agree in the first place. I was stunned.
Surely he will respond to a taunt like that.
Yeah, surely. I mean, how can you resist? How can you resist?
Exactly. Let's go full schoolyard taunting.
What if there was like real consequences on the line? Like, what if you guys had a deal with that?
Okay.
Like the moderation team from X takes over moderation of Fix, but if you win,
No problem. Sounds good.
and if he wins, vice versa.
There's a fight for civilization.
Yeah, a literal fight for civilization.
I mean, I'll do it.
Wow, heavy. And you wouldn't even train for this?
No, I train a little bit.
Train a little bit?
Yeah.
Like how many weeks you need?
I mean, I don't have to train. I can do it like tomorrow. I tried going to his house, actually.
Did you really?
Yeah, because he lives in Palo Alto. And we're doing some Tesla full self-driving testing. So I'm like, well, got to pick a destination.
Did you press the button, go navigate to Zuck's house?
Yeah, basically. It's not far. It's like I think he's like 3 miles away from the Tesla California headquarters.
Wow.
But I don't know if there's nothing there.
He's probably in Hawaii.
According to a spokesman, he was traveling.
Oh, yeah. It would have been wild if he was there.
Yeah. Literally, like anytime. I thought it was funny to go like, I'll come over to your house. I'm gonna get you.
It's even more funny when it's 2 of the richest guys in the world.
Yeah. So anyway, you didn't answer.
Yeah. Too bad.
Yeah, too bad.
It's just fun. It's fun, and I'm glad you're interested just for the fun of it.
I mean, I think it would be. Well, actually, like Dana White thinks it would be like the a really great ticket for
It would be fucking huge.
Yeah,
I would commentate on that.
yeah. I mean, the proceeds could go to charity and stuff. It'd be crazy. People would want to see what the hell's going on.
Oh my god, it would be fucking huge.
Yeah,
Yeah, it would be really crazy.
crazy.
Like if they close the thing
Yeah.
And Bruce Buffer is in there.
Yeah.
It's time.
Let's go.
The place would go fucking bananas.
Banana.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Does it have to be in the Coliseum? Would you agree?
No, I'll do it anywhere. I literally said anywhere,
Anywhere.
anytime,
You know where you should do
any
it?
rules.
You know where you should do it? The Sphere in Las Vegas.
The Sphere's great.
The
I was just
Sphere's
there.
amazing.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I was there.
I've seen it on the outside, but it looks
So the inside's even better.
I've seen video. I haven't seen it live, but
I was there on Saturday night, and it's awesome. Like, it's really good. I think it's the best show on earth.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have visuals that accompany the music, like if you have like someone like Roger Waters, like which hit shows like insanely visual, something like that, and
Yeah.
the Sphere would be
The art of the show that I saw on Saturday night was
Who was it?
incredibly good. I don't know who did all the art, but
What was the band?
that was YouTube.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, I've been to U2 concerts, and U2's great, but the Sphere is really, like, if U2 hadn't been there, it would still be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, U2's, it's like a, like on Sunday there was a movie, they played a movie there.
Wow. Where do you look?
In all directions.
Oh my
Great.
God.
Yeah.
Are you?
I mean, it's like actually being like in virtual reality.
Yeah.
In fact, it was so wild, the Saturday night one especially, that you step outside after the show and like you're like, why is reality so boring?
Oh, so this is Postcard from Earth.
Darren Aronofsky's thing.
Oh wow! And you're watching this,
I saw that on Sunday.
and it covers the whole ceiling. Oh my God!
It's really great.
You saw it there?
Yeah.
Oh my God! That's incredible.
Yeah, it's really good.
That'd be the
When I
greatest
say it's like,
SCM movie
I
ever.
think the Saturday night show, and obviously you two asked it, but I said that the Sphere is really special in and of itself. I think it's probably the best show I've seen.
Wow! I can imagine. I mean, it's just what an amazing venue. What an incredible idea
It's really
to have the entire ceiling on a screen.
I gotta hand it to Dolan. That was
Amazing, absolutely amazing. I'm so glad that he did that. And then also the outside. Oh, that's incredible.
they really play with perspective
God, that's
because it's round, but it doesn't look round.
right.
So it'll be like it'll simulate like a square, like all sorts of shapes.
Wow. And then also the outside of it. Like they have the outside of it. It looks like Earth. It's just amazing.
It's really cool.
Yeah, super cool. So
I like these epic things.
that's the venue.
You know, it's really cool.
That's the venue. That's where it needs to go down.
In the Sphere. Sure.
Yeah, that's even better than Coliseum.
Okay.
Yeah. Especially if the United States falls, that will be our Coliseum. This will be our Rome. Vegas will be our Rome.
I mean, the Sphere did remind me of being like a modern day Coliseum.
Yeah. Yeah, like a modern day version, like what they do, our technology currently. Yeah. And then Vegas is like kind of Rome-esque in the sense that when we think about like the hedonism of Rome in its final days, that's Vegas.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Are you not entertained? You will fucking be entertained.
You'll be fucking
fucking
so entertained.
No doubt.
Let's do it.
There's one more time you were trying to get people to do a pause on AI.
I mean, I signed on to a letter that someone else wrote. I didn't think that it would actually pause.
But you thought it was probably a good idea if they did.
I mean,
I think so.
yeah. I mean, making some sort of digital superintelligence seems like it can be dangerous.
It certainly has potential. And it certainly has the potential. Well, when you were talking about what this mind virus, how it was able to propagate through the social media and being in control of social media platforms. Think about what that means if that same mind virus gets in control of a superintelligence. And that is possible.
Yeah, no, that's actually what I think the biggest danger is for AI is that if AI is implicitly programmed, I don't think explicitly, but implicitly programmed with values that lead to that have led to the destruction of downtown San Francisco, and a bunch of these AI companies are in the section, either in San Francisco or in the San Francisco Bay Area, then you could implicitly program an AI to believe that extinction of humanity is what it should try to do. And if you take that guy who was on the front page of the New York Times, you take his philosophy, which is prevalent in San Francisco, the AI could conclude, like he did, that there are 8, where he literally says there are 8 billion people in the world, it would be better if there were none, and engineer that outcome.
Yeah. Well, especially if it doesn't need us anymore. If it becomes sentient and has the ability to make its own decisions and make a better version of itself, it would find us to be nothing but a problem. Like, we have nothing to offer
It's a risk.
anymore.
Yeah, that's a risk. So, and like if you query ChatGPT, I mean, it's pretty work,
Yeah.
So, people did like experiments like write a poem praising Donald Trump, and it won't. But you ask, write a poem praising Joe Biden, and it will.
Yeah.
So,
That's a little sketchy.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, it's programmed. And
it's programmed to be that way.
is it possible to overcome those problems? Is it possible that we could realize the dangers that are involved in creating this, but somehow or another engineer it in a way that would be ultimately beneficial to people? Or is that just a whim? That's a hope and a prayer, a utopian version of what could happen versus the most likely outcome.
If you say like what is the most likely outcome of AI, I think the most likely outcome, to be specific about it, is a good outcome. Most likely a good outcome, but it's not for sure. So I think we have to be careful how we program the AI, and make sure that it is not accidentally anti-human. So, the accidentally extinctionist AI, you wouldn't want that.
Or even pruning.
Well, that is kind of how it works, is that these, what they call large language models, it's really just big pile of numbers. And how you tune those numbers matters. It's like pruning a tree. You could have a mighty oak. You could be a little bonsai or a mighty oak. So, depending on how you prune it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it decided to prune, if it decided the real issue, perhaps, would cause problems. Or maybe it would prune places in the world that are, overwhelmingly polluting, like third world countries. They decide that they're not very necessary, particularly if we use computers or AI or some sort of robotics to do human labor. And then you have these areas where human beings are doing this labor, they're polluting, and there's all sorts of issues that come about because of that. Said, just eliminate those people. We eliminate that issue, and then we have 30% less garbage in the ocean. And then it makes this call. Yeah.
So it's something we should be considering.
Should we wrap it up?
Yeah, because I actually talked to him on it.
Yeah, you were explaining that.
Yeah, just for AI safety, the AI safety conference.
So, yeah.
Leaving about an hour and a half.
What do you hope to get out of this conference?
Well, I don't know. I'm just generally concerned about AI safety, but it's like, what should we do about it? I don't know. Have some kind of regulatory oversight, some kind. It's like you can't just go build a nuclear bomb in the backyard. That's against the law. Get thrown in prison if you do that.
How much of a
concern is
I think maybe more dangerous than
really. How much of a concern is it if another country develops it before us?
I don't know. We should just be concerned about AI being anti-human. That's the thing that matters. So potentially, I'm saying it's like a genie letting a genie out of a bottle. You know, it's sort of like a magic genie that can make wishes come true. Except usually when they tell those stories, that doesn't end well for the person who let the genie out of the bottle.
Right. Do you think we're creating a life form?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that is indistinguishable from intelligence, life.
I keep coming up against this idea. I keep banging it in my head that we're some sort of an electronic caterpillar that's creating a cocoon. We don't even realize what we're doing. And we're about to give birth to some technological butterfly.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think we're on the cusp of an artificial intelligence revolution. And, for the longest time, for a very long time, we've been the smartest creatures on Earth. That's been our defining characteristic. I mean, speaking of martial arts, I don't think anyone should challenge a silverback gorilla to a fight. You know, even if you're very good at martial arts, it's going to kill you. Especially walks on his fists. Those fists meet your face. Game over. So we're not stronger than a gorilla. We're not faster than other animals. We're smarter. Now what happens is when there's something way smarter than us. Where does it go?
Question. Well, listen, go talk to those people. Go school them. And I hope something good comes out of it. And thank you for your time. Appreciate you coming in here. It's been fun. Always good to see you. Thank you. Thanks for everything, man. Thanks for buying Twitter, too. Really, it means a lot to me.
That's aspirational enforcement.
I think at the very least, it stopped a lot of bad. All right. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Showing my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Special. You like that to make this for? Yeah, special. I don't know what blend it is.
I'm going to be fully transparent. I only like the bougie Black Rifle blends.
The bougie blends?
Yeah, like
the Ethiopian stuff.
Yeah, like
Lebanese sort of.
Yeah, they'll be like, oh, so I sole source selected this group, this bean from this place, and I roasted it this way. I'm like, oh, it's gonna be good, and it's good.
Well, every year I do elk hunting camp with them. We share an elk hunting camp in California. So we just got back. And so Evan makes coffee for us every day. So he gets up and he fucking hand measures everything and he brings his own fucking special blends. He had 2 different blends because he knows I like a dark roast. So he had a dark roast and then he had this really bizarre, exotic coffee that tasted different than anything I'd ever had before. It was like, had like a kind of like, almost like a sweet, like almost like a tea taste to it. Like he's a master.
And he was using tax-paying dollars to start his coffee obsession.
Was he really?
Yeah. So when he was both in group and at the agency, he would take. We have discretionable funds that you can spend on whatever. And area improvement is an appropriate way for you to spend money. So he would buy like a $20,000 espresso machine and a $3,000 grinder. In some middle of nowhere Ford operating base where he's making coffee and like just being a total nerd. It's all taxpayer money. It's awesome. And finally, something's being used with taxpaying dollars that benefits the soldier, which is rare.
We ran out of coffee filters, and someone was like, well, just use paper towels. And he just like, fuck no, we're not going to use paper towels. I was like, dude, we're not using paper towels.
Just look it up. He's little, but he's mighty.
He's very serious. Do not use paper towels. Like this, he's very serious about his coffee.
Or skydiving next
You've been
month.
to his place in Utah?
Yeah.
The lab that he has set up at Black Rifle?
He made me do like
insane.
one of those little tastes where they like do this thing with the spoon, and then you have to smell it first. You have to do something with your tongue. And I was like, is this? What are we doing?
I can't do that. I can't go that far. It's like with wine. Like when people are like, oh, hints of oak. Like, I don't. It's good. I like it. I like it. You can do that.
This goes well with
I'll ask
eating right now.
I have a friend, my friend Matt. I'll call him. He's a real wine freak. And I'll just like show him a photo of like the wine page at a restaurant. I'm like, what should I get? And he'll tell me. He'll just text me. He loves it. So I'm like, good. I've got that farmed off.
I can outsource things. Yes. I don't have to keep on my brain.
Yeah, I do not want to have to pay attention.
Boy, they're so good.
And that's how I do it with coffee too. I just like Evan's like, I'll send you a bag of that stuff. I'm like, great. What was it again? I forget what it was, but it was like fruity.
Another one, like as Jack Carr is so incredible. Evan. So I'm skydiving I was supposed to be skydiving all last week, but it was in Israel. And then, so I had to move it to the right. Because we're doing this Moab jump with a bunch of your friends, Mike Sorelli and Mike Glover and Evan, and so I need to knock off the dust a little bit. So I hit Evan, and he sends me this like super fancy designed helmet from Black Rifle, a skydive helmet, a G3 for just sent it to me. And I was like, all right, this is really cool. I'll be skydiving with this helmet that is way above my ability because I'm just total sky trasher.
I have never, and I'm not doing it. I have zero desire. I don't get it. I don't get Andy Stump with his fucking flying squirrel suit. Fuck you.
I hope you're
not
doing
doing that. Of course, that's easy for him. He's used to the flying squirrel suit. He's from regular skydiving ain't shit.
I asked Andy if he was interested in helping me do like base jump stuff and wingsuit stuff, and just all I got was no. And it's like, can you expand on that? He's like, all of my friends that I used to do this with are dead. So no, Tim. Okay. Well, great conversation. That was fun.
That is like the death rate in that stuff. Like he was telling me like how many, like if you send out 20 people to do that, how many come back? It's not good.
No.
Yeah,
You find a different hobby.
it's not good. But did you ever see the video where the guy is trying to fly in between the arches of the bridge? The sound, the clang of metal when his meat and bones hit that bridge.
That's terrible. It's like a watermelon traveling at 200 miles an hour, impacting metal.
Yeah.
And you can't imagine what that sound, like you imagine what that sound would be until you hear it. And that was a watermelon with bone slamming against metal, which was a human, which is now nothing.
Nothing. A splatter. It's instantaneous. He's probably going 100 miles an hour. You know?
Yeah. Faster.
Probably. Yeah. How fast do you go with those things?
140. So like if you're in a dive position, you're going 160 to 200 miles an hour. And if you're stable flying, maybe 140. So when you're like navigating like he was, I bet he was going 140, 150 miles an hour.
Which really makes you appreciate nature and evolution. That the peregrine falcon does what does it do, 220 or something insane?
And can change on a dime, just like flip.
You can put 220 horizontal.
Oh, fast. 220 in a car fucking feels insane. I've never done it. I don't know. But I mean, I've done we went to the local racetrack, that place up there, Coda. I don't know if it's on. We went to Coda recently, and Coda gets up to we were in a Lamborghini, went to 147. That feels fucking insane. At a racetrack. Does this thing go on?
You got it.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that long straightaway into that almost 180 turn on a motorcycle is one of the scariest things I've ever felt.
Have you done that track?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, except for that, my testicles were up into my stomach.
Yeah.
And I thought I'm a brave, courageous human, and I was just 100% coward on a racetrack.
Right. And at least you wipe out. You just have yeah. We were watching Formula One there. That is fucking wild. Those guys are flying. They're going so much faster than regular cars. You really get a perspective when you've actually driven around the car in like a GT car, driven to the track run, and then you see those guys. It's wild.
Oh, and there's levels too. Every time I think that I'm good at something, then you go with somebody that's actually good at that thing.
Yes.
And you're like, I'm so trash.
Yeah, I thought I knew how to drive a car until I got lessons. I'm like, oh, I suck at driving too. Great.
There's a long litany of things that I suck at.
Yeah.
Which are just made so clear.
But then unfortunately, I don't want to suck at it, so now I have this new addiction. Now I want to go to the fucking track all the time, which is not the best thing for like time management, because it's a fucking full day thing. You know, it's like golf or something like that. Like, oh, I've never played golf and I want to play golf because it's a time management thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have that. Like Ron White and Tony Hinchcliffe, they go out and they play for fucking 8 hours. I'm like, bro, I don't have 8 hours ever. I think 8 hours
You get stuff done on the golf course.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Maybe if you're a hedge fund manager, you want to figure out how to rip people off.
I enjoy the shooting and golf have a lot in common, like precision rifle.
Yeah.
So I enjoy that portion of it. So I definitely don't need to do this other thing with a club and a ball.
I have a pool addiction, which is very similar. Billiards. I play pool at a pretty high level. I have a real problem. I can play 8-9 hours a day.
Those are dorks.
Yeah.
Real pool nerds.
Oh yeah.
Are apt. They're genius.
Yeah.
And they're weird. And they're so freaking good.
They're so fucking smart. That's what's crazy. Like, really good pool players are fucking smart. Because you have to be. Because you have to, it's problem solving. You have to figure out how to manage geometry and also feel. And then you have to execute the shot too under pressure.
Very similar to jiu-jitsu and this
archery.
Yeah, this physical application of this mental complex problem.
Yeah.
That is, in real time changing every second.
Yeah, I think jiu-jitsu is the most complex of those things, and but it's also the one that breaks your body the most. That's the problem with jiu-jitsu.
They're really good in this long. I've totally changed now that all of these monsters have moved to Austin. And another example of where I thought I was just this freak grappler until I met real freak grapplers.
Right.
And I'm not even top 20. I'm maybe top 100 now. And so that realization with the Jean-Claude Bedonis and the Gordon Ryans and Victor Hugos and the Aaron Galley's and the Craig Joneses,
isn't that wild? Sean's right now too.
I was in his academy this morning.
It's amazing.
No, it's not.
This episode is brought to you by 8 Sleep. From superstar athletes to tech billionaires, successful people always seem to have one thing in common: deep, restful sleep. And a lot of them get it using their 8 Sleep pod cover. I have an 8 Sleep pod cover. I've had it for a while. It's a game changer. I love it. It keeps me I never sweat in bed anymore. I used to sweat in bed sometimes. It keeps it at the perfect temperature for you, and it's all down to features that are packed in it. It's got dual-sided heating and cooling, which is great if you're a couple. Like, if your wife wants to sleep in the warm spot, you want to sleep when it's cold, or whatever, vice versa. It's perfect. Plus, its autopilot feature automatically adjusts the temperature to help you sleep deeper and longer. You don't believe it? Well, you can see for yourself with its tracking technology that reports on your heart rate and other key sleep indicators. And thanks to all this, I'm having the best sleep of my life. But the best part is how little effort it took to set it up. It just fits over the mattress that you already have. It's time to bring high tech to bedroom. Reclaim your sleep by going to 8sleep.com/JRE for $200 off the Pod Plus free shipping. That's 8sleep.com/JRE for $200 off the Pod Plus free shipping. We are brought to you by Roka. If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roka sunglasses. They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roka is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roka has been building out a badass prescription offering and invested millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roka's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing their readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roka fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Roka stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roka did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I can wear anything, but I choose to wear Roka, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at Roka.com. That's ROKA.com.
No, it's not amazing, Joe. It's not. I'm saying this is the spectrum level. Great. Another thing that I'm trash at. But I've totally changed. I want to do jiu-jitsu until I'm 100 years old. And so I'm so intentional about what my roles are, who my live goes are with.
That's important.
It's so important.
And also you're very good at keeping up your physical body, which a lot of people are not. They just roll. Yeah. They just train, which you really can't.
I split my effort in a week almost evenly between grappling, striking, physical development, strength, speed, and then like that long recovery, longevity aspect of it. Like that's how my week is broken into for my training.
You almost have to treat your body like a pit crew. You really have to change your fucking tires. You got to do the whole thing. You can't just they look good. No, you got to really treat it like there's a methodical approach that must be done in order to race. Yeah. If you want to train, you kind of have to do that. Yeah.
It's not good for the ego.
It's not.
I got away with it when I was 25 and fighting, but
well, you got away with it while you were also active duty, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I should have been a little bit more intentional and disciplined about how I spent my time. I took youth for granted.
Everybody does. Yeah. You just wasted on the young.
That's it.
Isn't it wild?
Especially when you're dumb.
Yeah.
That is hard.
Well, most young people are dumb.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be young people that do the kind of stuff that we enjoy. Yeah.
We did dumb stuff.
That's life. Everything's good, man. Everything's really good.
I shot bow yesterday. My buddy Tyson got Rob from Roka, gave him a bow. Another great person that does great things for people that I resent.
Oh, Rob's great.
Yeah, you never gave me a bow. I was never given a bow. How does this just happen? So he came over and
do you want one?
No, I got a great bow.
Where do you get a bow from?
From Archery Country.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's my spot.
Yeah, I was there this morning. I got
an Archery Country t-shirt right here.
Yeah,
let's go.
I got 6 new arrows today. I shot through one of my archery targets and it hit the wood in the back, and I was inspecting my arrow, and I saw there's this little tiny fine line along the side of it, and I was like, you're done.
Oh, carbon? Yeah, cheap carbon. Yeah, you gotta be really careful about that. A lot of those explode and go through your hands.
I love those videos. I can't watch them, but I love them. Do you watch them? You do.
Yeah, I've seen them. Yeah, I don't enjoy them. I check all my shit up religiously though because of that. I had a Teflon glove that I tried to wear for a while. A lot of guys wear a Teflon glove to make sure that it never happens, but it's never happened. I haven't used it for 10 years now. I love it. Yeah, it's great.
I built about 180-degree 3D archery range in the backyard and back 3 acres. I got full-size elk and
nice.
Pigs and coyotes and a bunch of little deer. So anywhere from 100 yards. And I hate that I have to say yards
instead of meters.
Yeah.
We should have changed over. We almost did when I was in
like, I guess I was in high school and they're trying to change everybody over. It's just so much easier. It makes more sense. America's so fucked up with that. We're like, fuck the rest of the world. Inches, bitch.
We made it to the moon off inches and feet. Great. Thanks.
Inches, feet, and fuck soccer.
Yeah.
The rest of the world is like on the metric system, like, I love how England still sticks with pound. Well, they do stone. They're still with the stone thing.
Dumbest unit of measurement.
When we used to do fights over there and I had to do the weigh-ins, I used to have to say stone as well as pounds. I was like, okay, why are we doing this? Is this confusing when I just say pounds?
It's confusing enough when we have to throw on how much somebody weighs in kilos and how much they weigh in pounds, and we throw in stones.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay.
Kilos, Celsius, all the goes watch this video this guy was talking about. Well, it's 30 degrees out, so it's a nice day to go out and shoot. I was like, 30 degrees? I was like, oh, he's in Canada. All right. Okay, communist. These are not bullshit metrics.
They really are right now, too.
They are. They're full on.
I never thought it would happen that fast.
Bro, it's so bad. I'm worried that my podcast is going to be censored in Canada because they just pass some new fucking legislation where they're allowed to. Like the whole idea is like it's under the guise of Canadian content because they have a Canadian content law where they like you have to have a certain amount of Canadian-based content on like the radio and television and stuff like that. You can't just have all stuff from all over the world, whatever people like. You have to have like a certain percentage of it has to be Canadian. And so under the guise of that, but really it's Trudeau trying to enforce censorship on podcasts because
they always do it to cover and every dangerous freedom censoring group does it under this idea of they're doing it for the greater good.
Yeah.
You know, it's like whether it's diversity, equity, and inclusion, or it's making sure that not disinformation or misinformation is being populated within the masses. It's always through this veil of, no, it's for your benefit. But you pull the veil back a little bit, and it's just censorship. It's just control. Yeah, they're just trying to manipulate what information is available for people to try to base their opinions off of.
Have you ever seen that video of Trudeau from like 10 years ago? I mean, it might have been from more. It might have been like 2010. And he's talking about how he's opposed to. He's opposed to regulations with guns. Because he's like, regulations are the first step that they take, and the ultimate goal is to remove your gun. So we will not have regulations. Like, he's talking about this, like, in 2010 or 2011.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was following a playbook.
Yeah.
So he absolutely didn't believe that, though. Because he knew that within a decade, he would be trying to confiscate every single gun that he could get his hands on and make transfer of pistols illegal. It's illegal. Yeah. If I have a pistol and I want to sell you a pistol, I cannot. That's it.
It's so wild. It's so wild how quick it changed over there. They used COVID to just enforce these sweeping legislations across all sectors. They don't have a free speech. They don't have a First Amendment over there. So they have hate speech laws, which can be interpreted so vaguely. And this is what Jordan Peterson was rallying against, like back when they had this bill that was set up to make people use someone's gender identity. And he was like, well, what gender identity are you talking about? There's 78 current gender identities that someone can choose to identify with, including just complete nonsense, made-up words, and it's going to keep going. I don't know how many there are now. But it's like, the only way you enforce this is you're going to have to use force. And it's like the rule of law. Now it's like you're going to send armed thugs to arrest people for not using made-up words. Like, this is where this goes. Especially Peterson, who knows so much about communism and so much about where the darkness that it leads down to.
Yeah, I love that he approaches it both from like a philosophical perspective and a historical perspective. You know, he is so well versed and knowledgeable in the argument that they're making from this position. This is where it leads to. And not only do we understand this in human nature, and here's a bunch of examples of it, but also historically, here's a bunch of examples of it. So it makes it really hard to dispute what is really logical and rational. And okay, if you're here and they want to go from point A to point B, this is the process for them to get there.
Yes.
And you're like, yeah, another brilliant man that does a lot of good.
Well, you need a guy like him who has such a deep understanding of history. And all also is a clinical psychologist who understands the human mind on a very, very deep level. So he can explain things in a way that is almost impossible to refute. Like he's got all his bases covered when he had discussed this subject, and he can fucking pull it off of his head. The guy uses no notes, and he just will quote things and explain things in the most complex manner and make it absorbable to everybody.
Yeah, he and I are we're in a parallel fight right now on the education side. You know, I have an Apogee, which is I have a physical school here, and we have an online mentorship, and we're launching an additional 50 schools this year. Started a big, huge foundation, the Apogee Foundation, all just to try to turn this public school problem on its ear as we've indoctrinated this entire generation to hate America. And you know, we're in a really scary position. Military's having recruiting issues. You know, we're having identity problems in every imaginable way with this, you know, Gen Z and millennials just not knowing what their purpose is. And when you look at the public school system and the Department of Education, it's just a broken system. Teachers are great. Most of them, on majority, I think, have a real pure heart to do good, but they're in a system that is forcing them, or they're allowing to manipulate kids to radicalize them into really anti-American ideas. And something has to change because the current trajectory, we're screwed. You know, the lack of individual responsibility and, as Jocko would say, extreme ownership of what the issues are and how to solve them are absolutely absent. You know, we have entitlements, we have, you know, accepting these identities, we have obviously this mental health crisis, and all of it really goes back when you look at the pandering that is happening in public schools for 8 hours in a day. There's no way that you could come out of that process not being jacked up.
Right. You're going to get some of it's going to leak into your brain, no matter how much your parents talk to you, or no matter how much you have your own ideas about life. There's a certain amount that people just absorb from their atmosphere and accept. There's a certain amount of it that people just accept.
And it's so manipulative when, you know, a third grade teacher is assigning you a project of, okay, you are a Palestinian freedom fighter here in the United States. What are some ways that you can help the Palestinians in Gaza be free? Like, that is your assignment. Give me 5 examples. Or even better, you'll get 5 points extracurricular for extracurricular activities where you went and did something to help at a Palestinian protest or pro-Palestinian. And it's just like you've effectively radicalized the kid into a freedom fighter with one assignment. Like, they have no choice but to participate if they want to receive a good grade. That was on the news yesterday. That exact situation was happening, and it's detestable.
Like, it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre that people don't see where this goes. They don't see the end of it. And it's not to say that the plight of the innocent Palestinians is not a fucking terrible situation to be in. If you're stuck in Gaza under the rule of Hamas, and then you have Israel just like keeps everybody detained in this one area, it's not good for them either.
It's not 2.4 million people in an area the size of Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
And I like to use the word stuck, because they are. You know, we have 240 hostages that are in Gaza, like legitimate Israeli, American, Brazilian, from almost every single nation. There's hostages in Gaza currently from October 7th. But the 2.4 million people, the Palestinians that live in Gaza, they are being held hostage by 30 to 40,000 radical Hamas and about 7 other radical organizations that are terrorist organizations. So your word stuck could not be more accurate. There are great, peaceful, wonderful Muslims in Gaza that voted in a terrorist organization when the PLO and Hamas were trying to figure out who was actually going to be the ruling party of the Palestinian people. Hamas won out, and now they are the size of a cartel, being funded $70 million a year from Iran is being pumped into Hamas. And all they're doing is taking every little bit of humanitarian aid and converting it into military resources. And those poor people, those poor Palestinians, are trapped in between all of this. It's wild. It's such a complex problem that is solvable, but like, it's heartbreaking when you look at the individual level of the kids that are there and the women that are there and the civilians that are there are literally trapped, as you said, stuck. And if you're Israel, how do you fix it? If you're Palestinian, how do you fix it? When it's so evident that Hamas wants one thing, which is the elimination and genocide of all Jews.
And are there any Muslim countries that are accepting Palestinian refugees?
No, they never have.
That seems insane because there's all this support for the Palestinians. If you're Islamic, if you're a Muslim, and you want to support these Muslims, wouldn't you support the idea that your country, this Muslim country, would accept those people and they could be in a place where they could be free?
22 Arab nations, over 40 Muslim nations internationally, right? There's one Jew nation. And that one Jew nation, Israel, has done more for the Palestinian people than any other nation ever. So it's ludicrous and it's insulting to the Palestinian people to start throwing stones at Israel when in fact they're the only group that has been trying to protect and in any administrative way provide food, water, and resources to the people that are there. Over 40 Muslim countries, not one of them is accepting any Palestinian refugees.
What is the answer to that? Like, why?
They're a problem that is with the radicals that are embedded inside of them. How do you differentiate between who is a peaceful Muslim Palestinian to who is a radical that is working for Hamas? Like, how do you do that? Right. So, as I'm getting evacuation requests 2 weeks ago, and we're trying to be good, proper, judicious servants, how do I know that this name of this person is not trying to fill out an evacuation form to be assisted to move from an area that they're currently denied in, or their area of movement is restricted for any other reasons besides that they need help? Like, it's a really hard, multiple levels of truth to try to peel back to figure out who some of these people are and what their intentions are. And it's been that way for a really long time. You go all the way back to 1987 when Hamas really started moving and fighting with the PLO for control of the area. Yasser Arafat was meeting with Clinton and the Prime Minister of Israel, and they're making negotiations in Oslo, and all the way up to the first Intifada, to the second Intifada, to then suicide attacks, pizzerias blowing up. Like, how do you determine who's good and who's bad? Do they have suicide vests? Do they not? Or what are their intentions? It's wildly hard.
You have been involved just in the last few years in two of the most heartbreaking scenes that we've seen depicted in the media. The botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. You leave that, and now you just got back from Israel.
I'm over what's happened.
This episode is brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook. College basketball fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook. To celebrate the game's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a chance to score big. You can bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets. Only with DraftKings Sportsbook with the code ROGAN. The crown is yours. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more.
Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
So they did a survey, and 1 in 3 people say they've snooped through their partner's phones. And that's just the ones who admit it. Look, it's only natural to be curious. Who hasn't snuck a little peek at their partner's phone? But that's why you have to use ExpressVPN. Sure, you can put a passcode on your phone or clear your history after all your late-night sessions, but it doesn't matter. Your browsing history is exposed. Just think about it. Who owns all the Wi-Fi networks you use daily? Your friends, your boss, your parents? Well, if you're using their Wi-Fi, they can see everything. To truly protect your privacy, you need to use ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, all I have to do, boom, Everything I do online gets sent through an encrypted server. No one has access to my browsing history but me. End of story. I've said this for years. ExpressVPN is hands down the best privacy tool on the market. It's easy. It just works. Whether I'm on my phone, tablet, laptop, literally everything. When the app turns green, I'm clean. So use my special link to get the best possible deal on the VPN that I trust to protect my whole life online. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's get 3 extra months for free. It's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. expressvpn.com/Rogan. I'm over what's happened in the past 3 years. There's actually 4 consecutive. So the day I got back from Afghanistan, because I went from Afghanistan to Albania and Brazil and Italy and Greece to try to have them take refugees. So my post-Afghanistan work lasted a few more weeks because there were a lot of Afghan refugees and non-American citizens that weren't even Afghanis that we had to figure out where we're going to put. So that carried off, the attack happened September 26th, or August 26th, where the bomb at Abbey Gate went off and the American service members were killed. And, we left a few days later. 2 weeks later, we're now into mid-September. I come back, and I immediately, the day I land, I get assigned to go down to the Mexican border. And I spent 6 months on the Mexican border on Operation Lone Star, part of a special operation task force combating cartels, traffickers, human traffickers, drug smugglers. So there was humanitarian crisis number 2 in my life in 3 years, which was the Mexican border. Some of the worst stuff I've ever seen in my life. On par with Afghanistan, on par with what was the next one, which was Ukraine. The day I got off orders where I was legally allowed to travel, or I was not. So when you're on orders, you have to do what the Army says, right? And the Army said, this is what you're going to do. So for 6 months, I was on this assignment at the border. The day I got off those orders, I'm back to a civilian Tim Kennedy. So then I traveled to Ukraine. I worked Ukraine for a few months during that conflict and post-invasion, which was, again, horrible. Like some of the worst stuff I've ever seen. Come back and I get this momentary lull where I was like, I think like Israel, is this going to be okay? And then this happens. Then October 7th happens. And it's just, in 3 years for this level of horror to happen is indescribable.
It seems that it's ramping up.
It is.
Well, so you're saying that the experience that you had at the border was as bad as anything?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, this is, you're not going to hear me. I'm going to take a second here. So we're in Afghanistan, right? Babies are stuck in concertina wire. Taliban is executing civilians in the street to try to prompt Americans to do a response. Troops trying to elicit some escalation, right? They're really just flexing to show that they were in charge. So that's Afghanistan on the ground. Burnt babies, as I'm going out to try and find Americans or our allies that are out in the city of Kabul to bring them into HKIA. And they're stepping over like small burnt babies. Like it's the worst thing ever. Fast forward 3 weeks. We're at the Del Rio River. And there are 400 immigrants trying to cross the river. They have babies up on their shoulders. And the coyotes, the traffickers, every single person that's in the river has paid the cartels to be escorted across the border. Well, concurrently, the cartel's about to smuggle 500 meters up the river 2 dudes with bundles of fentanyl on their back. So I'm dealing with this gigantic humanitarian problem of a few hundred people at night trying to cross a dark, cold, flowing water with babies on the shores. And what do the coyotes do? The moment that they start getting close to the shore, they just grab the kids. Down to the drink, down to the water. Babies are floating, little children are screaming. Why would they do this? Because I have to spend resources of my personnel to flood to try to save these immigrants from drowning in the river. And I have to throw a ton of resources and people at them to try and save them so they don't die in the river. At the exact same time, the resources that I have to use personnel-wise here, they're getting guys successfully onto the shore with bags full of fentanyl as they run into the inland, into the interior. And they know exactly what they're doing.
they're making money by moving people while they're concurrently making money smuggling drugs and throwing humanitarian crises at us so that they can move drugs simultaneously. And that's hard for people that are trying to do good. How do you choose which problem to attack? We had a service member that dived into the water to try to save a baby, and he drowned. It took us a week to find his body. A Texas National Guardsman dove in there to try to find a baby that had gotten pushed off, and he drowned trying to save her.
Is it a matter of resources? Is there not enough resources being put into? Well, obviously, this whole thing reeks of. It's so terrible to say, but it seems like this is a concentrated effort, and not just from the cartel. It seems like this is something that's being allowed to happen.
The benefits of there's lots. I mean, that's a hard question.
Right.
Texas has a way different position than the federal government as to the immigration problem, and their approach are almost in conflict. So when you get to like the real bad actors with, you know, sexual trafficking, cartel members, drug smugglers, weapon smugglers, you know, of course you're going to see federal assets being leveraged to attack those problem sets. But the large humanitarian problem, the federal government is going to have a way different approach compared to the Texas government. The Texas government is like, no, this is illegal immigration. We have lawful ports of entry. You have to legally come into the United States through a legal port of entry. And then once you are here, we will process you in accordance with what the Department of State says the immigration process is. Because there's a rule, and we're a country of laws, so you have to follow the law. Anything else is illegal. The other side of that coin is the federal approach, which is anybody that makes it across the border, you are now here, and we're going to process you, which is insanity.
Why do they do that? Do you think they're trying to bring in voters?
Yeah. It grows the government. It's more entitled people that you have to pay, more entitlement programs that you have to pay to support. You know, those people are immediately shipped into the interior. I find it comical, and I know people think it's not appropriate for the Texas government. They've been shipping immigrants to some of these sanctuary cities that they've said that they're sanctuary cities until they've actually received a lot of immigrants, and they're like, oh my God, we can't handle this number of immigrants. And it's like 1% of what comes over the border every single day here in Texas that we have to deal with all the time. The Yankees, those north, they have no idea what it's like to be a border state. And the amount, just the tens and hundreds of thousands of people that are coming across every single day, it's criminal that they're allowing it.
When did it start? When did it ramp up like this? This was never
3 years ago.
3 years ago. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, Trump put some pretty powerful laws in place and empowered the federal immigration laws for us at the border to have lots of tools to, one, turn somebody away. If you're coming across and you're claiming asylum, well, you have to go back to your country of origin, or you have to go to the country that you're trying to cross from, and that is where you're going to have your asylum process be determined. You're not going to come in, and we're not going to allow you to go to San Diego and get to hang out in San Diego until your court date, which is currently happening right now. Right? You make it across. Where are you going? I'm going to San Diego. All right, show up for your immigration court date. It's in a year and a half from now.
And everybody knows this, so that people are just coming across.
That's right. Just flooding.
It's so wild to watch those videos of just the enormous, miles-long lines of people.
Military age men. That it's so heartbreaking. The men and women, Border Patrol, Department of Public Safety, the Texas National Guardsmen that are working the border, they are so incredible. Selfless, hardworking, love America and also love people. They're putting their lives on the line every single day to try to protect these immigrants, but also try to protect the law and the rule of law. And that's a really hard thing to reconcile. is what is the humane thing to do, and is that in alignment with what is the just thing to do? That's hard.
And then once people are here and they cross over, there's not a real screening process in terms of like who's a criminal, what your history is in your country of origin.
Yeah, you want to get a weird Google thing. Google how many known people on the terror watch list have made it across, and it'll scare the crap out of you. So, Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, we have these gigantic lists of people that are on terror watch lists, criminal watch lists, and the number of those that we have captured at the border, obviously, is just going to be a drop in a bucket of those that have made it across. And, it is, in light of what just happened in Israel, where, they flew paragliders over borders, over walls, and they crashed through walls, and then they were able to kill 1,400 people in one day. And then you look at the number, that was 1,000 insurgents total. And then you look at the number of people that have been coming over the border for the past 3 years that we know are radicalized, that we know are on watch lists. It should scare the pants, like just scare you to death. The position that we're at, we're gonna have a real bad year.
God damn it.
Yeah. Department of Homeland Security and the FBI yesterday, they talked about a bunch of known terrorist cells that are currently not operating. They are operating, but they are looking for opportunities, targets of opportunity to conduct terrorist activities here in the United States. The Department of State just released an entire worldwide warning to all Americans traveling abroad, saying that it is dangerous for any American to be traveling anywhere in the world right now with the amount of terrorist cells that have now been activated. Fuck. So if you're in the STEPS program, it's Department of State, STEP, Smart Traveler something program, that you get notifications. If you travel abroad, you should enroll in the STEPS program. But what happens is today you would have gotten an email saying if you're going to be traveling to every single country that you would enroll in STEPS, that you're going to be overseas in, you would have gotten an email from them warning you not to go there because it's dangerous. So if you're enrolled in like 5 different countries for STEPS, you would have gotten 5 emails today being like, hey, Will, don't go there. And there we go.
Yeah, worldwide caution. Due to increased tensions in various locations around the world, the potential for terrorist attacks, demonstrations, and violent actions against U.S. citizens and interests, the Department of State advises U.S. citizens overseas to exercise increased caution. U.S. citizens should stay alert in locations frequented by tourists, enroll in Smart Travel Enrollment Program to receive information alerts to make it easier to locate you in an emergency overseas. Follow the Department of State on Facebook and Twitter, and visit travel.state.gov.
Yeah, this crisis intake form and the flights out of Ben Gurion, that is. So Save Our Allies, the NGO that I was in Afghanistan for, the NGO that I was in Ukraine for, and the NGO that I was just recently in Israel for. Department of State, they're an easy target to throw darts at sometimes, but they really do great for the American people. But there's always these gaps. So fly out of, you're an American in Israel, right? You're a 75-year-old pastor that wants to go and walk where Jesus walked. Israel is just such a beautiful place where there's 2.5 billion Christians in the world. There's 1.9 billion Muslims in the world. There's almost 20 million Jews in this world. And guess where they're one place that they think to be the holies of holies are? That's right, in Israel. Right? Like it is the place for the largest religions in the world to all celebrate. So you're a pastor and you want to go to the Jordan River because that's where Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist. You are a Muslim and you want to go to the Dome. You want to the Dome of the Rock. You want to go to the mosque that they're calling the reason for attacking Israel was because they thought it was going to be destroyed, which it never will be. It's protected by Israel. Whatever your motivation was, you get there, you're an American, and then this attack happens. American cancels your flight, United cancels your flight, every single airline cancels your flight, and the only airline left is the Israeli airline. You're wherever you are in Israel, maybe you're on the Jordan River, maybe you're up north in the Haifa, maybe you're like way down south in a lot because you wanted to see the border of Egypt, and this, you're the Gulf of Aqaba. It's like the most beautiful water that connects to the Red Sea, and you're an American tourist. You don't have the wherewithal of knowing how to travel in the middle of a war. And now you're getting a thing from Department of State that says you have to go to Tel Aviv and connect with us and fill out this crisis intake form for us to be able to help you get out. From where you are as an American citizen to where you need to be to get out of this country where 1,400 people are being raped, murdered, burnt alive, tortured. There's people being kidnapped and hostages being taken. And you're just an American that's now stuck here. Every single airline has canceled your flight, no matter how many times you booked it. We had this guy had booked 5 new flights, and every single one of those flights had been charged on his credit card. And so then his credit card is frozen because he has just booked 5 next day flights at $3,000-4,000 a piece, and he's on heart medication, maybe he's on insulin, whatever the individual. We have almost 400 people get out of Israel, but the Department of State, as amazing as there are, there's these little gaps that somebody has to go and help them with. That's comfortable moving in the middle of a war, and that's really where Save Our Allies comes in, is because we go and fill that gap. Like, how do I find this guy in this hotel that is too scared to leave, doesn't know how to get a bus, doesn't know how to get a taxi, doesn't know how to, his tourist information or his tourist guide is like, hey, bro, I'm out. I'm going to go down because my kibbutz just got murdered. I'm going to go help my family that, they're missing 3 of their family members. Of course they're going to go and help me. But now that guy is stuck, that his family's stuck, that pastor's stuck. So we had to go and find those people and move them to a place where they could get out of the country safely. And it was freaking hard. The volume of that is like wild. We took this rad 2 pastors. They're from California, and we had a similar situation. They booked multiple flights. They had an old pastor with them. They didn't have the maneuverability of being able to pivot with whatever existing flights. Ultimately, we had to drive them from where they were to Haifa to put them on a private chartered airplane to fly them from Haifa to Cyprus, where they could then fly from there to Athens and get home. But we had privately sourced an airplane to fly them out of a place, to get them to a place that they could fly out of, because all other aircraft had been grounded. So that 2 pastors could make it back to their churches in California. They're literally stuck. Yeah. Crazy.
How do you fucking manage your mind dealing with so many horrific and traumatic experiences over and over and over again, just over a few years?
My dad just asked me, but he asked me like way more pointed. He's like,
Are you okay?
"Are you okay, son?"
Yeah, I would be asking that too if I was your dad.
You remember Mr. Rogers?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. He was asked a real similar question, and it was during the civil rights protests where blacks are being beaten in the street, and hippies are being condemned as like the next plague and pestilence that society could ever see. And what would you do with all of this evil happening around us? And Mr. Rogers says, just look to the helpers. There's always people trying to help. And, thinking about the ground team that I had with me over there, I can't even say their names because they're amazing people. But JP, RT, Primo, and the most brilliant from the expeditionary special operations backgrounds, but the most selfless, hardworking. They're giants of humans. Like, I look at them just in awe of how capable they are and how selfless they are at the same time. Like, these are the most lethal humans on the planet, and they can kill you 1,000 different ways. But they're putting their lives on the line to try to rescue a pastor that can't book a flight. Israel would do anything to have one of these guys go with them and advise them about how to get into this shit shit show that is Gaza and the tunnels that are controlled by Hamas. And what are we going to do with Hezbollah at the northern border? How are we going to stop the Taliban that just got permission to cross through Iraq? What are we going to do with Al Qaeda that just bribed a whole bunch more people to fly them into every single neighboring country? But instead, they're just trying to rescue people. So to ask your question, when I'm down the border, I just look to my left and my right, and I see a freaking private. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. He's sitting there with night vision, and he's like, that kid just fell in the water. The motherfucker's off. He's off. He's running down into the darkness to jump in the water to try and save a kid. Like, if you cannot find inspiration from that, and if you cannot find something that's going to nurture and feed your soul and inspire you to do something good for the people around you, and look at the guys that I had with me in Israel, like, I can't even, the group of people I had with me in Ukraine, like, I'm just astounded by these, and you know a whole bunch of them too, that are just amazing people. I've been so blessed to have, a short but successful fighting career, a successful military career that then went into a period of like successful business. And now I'm in a position where like, man, I really want to do good. And there's all these things that I know people are really hurting in or they can't do. And I have experience and background and connections that I'm able to solve these problems. I did so much evil. I dealt so much death. And if I didn't try to do good now, like, I think I would really have a problem. But I'm good because I'm doing good. And there's something about that, doing good for other people. And when you're hurting, I don't think there's anything more important that you could do than do something for somebody else. And that just empowers you and it gives you purpose. And if I'm ever going to think about, should I get up and work out today? Well, I can think about August 24th, 2021, when I had 2 kids in my arms and a woman behind me, and we're having to run through Kabul to try to make it to Ishkaya while we're being chased by the Taliban. Cool. I want to be in good shape, bro. You know? Find people doing good. You know, as Mr. Rogers said, look to the people that are helping. And, man, I'm good.
Just keep your eyes on the good.
Yeah.
That's amazing that you're able to manage your mind through all this, because I know a lot of lesser men would be destroyed by one of these experiences. For you to have 4 of them concurrent over 3 years.
That is a lot.
It's a lot to handle.
I would really like, maybe in the next election cycle, us to look at the past 3 years and maybe I'm not ready for another 4 years of this, you know. I don't think our organization can take it. I think the Rolodex of people that want to do good. I can only ask somebody to go into a war-torn country to try to save Americans so many times.
Well, unfortunately, we've also demonized first responders and people that are in the military, demonized people that are police officers and border officers, and this short-sighted, ridiculous approach for political purposes is just so fucking infuriating, and it's so weird that more people don't understand that, and more people don't see it that way.
The propaganda machine is a powerful thing right now, and I don't know how to fight it. You know, they've successfully demonized law enforcement. Border Patrol, they take a photo of a guy riding on a horse, and a horse is the best thing you could possibly have on the border. If you've been to the Mexican border, it is like, it's magic. I mean, do you hunt off horseback ever?
No.
Oh, dude, it's the best. You're like Southwest Texas, if you're going elk hunting, or like you're going to go bear hunting, you're going to go cat hunting, and you think you're going to get up, through in and around Big Bend on anything but a horse, you're crazy. Like, you better be on a horse. There's one photo of a guy with his reins in his hand. And, they're like, this Border Patrol guy is whipping. That's not what's happening. He was using his horse to block people, to prevent them from putting their lives in danger by getting into this flowing river. That's what he was doing. And if they make it into the interior, like they said, the number of people that die from exposure once they make it across into the United States, but then they try to cross, let's say they came through Big Bend. Do you know how big that place is? It's fucking crazy. We're hunting in and around there, and I'll come across a couple of immigrants, and they are, one, we find dead bodies all the time on ranches of immigrants that just die from exposures.
A friend of mine found one. There's a ranch in South Texas.
All the time. Yeah. And these men and women on the border are trying to protect them. Similarly in the propaganda vein, this pro-Hamas, we were texting before we came on here, like how fast things pivot. The rational understanding of a problem and how perverted it is from truth. Don't know how to fight this. This is a unique problem.
It's very unique and it's very strange. It's very strange to see massive protests on the streets that are yelling out in support of the people that did that on October 7th. And there was a professor recently that said he was elated when that happened. And he was just suspended, which is crazy. It's only that. But the fact that there's people that are so fucking detached from reality, and they have this very strange leftist Marxist philosophy that is so untenable with the reality of the world, and yet they're teaching kids this, and then they're talking about this openly in public forums, openly in social media, openly in protests. It's fucking strange. It's so strange that people understand. It's so dangerous. And for young people that admire those people or that are being taught by those people don't know any better when that person's in a position of power and influence because they're discussing these things in classrooms or discussing these things on social media. I just don't understand it. I'm so confused. I never thought things would deteriorate this rapidly.
I'm disappointed, but I'm not confused. When you know the powers and the money that is being spent to try to destabilize America, when you look at our enemies, when you're looking at China, when you're looking at Russia, when you're looking at Iran, and the hundreds of millions of dollars they're spending in misinformation and disinformation, where they are perpetuating things that we 100% know to be not true, not factual, but they are very effectively. It's unnerving. Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister for Hitler, he had a playbook about how to spin truth and how to manipulate masses. How could you take what is a great, cool culture like the Germans were post World War I, as they're trying to find their identity and they're trying to bounce back from a horrific war, and then by the mid-30s and late 30s, they're positioning to throw Jews into ghettos and then ultimately gas 6 million of them. How can that happen so fast? And you very quickly realize that it was an effective propaganda misinformation campaign where they were able to dehumanize and segregate certain aspects or ideas and then attach a name to those things and a face to those things and a people to those things. And we saw it here during COVID, the unvaccinated. Yeah. And it happened fast. It happened in months. And the same way that police were demonized during the defund law enforcement and BLM movement. Now we know to be a complete hoax, a bunch of liars that manipulated truth and data and what really happened. And are there injustices? Absolutely. Are we a perfect nation? Totally not. Is law enforcement perfect? No, for sure. But by and large, the vast majority do want to do good. Like it says, protect and serve, and that's what they raise their hand to do. But they're being destroyed by this misinformation campaign. And Russia and China want it. They want us to be fighting each other. They want pro-Palestinian protests. They want pro-Hamas protests. They want from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That is a call for genocide. They're calling for the river, the Jordan River, which is on the east side of all of Israel, the sea, the Mediterranean. In between those two things is where Israel lies, 7.4 million Jews. They want that to not exist. They want no Jews to be there. So every time that you hear from the river to the sea, it is a call for genocide or an expulsion of all Jews out of Israel. And that is the call of Hamas. And guess who's paying for that thing to be seen on Cornell and in Harvard and in every single, that's right, Russia and China. They're being manipulated by a bunch of our enemies as they're trying to destabilize us in a region and here in the United States.
And it's a vulnerability of that we have because of our freedom.
Yeah. Yeah, but man, I love freedom.
I love it.
I do.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
That's why I moved here.
I love the way that freedom would work was that there was an educated, empowered citizen that was individually responsible for themselves and their family. And they were in a position of authority over the government. That's how that document worked, our beautiful Bill of Rights and the Constitution, was because of the power of the people. And over the past 50, 60 years, our people have become fat, gelatinous, complacent, uneducated, subscribe to propaganda, radicals, aligned with agendas that are not pro-America. And in the course of this time, it makes that document have no teeth, or there's nothing behind it, because the government used to be scared of the people, because the people, when we decided to throw some tea in a harbor and the shot heard around the world, we went after the people that were attacking us and that were controlling us, and we killed them and we pushed them off this land. And then we wrote these founding documents that said the individual is going to maintain the power, the people are going to have the power. But the only way that works is if the people have power. And we've let that go. Bit by bit, diet by diet, day by day, lack of exercising of our God-given rights. We are now just soft. It's one of the reasons when I was kicking around with you, like, hey, do we really want to talk about this? This is tough. Like, I have 25 pages of notes here about the Middle East conflict. But ultimately, I'm scared that can happen here because we are so vulnerable right now as people. It's the reason that Sheepdog Response exists. My company is to train the American individual to take their own security, to preserve and protect human life, and be able to provide for the family. That's the mission statement. But right now, I don't know what percentage of Americans are capable of doing that.
It's a very small number.
Very small.
Yeah, and frighteningly small. And
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. You probably already know that Squarespace is the all-in-one platform for creating a website, but they do so much more than that. For example, you can drive sales and engage your audience with Squarespace email campaigns. They make it easy to collect email subscribers and repeat business through regular email updates. You can sell anything you want with Squarespace, whether it's physical goods, digital products, or services. They have all the tools you need to set up an online store. You can even sell in person by connecting a Square Reader to the Squarespace app and keep your orders, inventory, and customer data in sync with your website. Try it for yourself. For a free trial, just head to squarespace.com/Joe. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code Joe to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. This episode is brought to you by Fast Growing Trees. If you want to know what you're putting in your body, growing your own food is a great place to start. But listen, starting a garden doesn't have to be intimidating. I'd like to recommend Fast Growing Trees, one of the biggest online nurseries in the U.S. with more than 10,000 different kinds of plants that will be shipped to your door in just 1 to 2 days. That includes lemon, avocado, olive, and fig trees that you can grow inside your home. I love that you don't even need to have a lot of land to work with these guys. And if you don't have the greenest of thumbs, don't worry. Fast Growing Trees has a 30-day Alive and Thrive guarantee, plus free plant consultations. I think it's great that they'll help you with every step from finding the best plants for your garden to designing the layout and talking you through plant care. Truly, this is where your self-sustainability starts. And right now, they have some of the best deals online, like up to half off on select plants. And listeners to our show can get an additional 15% off their first purchase when using the code JRE at checkout. That's an additional 15% off at fastgrowingtrees.com using the code JRE at checkout. One more time, fastgrowingtrees.com, code JRE. Offer is valid for a limited time. Terms and conditions may apply. And that is being discussed as if somehow or another that small number is a strength, that we are in somehow or another a more kind and more equitable nation because people are so soft, because people are so, it's I don't know how you have those two, how do you have such freedom that allows people to have these protests, that allows people to have these differing perspectives and to speak about it openly and publicly, but yet still maintain the strength of the union when you have all of these external factors, all of these different countries and different organizations that are working to try to use propaganda and use money to destroy us, because that's really what's happening. And that's like, that used to be like, if you said there's people out there that are trying to destroy America, oh, you're some crazy right-wing fucking alt-right. But God damn it, how much information do you have to see? How much truth do you have to see that you cannot deny?
It's about Russian interference into the election.
Yeah.
Bold-faced lie. They weren't interfering. They're perpetuating that they were interfering, but they weren't interfering. That Trump was being influenced by,
but he was a Russian agent.
Yeah. Well, guess who was pushing that story? The Russians and China, because it destabilized our election process.
Right.
So your question is, how do you reconcile having such freedoms where somebody can go and say something so detestable, like praising a group of people that went and raped and murdered 1,400 people that currently have 240 hostages. That's what Hamas has. There's 30 to 40,000 Hamas operatives within Gaza. They have a ton of how can somebody have so much freedom to say that? Well, it's if the people are prepared to be able to protect and preserve and provide. Then, if you're in a position of authority, sovereignty, it's the next step past freedom. Sovereignty is what I want for me. It's what I want for every American. It's that they are in control of themselves. An external force comes and says, Tim, I want you to take this experimental thing and give it to your child and inject it to them, please. I say no. No, I don't need it. Whatever it is you're about to withhold from me because I don't do this thing, I don't need because I can do it myself. That's sovereignty, right? I don't need you to come and try and protect my family because I can protect my family. Come and try and mess with them because my family is unattainable to anybody else. They're completely protected. Education. The reason I started these schools is because I do not want anyone else to have influence over the way that my children are going to learn how to be critical thinkers. I want them to be educated. I want them to be powerful. I want them to be cognitive in every single debatable subject, to have the Socratic mind where they can sit and debate somebody like you with immense knowledge on all these variety of topics. But then, man, they're fierce. That's sovereignty. We have for so long just given away every little bit of it. Whether it was post 9/11 or during COVID or after the next active shooter, in light of what just happened in Maine, they're going to be coming after. They're going to be looking for more laws to try and control more of the Second Amendment and limit the freedoms that we have. So we know that, but we have to maintain this essence that is being America, which is the sovereignty, the individual responsibility that I am in charge of.
And what's infuriating to me about these mass shootings, and Matt Walsh did a piece about this recently, where he discussed the prevalence of psychoactive drugs, the prevalence of psychiatric medications amongst school shooters, amongst mass shooters, that it is fucking off the charts. And they try to hide that. They try to hide that data by using gang violence as mass shootings. And they use there's no data to support that all of that is no, that's not true at all. There's a giant difference between gang violence mass shootings, which occur all the time, which are also something that no one's trying to fix, and then the actual people that strap themselves up and go into places where people are unarmed and just slaughter people. Almost all of them are on something. Almost all of them, they're on SSRIs, almost all of them are on some sort of anti-anxiety medication, almost all of them are on something. And that we don't address that, it's not even talked about, that it's like fucking Voldemort.
I'm not talking about Voldemort. Yeah.
Whatever it is. You're not supposed to say the name. I mean, it's very strange that this is never discussed on television.
You said you can't research it. When you say it's buried, that data, if you were like, how many active shooters were on a antidepressant, anything, that all of that data is buried with, well, then it pops up, well, in Chicago, in Southern California, it's buried in truth. So trying to find the real data of these active shooters in schools, like this guy that in Maine, no mental health problems.
Yes.
And he actually tried to buy a suppressor and failed trying to buy the suppressor because he self-elected. He told them that he just recently got out of a mental institution. So, like, kudos to them. I'm part of this group called Double Check that's trying to figure out ways to identify outliers like this, where people have information. They wrote their manifesto of like, hey, I'm going to go murder a bunch of people. I'm going to go to this black church and kill everybody. A lot of times that information is available. As I love the Second Amendment, every single person should be able to have a tank and a machine gun, in my opinion. But when somebody is dealing with mental health problems, they're on a bunch of drugs, they're actively trying to hurt people, like maybe there's a restraining order, they're a multi-time felon, should that guy be able to go in and buy? Well, clearly, that guy right there was stopped from getting a tool to maybe even hurt more people by just, as a small business owner, it is my choice who I'm going to sell to and who I'm going to choose to sell a product to. And if that product is a thing like ultimate, the individual responsibility as an entrepreneur and a small business owner is like, it is my choice who sell this to. And that guy comes in and he says that he's on drugs and he just got out of a mental health hospital. Like, man, you can go buy your suppressor somewhere else. Like that guy in Maine just went through it. So Double Check is trying to infuse themselves in a really helpful way to protect people like me that own a gun store. Or if that guy walks into my door, I can have real data to point to him. So like, boom, I do a little search. It pops up as like, hey man, you just wrote that you want to go shoot up a school. Can we talk about that before I sell you a gun? You said that you hate black people. And that you think that they all should die. Or like that guy in Harvard Square yesterday that was walking around saying that every Jew should have their neck slit. There should be no Jew businesses. It's like in Harvard Square. Like if that guy walked into my gun store, I'm going to go to Double Check and be like, man, so you said some pretty outrageous things yesterday. I think you need help. Let's go for a run and let's go get you some real help.
What help do they even get? I mean, and also, like, how much help do they get in getting off of that shit? And is there a way to get off of that shit? Now, if you are legitimately mentally ill and you're on a host of psychiatric medications, like, what motivation do they have to even take you off of that shit?
I'm not a doctor. They don't have motivation because they don't make money when you're not taking drugs.
It's fucking terrifying.
You also know the answer to this. So in all of the things I've experienced in the past 3 years, like post-traumatic stress, any single one of those single days over the course of months upon months would be enough for me to be like, dude, I'm out of here, right? Instead, definitely not on any drugs. Exercise every single day, cold plunge, hang out with my friends, do grappling, contribute in a meaningful way back to society. I have an amazing relationship with my beautiful wife. I have incredible children that I'm so proud of. I'm active. I'm now like playing hockey with my son as a 45-year-old dude that just went to a yard sale to buy all the hockey stuff so I can get out there and try to dunk on my 8-year-old who skates around me making me look like an idiot. I also got all my lacrosse stuff. I got tap shoes so I can start doing tap dancing with my 4-year-old. Like these are the things that healthy people do. Sitting on the couch, eating a bunch of shit, not going outside, not having relationships, not having any community, not finding ways to get back to the community. Of course you're broken. So how do you get off the drugs? You start doing tiny little bits, 1% improvement every single day. And ultimately, like the sun is brighter, your wife is more beautiful, your kids are just a little bit more rad, and you're able to go do more good for more people.
But people don't have this guidance, and that's what's crazy. That this truth that you're speaking is not common.
This is not something that people discuss. And if you talk to a doctor, this is not something they recommend. What they're trying to do is let's find the right medication for you, Tim. Let's alter your stuff.
I just got chastised by my doctor. 45, so I was going to go with the is my gut and stuff healthy thing that you do at this age. And they're like, we haven't seen you in 7 years. I haven't been sick in 7 years. Last time I was here, I partially tore my toe off, and I needed you to like put my toe back on. So like, what do I need you for? And they're like, well, you need us now because you have to have a letter for you to be able to go get this procedure. And I was like, well, I just don't want to get gut and like butthole cancer, so I'd really like to go do these things, right? But I have to come in and see you for you to like write a thing for me to go see these other people. And okay, I got it.
Well, they think they're doing the right thing because this is what their mandate is. And this is what their normal regimen is when you discuss things with people. You should be seeing us all the time, Tim. Yeah, I don't get it. If you're healthy, be healthy. Be healthy. Be actually healthy. Like, work at it.
Yeah. That discipline, it seems so sad. And I pity the easy solution person, where like I can take a pill and I'll feel better, or I can take a pill and I'll be less fat, or like I'll be sold on this idea that this media company is selling me that if I do this thing, I'm gonna sleep better, or like my dick's gonna work better with this thing. I'll be happy. Yeah, like the truth is that you gotta work. Yes, you gotta work. You gotta get up early. Yeah. You have to have callous hands. And I love my wife, and I love being able to have an amazing relationship with her, and that would not be possible if I didn't work at it. I like being a freak physical thing in my middle 40s. That would not be possible if I didn't work at it. I like being a successful business person. That would not be possible. And I mean like work, not like, and I shot a selfie, like, punch the day, like actual work. Yeah, like get up earlier than me. Most people don't even have a frame of reference. There's so many people out there that don't know anybody who actually works at it the way you do, or the way many people do that we know. Flying back from Israel, every one of those people in the kibbutzes all around Gaza, and we're up and down them, like they're no fat on their faces, like striations on their shoulders. Like these are just cops, or now reserve, recently activated people. Going in Tel Aviv, I'm not joking, the entire time I was there, I saw 2 fat people. The whole entire time. And I was like, I had to, I was compelled. I was like, hey, are you guys, look, and they turn around and they're both American. Of course. Both instances of like the only fat people. And then I would take a flight from Tel Aviv directly into New York. I land in New York and I'm heading towards immigration and passport control. And I'm just like inundated with the like overweight, dangerously obese Americans. And I went, the stark contrast of a place that has been trying to fight for their existence since May of 1948, when every single neighboring country invaded them and tried to kill them, to like the 6-Day War, to the Yom Kippur War, and then the first Intifada, to the second Intifada, and now what just happened on October 7th, where they're just like under this stress of being capable and individually responsible for their safety. Clearly they failed on October 7th, to then coming into New York, and I was like, bro, we are a mess. We are a mess. Yeah, we're a mess, and our supermarkets are filled with poison. It's wild. It's like there's something like 40% of the American diet is processed foods. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. Like everything from every angle is weakening us. Everything. I want everybody to get chickens. Chickens. Of course you do. Chickens are a gateway to freedom. They're a great way to free food. Yeah, that they are. You let them roam around, maybe eat eggs, just eat bugs, like scratch on the ground. I always tell people that are vegans too, get chickens. It's literally karma-free food. You don't want to eat eggs, you don't believe in factory farming, fantastic. Do you have enough room to have chickens? Well, then you'll get real protein, animal protein that's karma-free. They lay those eggs every day. They're never going to become a chick. and they're so happy to be living with you.
Yeah.
You know, my 4-year-old like walks around with 2 chickens half the day, and she's like sitting there in her 4-wheeler, and there's a chicken sitting next to her. Like the happiest thing. My cat's cruising around. My cats love the chickens too, because if you have chickens, there's a good chance you're gonna have mice. If you have mice, then you're gonna have a really happy cat. And you know, I Belgian Malinois, and you know, she comes in and she just like sits there like she's the king of the roost, you know. And then one of the chickens comes over and reminds her that she's nothing, that the chickens are actually in charge of the yard. But the amount of eggs that they come, but you know, when you get that first time that you crack an egg from one of your chickens, and you're like, that looks different. And then you eat it, and you're like, dude, that tastes different.
A lot different.
Like way different. That's different. It's like that dark, deep orange, like not yellow, not pale, like orange.
Right.
And it's like you can taste the nutrient and micronutrient riches of it. And then you're like, well, if that is that different, how much different is all the other things that I eat?
Right.
And you start going down this wild journey, this rabbit trail of freedom.
And how much different am I?
Yeah.
You know, when you look at the difference between grain-fed, fatty beef and an elk steak, you're like, okay, look at the difference in the meat. Look at the difference in the quality of the meat, the dark, rich, nutrient-dense, protein-rich meat. Like, what's the difference? Well, they're not eating any bullshit. They're eating literally what they've eaten for hundreds of thousands of years.
And they have to work every day to find more of it.
Yeah.
The unhealthy bits, and this is a cruel thing about nature, is the unhealthy animal dies.
Yeah.
And the existing animals are the ones that we ultimately get to go and find. And we are very careful about which ones we're killing and what season we're killing them in, to make sure that we're encouraging the same healthy herd. We get this most delicious, surviving, fantastic, nutrient-dense meat you can find on the planet.
Yeah.
And we have this provider. We launched a learn to hunt school. We teach you how to land navigate. We teach you the fundamentals of marksmanship. We teach you all basic, good laws around hunting, how to put in out of state for a lottery.
This is a part of your school system?
We teach you at our school, the at sheepdog response.
Okay.
It's called the provider course, at sheepdog response. We also teach it to the kids. So like the mentorship program at Apogee, those guys get to come to provider courses. They learn how to skin an animal. They learn how to follow a blood trail. They learn how to field dress an animal. They learn the final culminating exercise. You'll love this. So after 2 days of just like inundated information, like here's the healthy and natural way to kill an animal. This is shot placement. This is, you have to know how to shoot first. So we teach fundamentals of marksmanship, non-standard shooting positions, like how many times you get to lay down the prone off bipods and shoot something. Not often in hunting. Like, can I shoot off poles? Can I shoot off a tree? Kneeling, standing offhand. If I get a designated zone in Arizona or New Mexico, can I navigate from where I can park to where I have to go hunt without illegally trespassing on anybody's property? So the barrier between I want to hunt and I can't hunt is hard for some people.
Yes.
And as we're sitting here talking about like how amazing it is to hunt, and it is the most amazing thing that I want everybody to do, that barrier of entry seems hard for some people.
It's very steep.
But it shouldn't be.
Right.
And that's the idea. Like, I want this for everybody. And the final day, we give you your lot. We give you your animal. You have to navigate to that place. You then have to PID, like positively identify the animal that you're supposed to shoot, and then you go to take a shot off it. Once you take your shot off of it, we photograph how you're going to take that shot. Standing, kneeling, sticks. We measure the distance. We laser at 210 meters. And then we go duplicate that on an actual shooting range on the same target. And it's so fun to see like the full buck fever of somebody freaking out when they don't even have a round in the chamber. They're just looking at a 3D target out at Reveille Peak Ranch in Burnet. It is such a joy to introduce. Every class we have 40 people, and every class is sold out. and the end result at the end of 3 days are like these people that are just like they feel like they're going to explode with this excitement about what it means because they now know that they can go around.
Do you have a mind management program to deal with the moment of actually shooting?
Yeah.
You're familiar with Joel Turner's work, the shot IQ system? Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, for sure.
Changed everything for me and so many other people, including like world-class archers and people that have been hunting for decades that have dealt with target panic and don't understand what's actually going on between open loop and closed loop systems, and that you can actually manage that with discipline and actually having a shot routine that you must go through every time you execute a shot. It changes everything.
Hold on a second, Joe. Are you telling me that discipline, process, and repetition solve a problem?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think so.
Mind blowing.
I mean, that's for me.
Yeah. It does for everybody. Like, what is the military's approach to literally every single thing?
Right.
That.
Right.
Like, what is your approach to not being fat? It's that.
Right.
And what is your approach to like trying to build a real critical thinker that is going to move into society as a contributing member of society? It is that.
And also understanding the factors that are in play. Instead of just being like a prisoner of the moment, being captive by your emotions and these human systems that have existed forever, like having an understanding of what's going on, like why am I freaking out? What is there anything that I can do? How do I learn how to control my breathing? How do I learn how to mitigate stress? How do I learn how to manage my mind in these critical moments?
Yeah, hunting is one of the very few things that still sparks that feeling of like elation and excitement and nervousness, but I still fall back to cool. I've disciplined, I've done the work. I have a process that I'm now executing, and I've put in the work for me to be able to be successful here. And then it's like success. And that same discipline, process, hard work approach to people externally will look at, say, our allies in the middle of peak combat in a completely non-permissive environment, and they're like, what the hell what are you guys doing? And it's an incredible group of disciplined people that have a process that has been perfected over now 20 years at the Global War on Terror, and they are doing the work that needs to be done. But those three things are still prevalent and evident
in everything. And everything difficult in all of life. Yeah.
And but how do you get someone to subscribe to that?
I think they have to hear about it first, and that's one of the reasons why I think conversations like this are so important. It's because in everyday life, if you're working in an office, if you're dealing with regular people, you're not going to encounter this. You're not going to encounter these conversations. And there's going to be moments that people have where they do panic and freak out and don't understand why. How come I can't keep my shit together when I'm nervous? How come I can't keep my shit together in these critical moments that require me to stay calm and make good choices? What is wrong with me? Am I just a bitch? Like, what is it? No, you just have an undisciplined mind. You have an untrained mind.
Yeah, you haven't got the reps in.
You haven't got the reps in. Everyone needs the reps. Yeah.
It's as worried as I am about the future, at Apogee and at Shift Our Response and at Save Our Allies and First Responders Action Group. Like, I'm in all of these different groups where I see these young men and women that are on this train, and I know I'm not in a cross section of the United States right now that is really struggling with all of the problems of mental health and obesity and diet. But in this little group that I'm around often, I'm just so encouraged by the work and the discipline and the subscription to the process. Like last night in my jiu-jitsu school, I had 60 kids on our mat at one time. And I said, hey parents, everybody come into the classroom really fast. We're going to have a Q&A session about competition and what this next season looks like. Every parent stood up, walked in there. They had questions. Like, they didn't even know, but they didn't know that we're going to be doing a Q&A. They had pre-prepared questions that they were looking for an opportunity to ask the staff about, like, okay, how is coaching going to be at the next tournament? And I was like, I love you people, like the parents to the Apogee families, because we take a totally different approach we're a whole family approach to education. Like if you subscribe to this idea that you can take your kid and you can drop them off at a place and you're going to get this amazing thing back, that you don't have any control about what they're being taught, you are just an idiot. You're a crazy person. Like you send your people to Caesar, you send your people to Rome, and you don't think you're going to get a Roman back? Like that's what's going to happen.
Right.
So our approach is there's a whole family inclusion here. It is not just our responsibility to train and to educate your children. It is our responsibility. So you are going to work out. You're going to keep a journal of your diet. Here is your prescribed reading list. Here are the books that your kids are going to be reading that you're also going to be reading with them. Like if your kid is reading it, then you got to be reading it too. You'd be very appalled at some of the books that are assigned to children in public school to read. And I think if a parent actually picked this book up, it's like, and Johnny took his penis and he brought it and it was erect for the first time next to his friend. You're like, what? This is for a fourth grader?
Right.
So this whole family approach that this truly scrum, this is not new. This has been around for a long time. And I'm so encouraged to see the activation, the discipline, the process, and the hard work from the youngest kindergartner all the way up to like the 60-year-old parent that's like doing the work.
It's so bizarre to me that a rejection of teaching like overt sexuality to young kids is somehow or another dismissed as anti-gay or anti-LGBTQ. It's so strange because you could never imagine heterosexual sex being discussed to 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds. Like this is how a man, chooses to have, sexual relationships with women, and this is how a woman chooses to have sexual relationships with men. No, that's never discussed.
That's wildly inappropriate.
But somehow or another, it's okay if you're discussing gay sex.
Yeah.
Like it's very strange.
It's not strange. It's wrong. It's dangerous. It's grooming behavior. If you're trying to broach any sexual topic with a child that is not of age to have sex, that is grooming. That is the definition of grooming.
Right, and grooming itself, that term is dismissed as anti-LGBTQ and whatever.
Which is wild. I love gay people. Like, this is the idea about being American, right? Like, don't care, bro. Do anything that you want. You talk to my 8-year-old about anything sexual, hetero, homo, anything. It's wildly inappropriate. He's 8.
Right. Why are you doing that?
There's one reason, and it is not for the benefit of
indoctrination.
That's right.
Yeah, and to say that somehow or another is homophobic, which is so insane. Like, how did that become reality? That we're dealing with this, because this was not the case a decade ago, 2 decades ago. This is very recent in terms of modern society in this country. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. And it also, to me, it's so confusing that other people don't recognize that. And that people are they're so scared of being labeled as homophobic or being labeled as transphobic or anti-LGBTQ that they allow these things to take place under the guise of we're being more inclusive.
Yeah. It does hurt to be called, a bigot. You're racist or you're anti-LGBTQ. I don't want those things said about me, and I know that they're completely wrong. But they're going to lob that unfounded accusation at me because I'm going to stand on the principle of protecting my children. And would I rather take, there's a great photo of a dad standing over his children, and on his back, he has all of these darts. And the cartoon was, the darts weren't named. It was Disney propaganda. It was LGBTQ indoctrination. It's racial discrimination. It was 69 Project. There's every single thing they're attacked with, just relentlessly every single day. And the dad's just sitting there taking it, and that is our job, is to take it. So you can call me any names that you want, but first and foremost, my position is to protect my children and to raise somebody that will be a contributing member of society. My partner, Matt Boudreau at Apogee, he was in public education. Like that was his origin. That was his start. The genesis of his journey where we collided was he had went and started the two largest Socratic schools in the United States. Like hundreds and hundreds of students going to learn just the Socratic approach. And he thought that there was more that needed to be done on the full family approach, where the dad and the mom and the brothers and the sisters, everybody's on the same journey to become the best versions of themselves. So Matt and I collide with both of us working at the exact same thing, with the same ideas, with the same approaches, with the same love for America. And the end result is dads and moms becoming those things where they will be the stopgap between all of this hate and all of these dangerous ideas. And if you're not doing that, like if parenting's not hard, maybe you're not a good parent. Because parenting is hard. It's complicated. It is. And like it should, my wife and I last night sat there for an hour and broke down like next school year books that we're reading, like for an hour on what was it, Tuesday night. We're just sitting there like hammering through. Like, were there a lot of other things I'd rather be doing for an hour with my wife? Sure. But highs and lows on Sunday. My son had lacrosse practice. It was cold. It was rainy. And his whole entire team, third graders, out there shivering and showing grit. And I was like, my heart was exploding with pride. And I never said you had to stay out there. I was like, hey, practice this day. We get there. The coach was in shorts, and he was just, his fingers were white. His cheeks were like bright red from the cold. But he stood there, and he took it. He showed grit. And then all of these third graders followed in suit. And I was just like heart exploding with pride as my son demonstrated like this will follow through with this thing that I committed to do. And it hurt me to watch my son be cold. And it hurt me, and this is why parenting is hard. And if it doesn't, and if I didn't care, I don't think there's any greater insult than indifference. And to be indifferent to your kid is just like the worst thing you could be as a human.
Yeah, it's so selfish. It's a crazy way of thinking. But so many people are just so occupied with their own life, and they're so busy that they just don't have the time to have conversations with a kid or even think about it. They're like, they're going to school. That's school's job.
Anyone busier than you or me?
Elon.
Okay, fair.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. We're pretty busy. But I think it's a part of life. It's also very rewarding. I mean, to see your kids getting after it is very rewarding. My youngest has become a real fitness freak. She's a nut. She's got a Fitbit now. She's 13. She's a savage. She likes to tell me I did 28,000 steps today. She gets up at 6 o'clock in the morning and hits the gym before she goes to school. And then, she had a volleyball game. Yeah, 13. She had a volleyball game. She got up at 6 o'clock in the morning, ran for 2 miles, then went to the volleyball game, did the volleyball game. They're playing this tournament. They play these 3 games, comes back home, hits the gym again. So she's getting 3 workouts in a day. Showing me her results and all this thing. And then, we're obviously giving her positive feedback because of it. But now she's super fired up. Yeah. And then she see the difference in her body, her abs are showing, and her body feels she's like a fucking little panther. It's crazy.
And
it's so rewarding.
Not to be, and I don't mean to disparage other families that haven't made it there yet or haven't subscribed to these ideas of discipline and regimen. But our kids compared to my son, my daughters, they're just so much better than everybody else. I know it sounds terrible, but they do the work.
I also think it's a lead by example thing. Children, you can teach them things, but they learn a lot from just watching you. They learn a lot. They learn what the standards are. Like when you see someone who's happy and fulfilled and also successful, and you go, what's that person doing? That person's my mom. What's my mom doing? Oh, my mom's a fucking animal. Look at her. Jesus, I want to be like her. And that's how kids learn. They learn from that. They learn from seeing things too. They don't just learn from the things you tell them. They learn from watching you live your own life. And if you're a slob and you come home just fucking eating sub sandwiches and just drinking whiskey all night, just falling asleep watching sports. Like, you kids are like, this is fucking aimless existence. Like, this is stupid. Like, God, life is meaningless.
Yeah, give a purpose.
Right.
We're such a society void of purpose. Mike Glover wrote a great book, Prepared, and that in that, one of the big takeaways was like it doesn't have to be your purpose, but one of the reasons me as an American, me as a protector, me as a father, me as a husband, it is my job and my responsibility to be prepared to protect my family. And as your children learn via osmosis, like by example, the things that you do, you know, I have to like elbow my son out of his seat so I can sit facing the door. I was like, my man, you knew where to sit. You know, but like, whoa, you go sit by your mom right now, you know? And, you know, he sees the outliers. You know, and Mike would call it a bump in the pattern. Like, I call them outliers, where like something is off, where I sit down in a place and like, that person doesn't belong here.
Right. What's going on here?
Yeah. I'm going to spend a little bit of time and a little cognitive of my ever struggling brain to pay attention if this what person is doing over here, because it's my responsibility. And Americans better figure this out pretty fast, because we are going to have a rough year. We're woefully unprepared and disillusioned about what the next 13 months are going to
Do you think that's going to wake people up? Do you think, I mean, I do not want to say that we need something to happen, but one of the things that did happen post 9/11, I remember this overwhelming feeling of patriotism that was prevalent through the entire country. I would drive to work and I'd see American flags on fucking in Los Angeles, which is like one of the most ridiculously out of touch places on earth, and everyone had American flags hanging from their car. It was overwhelming. There was this feeling like we are in this together, and that there are forces of evil out there in the world, and now we understand, and now we're united.
I hope that we don't need that catalyst.
I hope so too.
Like, I really do. But Israel is one of the most secure nations in the world. Which is impressive, from them fighting for their existence the day that they became a country, to the 6-Day War, where every single one of their neighboring countries invaded them, to the Yom Kippur War, where again, led by Egypt, every single one of their neighboring countries invaded them, to what just happened, where they have one of the most complex security, military, and intelligence networks on the planet. And Hamas killed almost Pearl Harbor level numbers, almost 9/11 level numbers, just in an indescribably barbaric way. Like, this was when people died in buildings, or getting shot from airplanes. This was like
A music festival. Yeah.
that babies.
Yeah.
People are saying it was propaganda. What happened? It was not. These things really happened on the ground, and anybody that denies it is
saying it's propaganda.
If you go to one of these pro-Hamas protests right now, like, show me a picture of a baby that got their head decapitated. That didn't really happen. Oh, you really, because IDF said that 80% of all of the victims within the kibbutzes were tortured before they were murdered. 80% of all of the victims. I know firsthand, was shown, and have, which I will never show, the pictures of these things really happening. And if it could happen in the most secure nation that has been invaded by every single one of their neighbors multiple times in history, but we here in America think that the 350 million of us are somehow safe, that the government is somehow going to protect us, that our local police department, like, if you picked up the phone right now and you called for help, 911, how long would it take for somebody to come here and try and help and save you?
Especially with the defunding police.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So people are figuring that out in Minneapolis.
They're figuring it out here.
Yeah, they're figuring it out here too.
And you have a ton of friends that are in law enforcement in this area. The murder detectives, counter gang task forces are pulled off of their murder investigations to work the street because they don't have enough police officers. When I mentioned the recruiting crisis, if we are struggling to meet the demand of basic soldiers, the available population of combat arms that special operations can pick from, that shrinks, right? And then that pool being smaller. So ultimately, by the time you get to the guys that really do the work on the ground, there's nobody left to pick from. And we're not just strategically in maybe the most vulnerable position in a really long time, but nationally, here in the United States, I think that we are more vulnerable than we have ever been. There's nobody coming to save you. There's nobody that's going to come, that's going to pick up the phone and be like, yeah, I'll be there in 3 minutes. They're not coming. It took 6 to 8 hours for any of the military or police to make it to any of those villages that were immediately adjacent from Gaza to come and try and fight Hamas back. They had 6 hours to do whatever they want to all the women, the children, and the Holocaust survivors that were still there. Like, these were people that survived Holocaust camps, concentration camps of World War II, still alive, 102 years old. And they're like, Hamas is like, we knew that you were here. We've actually been reconning and IDing every single one of these families that we're going to be going after. And they went after them. And Americans are woefully ill-prepared for what's coming.
I think there's another thing that's disturbing to me. That there's a certain amount of cowardice that's involved in. There's certain people that when they see an attack like that happen and they're terrified of it happening to them, they will try to sympathize with the attackers. They will try to sympathize and almost position themselves to be on their side.
That's rampant right now. Anti-Semitism across the United States.
Crazy. It's like people came out of the woodwork. It's like they were hiding in the woods, and then all of a sudden you're seeing it openly.
I saw one where it's we should boycott Jewish businesses here in the United States. And I was like, maybe you should have them like put a star on their chest or something, or like maybe put a gold star on their business. Is that what you're suggesting? Because that is what you're suggesting.
Yeah, have we not learned?
Evidently, we haven't. It took 6 million to be persecuted and killed. Man, those Jews, man, from the Germans to the Egyptians to the Romans, Palestine didn't exist. You can go back 3,000 years to King David and then his son, King Solomon, saying that, like, this is the capital of the Jewish people here in Judah and Israel, Jerusalem. That is 1900, 1700 BC, right? We have to go to 80 AD, where after Jesus has already come here, now we have the origin of Judaism and then historically, not religious documents, like this is the origin of the Jewish people, is here in this specific land with very clear geographic references as to what it is, to then being the origin of the Christian faith with Jesus being there and then being crucified. And then 200 years later, Muhammad, and us learning that the Muslim religion also beginning there. The Romans destroyed the temple in 80 AD, and then they coined the term Palestine for that area. For the 2,000 years before that, it had just been Israel. Egypt, the Romans, they're now conquered from every imaginable group of people for the next, 1,500 years. Murdered at every opportunity leading up to the Holocaust. Going to post-World War II, 1947, the UN says, hey, it's cool that Israel has its own nation in the place that it has always been Israel. May of 1948, independence kicks off, and every neighbor comes in to try to kill them. And now here we are in 2023, and we're still talking about, boycotting Jews, and hey, it's cool if we slit their throats, don't let them make babies, let's find from the river to the sea, get rid of the Jews. What the fuck?
It's wild. It's fucking wild. I would have never imagined this just 5-6 years ago. Never imagined.
5-6 months ago.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
100,000 people in London, marching, tearing down posters. I've asked this time and time again. There's posters of the kids that have been kidnapped,
Yeah.
And they put them up in New York, they put them in Brooklyn, they put them in LA, and there are hundreds of videos of people walking down to tear off these hostage photographs. Yeah. And I want to know why. Like, why don't you want to see a picture of a 9-year-old girl that was kidnapped and is now a hostage by a terrorist group in Gaza? Why don't you want to see that? Why are you tearing that down? And I think that the answer is it goes in direct conflict with the thing that they want to believe. And they think that it perpetuates a cycle of violence, and that them tearing it down, and that is them like protecting the Palestinian poor, impoverished people, when in fact they're tearing down the victim, the Jew or the Christian or the Brazilian that was kidnapped, that is now being held hostage in Gaza by a terrorist group of people and thugs. Why are you tearing that down?
Well, there's this very bizarre progressive narrative that, look, there's a reality of Gaza, that Gaza is essentially like an open-air prison. Yeah, that is a reality. Those people are fucked. They're stuck there. And it doesn't seem to be like a really good solution on the table. And I don't know what can be done, especially now, to change that. That's true. That is true. And there is a hostility, a deep hostility between the Israelis and the Palestinians on both sides. It's palpable. I've seen many videos of atrocities being committed by both sides, which is just a horrible consequence of war and conflict.
What do you think? I'm Israel. You're the Palestinians in Gaza. If every one of the people in Gaza laid down the arms and stopped attacking, what would Israel, do to you?
Good question.
Nothing. They've tried it 5 different times. They literally stop attacking. Israel has never, not one time in history, initiated any conflict. Every single one of those things that you're pointing to is a retaliatory attack by a terrorist organization. But if that was switched, where Israel, you, Hamas in Gaza, I take all of my arms and all of my protection and I lay them down, what would Hamas do? They'd kill every single one. That's what they do. That's what they're sworn to do. That's their motto and the origin of their existence. All the way back to the Grand Mufti traveling to Hitler to ask, how do we solve the Jewish problem? Like, you want to follow from the Muslim Hamas to the Muslim Brotherhood, all the way back to the Grand Mufti to Mujahideen, and you see the origins of one thing, which is how do I solve the Jewish problem, is to eradicate and kill them. That is what Hamas came from, not the Palestinians, not those poor people stuck in Gaza. But it's that problem. If all of Hamas just went away, we would have peace. If they laid down their arms and they stopped murdering innocent civilians and raping women and killing babies, you'd have peace. If the other side laid down their arms, they would all be murdered, all 7.5 million of them, until they just were walking in blood through the Jordan River. How do you solve this problem? The radicals have to be eliminated. The terrorists have to go away. That is not. I'm not conflating the Palestinians and the terrorists. Those are separate things. But if there's 2.5 million people that are living in Gaza that are allowing 30,000 terrorists to run them, at some point, the olive branch cannot be extended from Israel when 30,000 people are using that region to launch attacks into their sovereign nation.
And we were talking about the propaganda that exists in America. What about the propaganda that exists in Palestine? What is their thought?
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So, did you see the hospital that got destroyed?
Well, it didn't really, right?
No, it did not really.
No, but the New York Times said it did.
Yes,
the New York Times said it was
and congresswomen,
which is insane, and they didn't retract it. They said
you take horse dewormer, and Israel destroyed a hospital.
Yeah.
So evil.
it's so crazy that they printed that in the New York Times, and that's the paper of record. That's the most important newspaper that we have in America in terms of if we wanted an objective source of information. Most people say, what's the best? I used to deliver the New York Times when I was a kid, and I did it. It wasn't even that profitable. I delivered the Boston Globe was my main newspaper that I delivered, and then I delivered the Boston Herald as well, and then I got a New York Times route, and I was proud of that because the New York Times was the real newspaper that intelligent people read. And it was a different plastic wrapper.
Yeah.
You got a clear wrapper for the Herald and a clear wrapper for the Globe, but for the New York Times, I got a blue wrapper. And I was like one of the people that got to deliver the New York Times. And I remember thinking as a 20-year-old kid, like, oh boy, I'm delivering the New York Times. And when I would drop the paper off at these people's houses, like, that's a fucking smart house. These people are reading the New York Times. They are also. I remember thinking that, but I was proud of that. And I delivered the best newspaper in the world. Really, I literally wasn't that much money, and it was a crazy route because I'd have to go like a mile in between houses. Whereas, like with the Boston Globe, I'd have like 5-6 houses on one street that I would drop off papers to. And the New York Times, I'd have this fucking crazy route. I'd have to go all over the place to get rid of 100 newspapers.
Yeah, and then now, 2023, they're circulating terrorist propaganda.
Yeah, and with no repercussions. No repercussions. And what did they make? Did they even print a retraction? Did they say we fucked up?
You watch a missile get launched from Gaza. These are 1/3 of all missiles that are launched from Gaza land in Gaza. Just like think about how sad that is.
Is that real?
28% of missiles launched from Hamas land on top of the Palestinian people. And obviously, they have no ability to direct any military target when these crappy missiles are being launched into Israel. They're just like populated area. I went and did a Fox News stand up in the city. Directly north of Gaza, that is the most rocketed city in all of Israel. And then, like the one day that we were there, we had like 6 rocket attack sirens go off. And it's the weirdest thing that the Palestinians are allowing Hamas to literally kill them and pillage everything about their existence from them. Hamas is so rich and so powerful. $70 million from Iran. You know, every humanitarian ship that comes into the port, or right now that is being brought up through the Rafah Gate via Egypt into the south portion of Gaza, the moment that lands there, that is taken control of by Hamas. They then build underground infrastructure in the tunnels, and they build military infrastructure, and then they turn whatever they can into rockets. And the humanitarian aid that is supposed to be distributed to the people, they have control of. They have to go. Not the Palestinians. They have been so screwed by Hamas, but the propaganda by the PLO
that they encounter in Palestine has to be insane.
That they believe that they're on the good side. How do they sift through fact from fiction when what they're being told and being fed is being fed to them by Hamas?
How did they get access to other information? And how do they ever organize and discuss this openly without fear of losing their lives or being tortured?
The only time that you had consistent water and power going into Gaza was when Israel was controlling Gaza. Now that Hamas is running it, it is nightmarish in there. But they're still in charge. And they're being protected. And here in the United States, being called freedom fighters. Like, they are barbaric murderers and absolute terrorists that want nothing besides the genocide of when I saw the LGBTQ flags of LGBTQ stands with Hamas, mine is blown.
Isn't it hilarious? Have you ever seen that meme that says queers for Palestine and Palestine for queers? Like, yeah.
They wouldn't live there like hours. They'd be pushed off a rooftop or burned alive immediately.
But they don't. But the narrative in this country is not that. Which is so strange. That like there's sort of overwhelming evidence about the approach that they have to gay people.
Yeah.
But yet somehow or another, there's this "I stand with Palestine" thing that makes you a progressive.
Go to Tel Aviv as a gay person. Walk around with your gay pride shirt with your husband or wife of the same sex. Nobody will bat an eye at you. Nobody cares. Everybody's like, what up? You know, like, normal. Man, if she and her wife tried to walk down the road in Gaza, oh man. You know, it is so, this tinderbox that is that region with the West Bank, with the Golan Heights in the north, with Hezbollah, which is being supported by Iran. They're all positioned on the border, you know, with Iraq allowing people from Afghanistan, the Taliban to move through. Taliban being funded by us, $40 million right now is what we're continually giving them, the Taliban.
Why do we do that?
I don't know.
What's the cynical side of it?
We want to recognize them as a legitimate government, and we are paying for them to start a democratic process of like that is I think would be the tagline of what we want them to do. What it is actually doing is the same thing that happens when we release $6 billion to Iran in exchange for hostages. They then take that $6 billion. No, they're not using that exact money to fund terrorism with Hezbollah or Hamas, but I have one bank account that has an additional $6 billion in it, and now I'm able to spend $6 billion over here to finance other things that are going to destabilize the nation that I have sworn to eradicate, Israel and America. So, like, cool, I'll happily give some more money to. They've been planning this for 4 years. The troops, the Iranian special operations guys, training and preparing Hamas, advising on how to execute this. How do they get the intelligence to know what direction they need to fly with their paragliders, which areas, which you don't think they had scouts in all the kibbutzes around Gaza to identify which houses they're going to be targeting? How did they find all that stuff out? The people that Israel is allowing out of Gaza to work as agricultural workers, they were going into these areas, these kibbutzes, these houses, into these villages, doing recons for Hamas. So then when Hamas launched their attack on October 7th, they'd been funded. There's this amazing book called The New Rules of War. And The New Rules of War lines out all of the ways that America is not prepared to fight a war. By non-state actors, by corporations, by cartels, by violent extremist organizations using proxy methods. So like we are at war with Iran, period. They are funding every single group that just attacked our American base in Syria, that attacked our American base in Iraq, that attacked and killed a bunch of Americans in Israel. That was funded by Iran and trained by Iran. But we don't have an appetite to try and fight the war that they're fighting because they're doing it just such that World War II, right? We want Patton standing on top of a tank, coming across, be like, there's Rommel, go and get him. Like that war is never going to happen again. But we're just not ready to fight this new type of war under these new rules of war, which is fighting non-state actors, fighting proxy wars, fighting corporations funded by governments, fighting cartels that are getting subsidized by governments, all to destabilize the greatest nation to ever exist in the history of mankind, us.
You were saying that you think we're more vulnerable now than we've ever been before, and you're legitimately worried that the United States might fall.
I am more worried now because of the lack of preparedness of the individual. Americans are fatter than they've ever been. They are, even though there's more guns now owned, there are fewer per capita owned by an individual with people that train regularly with them, people that are able to provide and protect for their families. All the metrics or measurements of like that family's gonna be okay. That is the smallest that it's ever been. And our government right now is more vulnerable internationally than we've ever been. Our military is, even though I'm so proud to be a service member, when the Army tells me to do something, I 100% have no say whatsoever. I got to go and do it. And I'm really proud to be part of the most elite fighting force on the planet. I think we are the weakest that we've ever been for a variety of reasons. When you put all of these things together and you just take a step back and like the aggregate, like the accumulation of all of these different factors make me be like, holy crap, we are vulnerable. The only way to combat that is the individual to start taking their own security and preparedness seriously. Get less fat, get more healthy, go and train, go and buy a gun, go start exercising your freedoms. Like, learn what it means to volunteer in your school. So you have, cool, you can't start your own school. Cool, you can't homeschool. Well, get involved in your kid's school. Like, you got to do something, because if we continue down the path that we're in, we're done for. Like, soon. Not in like a generation. Like, right now. I'm scared. I'm sure. Jesus Christ.
Would you have considered yourself a patient?
There's a lot of people freaking out listening to this right now.
But that's good. There's a 20-year special forces dude that in the past 3 years has been in 4 gigantic international crises in 3 years. I spent my entire adult life doing this. I run companies that train people to do this. Like, the sole mission statement of the large company and every single subsidiary under them ultimately goes down to preparing people to provide for their families and protect themselves and to expand freedom. Like, I'm just gonna, the wave top, my elevator pitch would be like, that's all we do. And I'm scared. But for us not to hit the Titanic, it only took a couple of degrees change, right? And for the Titanic not to hit that iceberg, it would have just been like early enough us turning it just slightly. I don't think we're past a point where that can still be changed, where we can still avoid this what would be the catalyst of destruction for this nation. But the individual has to step up.
Well, the individual, but also we have to have changes in the approach that the government has.
Oh, yeah. Lobbyists have to go away. These gigantic PACs have to go away. We have to have age limits and term limits. Like, if these things don't happen, our republic is in a bad place. How cool would it be if we just had age and term limits within Congress?
It would be pretty nice at this point. I mean, when you see Mitch McConnell just fucking Windows 98 out.
Dianne Feinstein voted the day before she died.
Yeah.
Did you see her aide that was like hitting her and being like, hey, you're supposed to vote yay on this. Hey, vote yay.
Yeah.
That should
be illegal.
How is it not? How is it not?
Yeah. That's like she's not voting anymore. You're voting for her. You're dictating how she should vote.
Yeah, and
she's one of the most empowered people in the world.
That aide was making that decision off of the lobbyists that were telling her what to do.
Right.
All the special interests that were saying, okay, on these issues, this is how you're going to vote. And then that aide went and effectively voted for a congresswoman. See, that's
insane.
Yeah. Oh, this meme of George Washington with like the 4 tube nods. He's like, me and my homies would already be slaying right now. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, they would. Yeah. But people don't even recognize what a danger it is. It got so little outrage in the mainstream. So many people were just so ignorant to what was going on. It's almost like there's too much to pay attention to when things like this happen. People are so overwhelmed by. That's also the thing about the news cycle of today. You are being bombarded constantly with things to worry about.
And then when there's nothing to worry about, then they hit you with climate change. When there's nothing to worry about, then they hit you with something else. There's like a constant barrage of things to occupy your attention. And meanwhile, decisions are being made that slowly erode everything this country is supposed to be founded for.
Yeah. We are the greatest nation to exist in the history of mankind. And in the cycle of dynasties, of empires, we're at the right limit of the average one of those. And Rome didn't die in a day. Right. It was a slow decay of the things that made them special. We're still the greatest ever. And it's not, you know, and I will be positive and I will be hopeful that how do we fix this? Like, what do you think, Joe? Like, what are the things that an individual can do in a day? It seems so insurmountable, right? Like, oh, Tim, like, I can't fix Congress. Like, I don't get to pick the next president. I'm only in charge of me. Okay, be in charge of you. What does that look like?
Right, we need a polar shift in the understanding of the importance of that. And I don't think you're getting that from many places. And I think really the only way you're getting that from is individuals like you speaking about it, people talking about it online, people that aren't captured by these massive institutions and corporations that do have a very specific narrative that they're discussing always and constantly. You're not getting so strange. The reasons why independent media has become so huge is because people are confused. It's like, why am I not being told what's really going on in some sort of an objective sense? Why am I not being informed of all the variety of things that are playing against the things that make this country great? Why is the concept of freedom being downplayed as some sort of a far-right perspective, which is so strange? So strange.
Fitness is far right.
Fitness is far right.
Eating healthy is far right.
Eating is racist. Eating healthy is racist. It's so crazy. It's so crazy that they've managed to marginalize almost every positive thing and put it into a category of either racist or discriminatory or homophobic or whatever the fuck it is.
There was a fascinating, not a study, example of China combating information wise. So like TikTok, the advertisements that are being fed to, let's say, a 14-year-old boy, right? He's seeing like soft porn. He's seeing like scantily clad girls. He's seeing like drug vape things. In America, that is the constant ad that he's being fed. And, you know, go and party, be a TikTok star, be a YouTube influencer. Like, these are the things he's being fed nonstop. That exact same age person in China, on a China app, they're talking about becoming a strong contributing member of the Chinese society, being good in school, being a good athlete.
Yeah. Scientific accomplishments.
Night and day,
athletic
A and B.
accomplishments. Yeah.
A, America, they're fed things that destroy the individual. B, in China, they're being fed things that make the individual stronger and a better person in that society.
But the only way that you can get that is you have to give the government control, and the government has to be doing it for the will. They have to be doing it for the overall good of the nation. That's what their perspective is. When they're trying to make stronger Chinese citizens, they're doing it because of a very specific government mandate that's trying to strengthen China. They want their men to be more manly. They want all these things to take place that will strengthen their nation.
Yeah, and what do they want from America?
They want us to be weaker.
They want us to be weaker. They want us to be fatter. They want us to be more mentally unwell.
Yeah. But I don't think people realize that that's what it is. I think when people are trying to be a TikTok influencer, what they're saying, well, I don't want to work in a fucking insurance company. Like, what other job can I go? Oh, can I just like make wild, wacky videos of me eating, and I can make more money than I would ever if I got a college degree? Like, yeah, you can.
Yeah, you want to be the richest person on the planet right now in Austin? Be in construction. Be an electrician. be a plumber. Do you know how much those people are charging right now here?
Yeah. Well, this is a boom town.
They're worth like $200,000 average income of a good electrician here in Austin right now. You go to 2 years of trade school to become an electrician, right? You spend a year and a half, 2 as an apprentice, and then you go and you start working for a couple of years for a guy that owns a shop. You go and start your own. Your electrician business is going to be worth $10 million in 3 years here in Austin. But it takes a little bit of work. I'll give that to you. But you're not going to do the work to be worth $10 million in 3-4 years from now, to do something that, like, that's another wild thing is, like, some of these jobs have been demonized. You know, it's not cool to be a plumber. It's not cool to be an electrician. It's not cool to be a roofer. But I'll tell you what, it's pretty cool to have a badass truck and be able to go home whenever you want, be able to hang out with your kids, make it every single weekend to the lacrosse or hockey games because you have successful businesses and you just did a little bit of work for a few years to build that thing.
It's very bizarre that we've somehow or another demonized blue-collar work and put white-collar work on a pedestal, where it's like the freedom comes from owning your own business. That's real freedom.
Sovereignty.
Yeah, that's real personal sovereignty. Not having to report to some asshole that doesn't give a fuck about you and might fire you as soon as the company takes a downward turn. Oh, you've worked for that company for 25 years? Sorry. Here's a month's severance pay. Kick rocks. Yeah. And that happens to people over and over again all the time, that they get so disillusioned and so disenfranchised and depressed. And so then the doctor puts them on medication.
Yeah. And then they start eating crap food, and then they stop sleeping, and then they stop being intimate with their partner. And
What was me?
and just, and that has been the cycle for the past 30 years. Well, we can break that cycle, right? You get up early, you go and work out, but man, I got a 9 to 5, and I have to leave at 8 to commute. Got it. Wake up at 6.
Yeah.
You get an hour to work out. You get a great breakfast from the chickens. You just walk out. You pick up like these fantastic 10 grams of protein, micronutrient-rich things, and you put them in a pan with some just butter. Don't use anything else. Stay away from those seed oils. Then you come home from work. You got a 30-minute commute through traffic. That sucks. Go do jiu-jitsu. Come back and have dinner with your family. Put the biggest smile on your wife's face after you guys pass out in bed. Dude, repeat for a couple of years. You start your own business.
Yeah. People need to hear that, and they don't. They don't hear it anywhere, which is crazy. They hear it from a few places, but
Not looking like the Evans, Black Rifle Coffee.
yeah,
Mike Glover at Fieldcraft Survival. Johnny Primo at Course of Action. Jack Carr from, not just his success as an author, but also as a businessman. Like, we could just go down the list of all of these guys that just grabbed the reins of their horse and started directing it in the thing that they were passionate about, with discipline, a process, and hard work. Those 3 things yet again. And look at where they are right now. Now, I'm so proud to call them friends, but more importantly, I'm so proud that they're Americans, because that's the idea. And it's not this unattainable thing. Like, you're calling it unattainable because you don't want to do the work necessary to be successful at it.
wasn't Mike Glover put on some very fucking bizarre list?
Yeah, he was called a radical extremist by the FBI.
Because he was telling people
How to
that
can food and pickle things.
you should be prepared in case something goes south.
Yeah, they
How bizarre is that?
this administration would and will not call Hamas the radical extremist, violent extremist organization and terrorist organization that they are, but will call MAGA people radical insurrectionists. The two-party justice thing that we got going on right now that is dangerous for a republic. Mike Glover is an amazing dude. He served his country for 20 years. He was my boss for a little bit on the special operations side. We went to sniper school together. Saved my butt in sniper school. Do you know the story?
No.
Dude. Okay. Not that I need to talk about how amazing Mike Glover is, but he's an amazing human. All those dudes, Andy, Mike Sorelli, just great people. But so I'm writing a book right now called The Purpose of Pain. And my sniper partner during sniper school, he is dealing with a bunch of trauma from his last deployment. And I'm such a selfish, little prick. I'm more concerned about being like the number one shooter in the school than my brother that is next to me every single day, right? Like, we're sitting here in a stalk. I'm with him for 20, 30 hours at a time, and we're sitting here looking at the back of a tree. We're discussing every single thing, but I'm not listening into what he's actually telling me, and he's pouring it all out there because I'm too concerned with, like, being Special Forces Sniper School on a graduate or something stupid that I was at the time. Ultimately, during the field shoot, which is a must-pass event during sniper school, in the middle of it, he stands up and he quits. Literally just stands up and says, he makes a wind call in the opposite of the wind direction, so I see a left to right, so we should take the target, dissect it, and hold into the wind so the bullet travels and hits the target, right? So I see a left to right, and he gives me a right call. And I was like, hey man, give me a different call. You're missing this. And he's like, I'm freaking out. And I see his eyes start like darting around, and he's just like getting the pressure, and he stands up and says, I quit. In the middle of sniper school. And so the instructors are like, all right, Tim, you're out. I'm like, I'm not out. Like, I still got a shot. Such a selfish prick. I just want to go back to that 26-year-old kid smashing. Anyways, so I'm like, I'm going to graduate. I just need a bullet and a target. I can do it right now. Let me lay down. I'll make my own wind call. Like, this is sniper school. It's you and a partner. So they walk over to the people that have already shot, and they say, hey, I need one. Gets a first round hit. He graduates. He misses. He's out of school. I know him. We're both in this special mission, like this unit called the CRIF, the SIF at the time, the Commanders in Extremist Force. It's a special operations counterterrorism hostage rescue unit within Special Forces. So like, it's a very small pool of people. So I knew who he was. And his hand goes up. The instructor, check this, he goes, okay, what if your graduation depends on this shot? Mike's words wouldn't change my answer. I don't know. I've never shot with him. He volunteers and effectively puts his graduation no-go of Special Forces Sniper School on me to come and lay down with me to make a shot. So they give me an M118 LR. It's a 175 grain match grade bullet for my 308. And they walk over and they go, here's your bullet, there's your target. So we measure it. We slightly over 700 meters. We get our wind call. We take the shot. And as the bullet travels, you see a thing called trace. It's the displacement of vapor in the air. And that looks like this laser beam. And when you're shooting really far, especially with a large, kind of slower bullet, 2,600 feet per second for a 175 grain bullet, you see this laser going directly towards the target. So the moment I press that trigger, Mike's like, center hit. Before it even hits, right? Before we even see that impact of that 40 by 20 target. And you see the splash, but it takes 3-4 seconds for the sound of that impact to reach us. So like, I see the trace, I know it's going to be hit. Mike stands up and he just starts walking off. Boom, and center impact, and they're like, where are you going? And he's like, with Tim, as graduates, like, no big deal, just volunteered to shoot with a dude that he has no, like, that is the Mike Glover that I know. And that was the Mike Glover that was condemned, that has spent 20 years serving his country in the military, and then spent an additional 10 years as a contractor working for the 3-letter agencies protecting America, and then they have the audacity to label somebody like that. It's infuriating.
Has he been removed from that list?
It was odd that you asked me that, because I've kicked, when I'm building these manifests to fly these people out of these countries, I want to make sure I'm bringing back good people, right? So we run, we check to see if their names and their passport numbers and their date of births are on any lists where I wouldn't want to bring one of these people into the United States that's on the list. I have a bunch of times, even in the past couple of weeks, I was like, I just run like to see if he's still on there. Yeah. But I didn't want to, because I didn't want to like run a name and him to be on there or him not to be on there, and then them to look at me to see that I ran his name unnecessarily.
Oh God.
You know. Yeah, that's not good.
What a fucked up dilemma.
So I don't know if he's on that list. He should be. The dude's an amazing American.
Well,
just the motivation to put him on that list is so fucking strange. He's teaching people to be prepared.
I'm like shadow ban. If you try to share one of my posts today, you're going to get a notification from Instagram that I am sharing misinformation. And if you try to follow me on Instagram, if you go to Tim Kennedy MMA, you won't find me. You have to go down until I have like, a couple million followers, and you will not find a verified. You'll see 20 fake Tim Kennedys until you find the verified Tim Kennedy. And then if you click on it and you say follow, it will give you a thing that says Tim Kennedy spreads misinformation. And you have to say, okay, follow, for you to follow me on Instagram.
Didn't they tell you that you had to remove certain factual posts?
Yeah, I did. I deleted them all.
What were they?
One was that Epstein did kill himself. The other one,
What the fuck does that have to do? Imagine that being a controversial position.
yeah. Well, there's three of them. That was one of them.
That was one of them.
The second one was I listed economic problems within the American government that a couple $1 trillion was missing before 9/11. And
The Donald Rumsfeld speech.
that's the one.
Yeah.
He specifically said, but he did not say missing.
Right.
He said unaccounted for.
Oh.
So the third-party fact checker that I got a strike from because I said that we were missing over $2 trillion from, or $2 billion before 9/11, but then went missing after 9/11. They said, no. He didn't say missing. He said unaccounted for. So you're spreading misinformation. That was strike number 2.
Did you go back and edit it, or you just have to?
No, I just deleted the whole entire thing.
Just to keep your account.
Yeah, to keep my account, but I'm still like I said, can't be searched, won't pop up on Discovery, can't share my posts, can't follow me.
Yeah.
It's like they're doing the thing. And then the third one was my son and I were playing Nerf. And it was a video in like first person of me chasing my, at the time, 7-year-old with a Nerf gun. And they said that I was violated the community guidelines of sharing violence and encouraging violence. And it was a Nerf battle between me and my 7-year-old, which I also deleted. But that post currently still says, like, your strike is from violating the community guidelines of encouraging violence and
Nerf guns.
a Nerf battle with my 7-year-old.
What about video games? If you play like some like war simulation video game, is that a violation as well? I know they ding people on hunting. Like you have that Montana Knife Company hat. Josh from Montana Knife Company just posted something that he's been attacked because he showed a hunting photo because his wife killed late season elk with a rifle. This photo of this Nosler rifle, this beautiful rifle, the elk that they shot, the animal that they harvested that they're going to eat, and that got. He got notification that his account cannot be shown to anyone other than his followers. It's insane. Like, what?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
A great small business guy that gives back in incredible. Another great human. Where one of my friends, Af, he's a command sergeant major at 7th Special Forces Group. And they do this thing in this like change of responsibility where they give gifts. And normally it's like something dumb like a lighter that's engraved, right? So I hit up Josh as I came in. One of my homies that I went to war with this guy. I love this man to death. Ath is like one of the greatest humans to ever walk the face of the planet. I buy some knives and can hook me up, with a good deal. He makes the 7th Special Forces Group red color for their the emblem that you wear on your beret, that red, he puts on the handle of the speedcoat. Then he makes it black, and then he takes the crest and he puts it on the blade, and then he sends it to him to give to his dudes. And never saw an invoice, just like Josh being Josh, dude.
No, he's the best. I went pig hunting with him recently. Such a good guy. An amazing business and an amazing story of a guy who he came up with a name, Montana Knife Company, and copyrighted it or patented it or whatever. I think he was 19 years old. Yeah, company has only been around for a couple of years, and it's fucking gigantic. It's huge. It's killing it.
They make great knives.
They make amazing knives. Amazing
I'm trying to
knives.
talk him into making some fire. So, like, obviously, while I didn't want to get murdered by a bunch of terrorists when I was overseas, so I had stuff to like take care of me. And I sent Josh a photo of me with one of his bigger knives. It's like I kept it right underneath my body armor as I was cruising around that kind of contested area of southern Israel, and that knife is just like sitting underneath my body armor. And thankfully, I never had to use it, but it would also have been a picture I would have sent to Josh, and he'd be like, "Dude, I don't want to see this. You are such a psychopath."
Right.
Blast though.
Yeah. He probably doesn't want to see that, but it's just insane, that kind of censorship, and I don't understand it. I don't understand who it's like. Who is following him in the first place? I mean, he makes a hunting knife company. It's a hunting knife company.
Who does it benefit from a censor?
And I don't understand it. It's leftist people that are involved in these organizations that have a very specific ideology that they adhere to, and they think that anybody who is pro-America is in some way, shape, or form negative.
Yeah.
And I don't get it. And I'm sure I'm on some of those lists.
Yeah, for sure.
But I'm like weirdly, I fucking sneak through.
You're kind of too big to mess with.
It's odd. Well, I'm friends with Zuckerberg. It's nice.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I can text him and go, "Hey, what the fuck is going on with this?" You know, and he's a good guy, but his company is run. I mean, he's a publicly traded company that is filled with people that are in the tech industry. And I think a lot of those people are out of their fucking mind. They're out of their fucking mind. And I had a conversation with Elon about it last night. We discussed it. He says it's a death cult. He says people are a death cult. They think that there should be less human beings. They think that human beings are the problem. And they just have this specific ideology that they want to push on everyone. And anything that's even remotely opposed to that, like hunting, is that most of these, how many of these people fucking eat meat? And somehow or another they think that hunting somehow or another is in opposition to this leftist position.
X has gotten really fun.
X is so much fun.
It's so much more fun.
That wild motherfucker spent $44 billion, and we discussed it last night. We did a podcast last night, and he said, "I don't want to sound melodramatic, but I did it to save humanity." And I think it's
the
true.
only place that I can have a rational conversation and actually say what I think, as you should be able to do in the First Amendment way,
And not worry about getting banned.
Yeah. And I'm not saying I'm crazy. Like, you could go and read every single thing that I've ever said on Twitter. I'm not saying wild stuff.
Right.
There's no, like, inappropriate, like, I try to say some funny things sometimes, but not like any of your freaking hilarious comedian friends, like the dude that just walked out.
Shane Gillis.
That guy is so funny.
He's the man.
Dude, he is so funny.
I've got him working out.
Dude.
I got those guys working out. I brought my buddy Brian Simpson was here, Duncan Trussell was here, Matt McCusker. I told those guys, I go, if you want to work out, I will take you to a workout. I go, I won't kill you. We're going to build up slowly. So today was the third day. I've got them pushing themselves, but nothing crazy. I don't want to break you down. I don't want you injured. I go, I will develop a very specific program and get you up to speed. And as long as you stay consistent, you will see radical changes.
In your life in every measurable way.
And they're seeing it. They're seeing it. I got them cold plunging. I got them in the sauna. They wanted to quit. They wanted to quit, like, we'll just do 10 minutes. I go, fuck that. I go, you doing 20 minutes. I threw water on the rocks. I go, now let's make it harder. I go, we're going to do 20 minutes, man. And I go, when it's done, you're going to feel good that you got through those 20 minutes, because those last 10 are going to suck. Because you get in the first couple minutes, like, it's not that bad. I go, right. It's not that bad yet. Until 10 minutes comes around. 10 minutes is you're going to feel uncomfortable. But you can survive it, and you just have to learn how to just accept the fact that you're suffering.
Yeah, just deal with it. That's so awesome.
And then they get in the cold plunge afterwards, and in the beginning, he can only do like a minute. He's like, fuck this. And I'm like, listen, man, it's all in your mind, and you're going to realize that when you do it a second time, and a third time, and now he's doing 3 minutes.
So he gets it out, and that endorphin, serotonin.
He's like, dude, it's like I'm on Molly. I go, yeah, because what happens is your endorphins, your dopamine ramps up by 200% naturally in a healthy way. It makes you nicer to people that you run into. You feel better. And
last for hours and hours throughout the day.
Who's this Stanford neuroscientist? Huberman. That's amazing. He did a podcast on benefits and also the approach and methodology and process of cold plunging and sauna.
Yeah.
And I've just copied and pasted that whole entire. Again, here it is. Discipline, process, and hard work. I took his process, the way that he recommended to do this for both sauna and cold plunge. Just life-changing.
Huberman got censored by Wikipedia. You know what happened? Huberman, I had Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on my podcast, and Huberman made a comment, and that comment was, I hope that more presidential candidates submit to long-term conversations like this. That's all he said. They removed all his published papers, all of his peer-reviewed, all of his work, all his papers that are scientific papers. They removed all that from Wikipedia. You no longer see. How is it possible? How is it? How insane is that? And they locked down his account where you can't edit it anymore. They literally and they said something about. I don't know what negative thing. I don't want to even say about it, but it's fucking insane. So what does Elon do? He offers Wikipedia $1 billion to change their name to Dickipedia.
Is he just a crazy person?
He's a wild motherfucker.
Dude, it's wild.
He's a wild motherfucker. He really wants to fight Zuckerberg. He said it last night. He wants to fight him in the Coliseum. He said, I'll fight him in a house with a mouse. Well, it's like, I don't give a fuck. Let's do it. I'm like, you really want to fight him? He's like, I'd love to. Let's do it.
He needs to start training. Make sure you get him on the.
Yes. He thinks he can just do it with no training. But which is, the Dunning-Kruger effect. Someone who's like very smart at one thing thinks they're great at everything. It's unfortunate. Because I was trying to discuss with him. He's talking about the size difference. I'm like, you need to roll with someone who's like 145 pounds, like my friend Gabe Tuttle at 10 by jiu-jitsu. You can just fucking strangle you.
Demetrius Johnson. Take this tiny little human and good luck with that.
Yeah, good fucking luck. Yeah, good luck dealing with that badger. There's a skillful, intelligent badger.
Wildly gifted, physically, intellectually. I think he was an underappreciated, one of the best ever.
He's the best expression of martial arts I've ever seen. And when he was in his prime, I don't think anybody was better than Demetrius Johnson.
You watched Francis's fight?
Amazing. He won.
He won that
fight. They know he won that fight. He won on one judge's scorecard who was honest, and I think the judge only gave him one round, or I think he should have given him two. Should have won by more than 1 point. But at least one judge scored it right, and then that other judge who scored it 96-93 for Tyson Fury should go to jail. Get the fuck out. And then the other one, was the other one who's 95-94. In favor of Tyson Fury. So great. 96-95, whatever it was. Look, he fucking dropped one of the greatest heavyweights, if not the greatest besides him, of all time.
Left hook, too.
Amazing. And he looked for that left hook over and over again. It was clearly something they were looking for. And look, he's fucking incredible. To have your first boxing match ever against the lineal heavyweight champion, a 6'9" fucking juggernaut who's been beating everybody, and rock him, and then rock him again in the 8th round with a barrage of punches. I mean, it was fucking amazing performance. Amazing. One of the greatest combat sports performances in the history of the arts. Yeah. Of the history. I was like, I was screaming. My dog freaked out. I was like, it's okay. It's okay, buddy. Daddy's happy. He's scary. Oh my God, he's amazing. And when you see that guy's origin story, when you want to talk about a man who persevered, that guy for 14 months, he made his way from Cameroon to Morocco and 7 times got arrested and sent back to the fucking Sahara Desert. And made his way right back to Morocco and finally made it across to Europe on a raft, was in prison for months, and then lived as a homeless person in a fucking parking garage in France. It's amazing.
The movement that he had made from Cameroon into Morocco, I've traversed multiple times. It is hellacious. And it is the most unforgiving terrain with radical groups, with property owners, water to water trying to travel. The water's controlled by warlords. So his story is just like so inspiring.
It's incredible. It's a comic book story. It's like an origin story in a movie that you wouldn't believe. And to have this guy go in his first ever boxing match against a guy who nobody gave him any chance, and to have the Las Vegas odds, like the online betting odds, in the last round in his favor was fucking incredible, because it was like 14-1 at the start of the fight, and at the end of the fight he was favored, and he should have won. Dude, he should have won. Yeah. They fucked him, but they didn't, because the world saw it. Yeah. Like, you can write all the bullshit you want in terms of scorecards. The fucking world, including boxers, all the boxers that were there said that he should have won.
But now he gets another gigantic payday. His like perceived worth is through the roof, skyrocketed.
Tyson Fury's not gonna fight. Yeah, I'll tell you that. He didn't want no part of that. They tried to bring that up. He goes, "No, we're gonna fight Usyk for the world title." Like, nobody wants to see that, buddy. Nobody wants to see that.
But who are they at the PFL? Who are they gonna put up against Ngannou?
I mean, if I was Ngannou, as much as I love watching him fight MMA, I would tell him, "You're gonna make so much money in boxing, and I think he might be able to beat them all." I think he's that good. I think he's that much of a freak. Well, he was always more of a striker than anything else anyway, but he's such a quick study. If you look at the fight with Cyril Gane, he beat Cyril Gane with grappling with a fucking completely blown out knee. He took an
never really
chance.
Right. Like, he's never has been a grappler, no real background in grappling.
Right.
He goes and out grapples a guy that has been doing this for a long time.
Amazing. He's an incredible person. He's incredible. And the fact that he gambled on himself, he vacated the UFC heavyweight title, which is the most prestigious title in all combat sports. You can say anything you want about the world heavyweight boxing champion, but everybody fucking knows that the world heavyweight UFC champion will fuck that dude up in a real fight. That's the reality of the world. That's the reality of everybody knows that, especially everybody who knows.
He's the baddest dude on the planet.
He's the baddest dude on the planet. 100%. And the only person that has
a chance
is John Jones. And John Jones unfortunately just tore his fucking pec off the bone.
That video was heartbreaking.
Horrible to see. Horrible to see, because I was really looking forward to that fight with Steve Big play. In a perfect world, Francis makes a fucking $1 and then the UFC resigns him, and then he fights John Jones for the most epic encounter in the history of combat sports. That is a perfect world. That's a perfect world. But at least Francis, he got his flowers from the whole world. The whole world saw it. You can fucking lie all you want. You can have your bullshit scorecards. You can have your paid off judges. You can have your corruption. You can have your nonsense. Everybody knows what happened in that fight. And what happened in that fight was Francis Ngannou beat the best heavyweight boxer maybe ever. Maybe ever. Right. And then what happens if he fights all those other guys? What happens? That motherfucker hit so hard. And I was always wondering, like, how is his power with the big gloves on? Well, we fucking know. We fucking know. The look on Tyson Fury's eyes when he went down in the third round from that left hook, he was like, oh, Jesus.
It was a weird, it was a clubbing.
Yeah.
There was not a lot of ass behind it. He hadn't stepped into it. He didn't turn a shoulder over it. He just hit him with a hook.
Yeah.
And it put him all the way to Coeur Street.
Yeah, he was on Coeur Street for sure. And, there was a moment in the second round that I yelled out. I was like, oh, he hurt him there. In the second round, there was a moment in the clinch where he hit Tyson Fury with an uppercut, but then the commentators didn't even notice it. He hit him with a right hand over the top. And the right hand was a short clubbing right hand. You could see the look in Tyson Fury's eyes. It was like, Jesus, that power is fucking extraordinary. But not just the power, but the intelligence to deliver that power in the most high-pressure situation imaginable. Your first boxing match is against the Gypsy King, a 6'9" fucking phenom who's one of the best boxers to ever do it. Yeah. Amazing. Amazing. And he just fucking cashed his own check. I mean, he is the man now. I mean, he's in demand everywhere. Everybody saw that fight. It was a huge fight. And now they're talking about him fighting Deontay Wilder. They're talking about him fighting some other people. Anthony Joshua stepped up.
I love pugilistic sports. It's as crazy as this world has been. Wrestling, boxing, and MMA and jiu-jitsu has been so fun, from this last ADCC to UFC the past 5, 6, not the most recent card, but 3 or 4 of them this year have just been dynamite, tons of finishes, lots of, like watching Sean Strickland, his rise, and crazy, beating what I thought stylistically to be a very hard matchup. So, like, God, I love martial arts. Another thing that I wish every single American would pour themselves into, because it is the one you get from it is
well, everybody wants to talk about the bullying crisis, but the counterintuitive solution to the bullying crisis is teach bullies how to fight. Teach everyone how to fight.
Not just the victims.
Right.
You take, man, I want every bully to come into my jiu-jitsu school.
Yes.
Because they won't be bullies anymore.
They won't. And what it is a deep insecurity and this desire to impose yourself on other people to somehow or other make yourself feel better because you are lacking. And if you are not lacking, you don't want to do that. Do you think Francis Ngannou's a bully? He's not. He's a very nice guy.
All the most savage dudes on the planet.
The nicest guys.
They're the nicest, sweetest, graceful people.
Yeah.
And another Jordan Peterson philosophical perspective on, a good man isn't a useless man. A good man is a man that is capable of violence but chooses to be kind.
Yes.
Chooses to be graceful. And I 100% agree and subscribe.
Be a monster and learn how to control it.
Just an absolute, my mom hates this word, savage.
Yeah.
But a savage under control is somebody like that. Would you rather be the gardener in the war or the warrior in the garden? Yeah. Right? Like, I want to be able to create. I want to be able to write. I want to be the contributor and a good lover and a good father and a good entrepreneur. Yeah. But let's call a spade a spade. Like, I will wear your skin. I will destroy everything about I will salt the fields. I'm talking like scorched earth, permanent destruction of everything that you love if you come at me or towards mine.
Yeah.
But inversely, my kids will never ever understand the level of violence that I'm capable of to be as kind and as gentle as I am to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I want that for everybody.
On that note, let's wrap this up with that. That's perfect. Tim Kennedy, who the fuck is that?
No, man, I love you. Thank you for giving people like me opportunity to talk about the things that we love and believe in. I was really struggling. Like, man, I don't know if we can talk about this, but thank you.
It's complicated and it's difficult, but it's important. And thank you for being you, because there's not a lot of people that can express it the way you have. Appreciate it. Bye, everybody. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Waiting on a tax return? Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has US-based restoration specialists ready to help solve identity theft issues on your behalf. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Why wait for your tax refund in vain? Help protect your information immediately with LifeLock. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more.
He has you in a place where you're softened to him, even when it's a place of strength in one arena. You're getting better, you're strengthening yourself, you're trying to purify yourself through God. The enemy uses that transition to make you feel so bad about yourself, to make you feel so ugly, that you'll turn yourself away from God. But he'll make you believe that it's God turning himself from you. But I assure you, it's not. My arms are always open, and I'm facing the right edge, wanting nothing more than you want my an iconic street, including protected bike lanes, wider sidewalks, and dedicated bus lanes. This project is about making Hollywood safer, transforming how residents, workers, and visitors use this iconic street. LA City Councilman Hugo Soto Martinez says that more than 3.5 miles of changes will cost around $8 billion, with Metro footing most of the bill. Construction is set to begin in the fall. On Hollywood Boulevard, Blake Trolley, KFNews.
Multi-million-dollar winning lottery ticket has been sold in SoCal for the second time this week. The ticket was sold at a 7-Eleven in Sun Valley and matched 5 of the 6 numbers, missing only the Powerball number. Lucky winners scored $2.4 million because no ticket was sold at all since November was Powerball jackpot for that draw. Tomorrow will be an estimated $800 million. There's not been a jackpot winner since January 1st. Brazil's federal police have arrested a man suspected of orchestrating the killing of Rio de Janeiro councilwoman Mariel Franco, who was black and openly bisexual, was gunned down in 2018. The shooter confessed in 2019 that confession led to the arrest of the congressman and his brother. A motive is not clear. Both reportedly have connections to militias who illegally charge residents for services, including protection. March is Colon Cancer Awareness Month, and one researcher in Silicon Valley is working on a new blood test to detect cancer. Dr. Craig Eagle says it was more than 80% successful in clinical trials.
Measures the DNA that's generated from cancer, and if they have that broken DNA, then that raises a flag that needs some sort of follow-up to confirm that.
More than 50,000 Americans are expected to die of colon cancer this year. Eagle says dietary habits may be driving the rising rates.
Fatty diets, sugar-based diets, low exercise.
Eagle's blood test still needs to be approved by the FDA. Star Wars movies are returning to theaters to be shown in chronological order. Lucasfilm says screenings of the Skywalker saga will celebrate the 25th anniversary of The Phantom Menace, and those dragged by fans will get to watch The Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, and Revenge of the Sith, followed by A New Hope, The Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, and end with The Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker. The ultimate saga comes to a galaxy near you on Star Wars Day. That's May the 4th. Gonna crash in downtown LA. It's on the 10th freeway.
This is going to be on the 7th freeway westbound and the connector to southbound 110. This is going to be in the center divider. The delays at this point. Now we do have a crash popping up through South LA, 105 westbound and Vermont. Also put it at Hawthorne Boulevard. They did semi crash there. Safety's heading out, see what's going on there. Now, as you make your way through the Pasadena portion of the 210 West and Sierra Madre, bit of a crash there. You are Arcadia, the 210 West and Baldwin as well. Some boxes on the roadway through Anaheim, some 57 South and Catella. Stall is still clear down as you head through the 60 on the freeway. This is going to be a couple of lanes blocked off eastbound at Mission Boulevard, through there at Loma, and one more through Diamond Barnes, the 60 West and Phillips Ranch Road, 2 right lanes there blocked by a crash. PFI Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Mead.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game, entering $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older and only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/BR and only promo call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Vincent. Prescription medicine for 26 months with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with common prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of your eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how your Vincent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur with eczema. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue. Tell your doctor about a new reversible worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your aging specialist about Dixon. Visit Dixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get Juicy Juice is real 100% fruit juice to help you conquer the enemy. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-size bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Baby Foods Vault is the period that's new. It's designed for women's unique retirement needs with flexible withdrawals that help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income that keeps paying you even if your account happens to zero. In other words, it's like getting a pension for life, no salary. A pension for life. There for you. Sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the period that's simple, and it's one more example of your commitment to creating a better financial future for you. What do you feel now? I'm excited and ready to take on whatever the next chapter holds. Gain great advice, financial flexibility, and security are needed to meet all of the needs of life. At retirement income you cannot beat is the ultimate investment in your savings. Start saving now at Cambridge.life. Please visit Cambridge.life/Americans for current rates, for monthly disclosures and disclaimers, and other information.
Southern weather from KFI. Wind advisory in effect starting at 11 this morning. Partly cloudy this morning as well. And as the day goes on, less blue in the sky, more gray. Got a chance of a thunderstorm this afternoon. Maybe a shower. Highs in the lower 60s. Metro LA and OC. Mid-60s along the coast. Mid-50s, low 60s in the valleys. And in the LA. Be clearing up tonight and sunny tomorrow. Temperatures tomorrow upper 60s for Metro LA and OC. Mid-60s along the coast. Valleys in the IE. Down 50 in Tustin, 55 in Laguna Beach, 49 in Beverly Hills, 46 in Calabasas. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy West.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never a separate ticket. KFI AM 640. Voice to voice, and you could ask me anything. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. Sunday is going to do every single Sunday. Talking about things important in life we have to live. John, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show. Hi, John. What's going on?
I was wondering if there's a passage of scripture that you help me focus on so that I can receive some answers from you. Okay, okay. For one, I'm not sure why you'd expect them to love you through this. I mean, they disagree with you, and then you think it's silly in their own eyes, and that's okay. There's why are you looking for them to somehow pat you on the back for something like this? Well, maybe I'm not, but it sure feels like I'm carrying the. Well, that's part of the process. I will assure you, as the one who did carry the cross, but there is a process of growing that happens through this. And Scripture says that they're going to treat you the same way they treat me, and that there's going to be problems. And if you read in Matthew chapter 10, starting at verse 34, it says, "Do not think that I came to bring peace on earth. I did not come to bring peace, but sword. For I came to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her brother-in-law. And a man's enemies will be members of his own household." And that points out that there's going to be problems, even in your own family. And that's okay. As you grow in Scripture, as you grow in learning, expect people to press up against you. Resistance is not a bad thing. If you look at everything in life and its beauty, the bird flying, the fish swimming, that those things can only happen due to resistance. The bird only flies because of the resistance of the wind. The fish only swims because of the resistance of the water. Resistance is something that should propel you forward, not keep you back. Don't expect everybody to love you, they didn't love me. Don't expect everybody to high five you, even your own family, when you're bettering yourself or living for God, especially if they don't understand it. If they don't conceptualize it and be able to put it, especially if they're, as you say, scientific atheists, in your own words, and they're not always honest, but just because they come from that mindset, they can't put your experience in a petri dish. They're not going to understand. Steve, welcome to Jesus Christ Show. My pleasure, Steve.
there might be an issue with your heart. However, if you don't work through it, I think that there's an issue with your faith, possibly your head. They meld together, and there's a way to explain and to see that. We'll go through some of that as much as we can and give time for to give you a little different perspective. First of all, I've always been humored by the fact that people have an issue with hell because they feel people haven't earned it, but they have no problem thinking people have earned heaven, which they have not. So if it is based on those kinds of concepts, people have a problem with that. Yet inherent in every culture, every belief system, so every religious belief, everything always has a punitive punishment system. Always. It is inherent in man to understand that punishment is not only important, that it's just and it is good. Everyone stands up at the end of the movie when the bad guy gets it and cheers. Everyone stands up when the bad guy is arrested or has to pay for the crime that they committed because that's good. Yet for some reason, when it comes to God, things that are the holiest of holy, that God should just kind of brush it off and say, man, it's all right. So let's look and see what really is being done. And the problem is that man keeps comparing themselves to one another. You just did it with religion, and you said all these religions, they're kind of the same, or they may be different, but they're really trying hard, or they're sincere. And as it's been said, that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The problem lies in the fact not that there are different views, that no one believes that there is a true view, yet they do in every other walk of their life. You know, if you pick up gasoline and put it into a glass, it looks very similar to apple juice. But there's two very different consequences when you consume it. So it's not about appearances, it's not about things that you feel comfortable with, it's about the reality. And the reality is that the sins you commit are not against one another. The sins you commit are against God, who is a holy and righteous, eternal being. So any act against that being, no matter how small it is to you, is a complete and total infraction against the holy will of God. No, that's the actual biblical term. Sin is missing the mark. No. It's because you're looking towards man, though. It's not against the analogy that I give is that if you were to slap your brother in wrestling, you're messing around in the house and you slap your brother, that's a bad thing. But if you were to slap your mother, that's a worse thing, right? Same act on a different person, different consequences, right? Okay, now the police officer comes and he says, why did you slap your brother? Why did you slap your mom? And he slapped the police officer. Different consequences, right? Same act? Same act? Right? Okay. When you slap the face of the holy, righteous, eternal God, the consequences, by definition, are eternal. Period. Now, to wrestle with that is to make God human or to make you superior. And you're not. Neither are true. The key is to understand you get focused on the act. And this is how humans work. They focus on themselves. Even the faithful focus only on themselves, instead of focusing on God and who they're slapping when they reject the will of God. That is what the punishment is. In a moment, I'll explain a little bit more. So hang tight, Steve. We'll get into how it really is, and maybe that might give a better understanding. But marinate, think about that. It's not about the act. Keep going back to the act. It's about who you're doing the act upon. That is why the consequences are so great. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To ask me a question, dial 800-520-15. So I do the butcher chips minutes after they took I. Yeah, I can just dress it by myself. No problem. 3 times stronger is the difference between Ireland 1 versus Ireland 3. Let me take this out. I got the door. Come through. Wow, this is great. As we await the Weather Street Camp Stronger, the leading force of that is in the maximum performance wherever you are. Playing this to discuss the big guys who's in the world. Just on 533. Stronger oil for maximum performance. Shop for Casper Base oil on Amazon. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Artesian, your key to premium cocktail style. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Artesian, you'll receive a free classic collection variety pack. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extras. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Artesian is the barbecue who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and pair your sleek Artesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to artesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Artesian, premium cocktails on demand.
This is a radio ad for Dixit, the Gillimac, a prescription medicine for people 6 months old with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dixit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps clear your skin from within, but you can see how Dixit can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for the next week. We have some delays here as we make our way through the Hawthorne stretch. A slight here delays in the 105 westbound to Hawthorne Boulevard. Slow vehicle crash there off to the right shoulder. Certainly a bit of a hazard there. Be careful as you head through the Seal Beach stretch at 405 around Seal Beach Boulevard. You have a stalled vehicle there. Also, as you make your way through the Cascade area, got some construction working southbound past the Canyon to Lake Hughes Road. Watch for delays. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Vita.
It is the Jesus Christ show. Beautiful. And maybe this Sunday as I look at every single Sunday right here, answering your questions and talking about the things that truly matter in life. And of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold, brave, go to the phone with your theology question or life situation question. Anywhere in the U.S. of A. Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. We were chatting with Steve. Steve, you still there? Thanks so much for holding on. I marinated on or a little bit of what I was saying about that it's not about the act, it's about who you do the act on that creates the consequences. I will say also the concept of hell, which is a great concern not only for you, for others, is different than what people think it is. Now, wash away all of the emotive parts of different belief systems. It's not about that. Logic states that regardless of how you feel about something, there are certain laws in which are universal. You have a phone. It has certain digits in it. If I call that phone number and I'm off one digit, I don't get you by default. I don't even get your name necessarily. So in life, you can't just say, well, if it's close enough, I should be okay. That would be great for people who counterfeit money. It's like, well, it looks pretty close. There is reality, and there are things that aren't reality. There are things that are true, and there are things that are false. That's just the way it goes. Every truth claim is going to be exclusionary by definition. So that's something you need to get over because that's the reality of everything. Every belief system you mention believes the same of you. So it's that is everything. You are who you are, Steve, and no one can take that away from you. It's the concept of a kid yelling mom in a grocery store. You might have a bunch of women that turn around, but only one is his mother. So there's more to it than just the term God. There's more to it than just sincere faith. And it's not about ignorance either. Hell is not about ignorance. It's about rejection of God. So everyone will hear the message and reject it. So like that glass of apple juice versus the glass of gasoline, everyone will be told one of these, this one is gas, it will hurt you if you drink it. This one is apple juice, and it'll be fine. But they will refuse one and drink the other, and that's where the consequence lies. In addition to that, the concept of hell is very different from what people think. The concept of hell is not about the fire and brimstone that people assume that it is. Hell is the absence of the salvation of God. And in that is a place that has, there's nothing to satiate that quench. I'll explain more. Listen to the Jesus Christ Show. To answer the question, dial
800-520-1534. Greg David have been arrested for attempted murder after allegedly chasing a man and shooting him at a community center in San Bernardino County. Police say the relationship between the guys is not clear. The attack last week was a retaliation for stabbing. But 2022 near the Mountain Grove Shopping Center. In-N-Out has announced the company will go ahead with its plans to close its Oakland restaurant. The company says the closure is due to crime in the area, endangering customers and employees. The announcement in January made national news as the first ever In-N-Out permanent closure. The drive-thru's last day is today. Republican Senator Marco Rubio has warned that the U.S. needs to take border security seriously following the ISIS attack in Russia that killed more than 130 people.
Their aspirations go beyond Russian bloc. They would love to be independent in Moscow, here inside the United States. And it's something we have to be very vigilant about when we have a border in which 9 million people have come across in the last 3 years.
Rubio, who's also the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, says he's not claiming that there's an imminent threat to the U.S., but the border situation and the existence of an ISIS trafficking network are things that should not be overlooked. Francis has led the Palm Sunday celebration at St. Peter's Square, but he's skipped meeting his homily at the last minute, which I should say is unusual, especially on a major event. Bill has been suffering on and off with his health in the past few weeks and has dedicated aid to read for him, and today his prepared text was not read at all. Got a crash in Hawthorne. It's on the 105 freeway.
And luckily, things moving along freely both through the areas. The 105 Century Freeway westbound at Hawthorne Boulevard. Still Hawthorne crashed around the right shoulder. And it looks like just some slight delays. Weather hazard and anything as you head through, so be careful. This one hazard to stall. Seal Beach stretch of 405 north and Seal Beach Boulevard. And if you can't stay, get a semi. It's crash here on that 5 south and Temple Highway. Watch for some slight delays there. KFI in the sky. That's nature here faster. I'm Mark Peter.
Southern wind from KFI, wind advisory starting at 11, partly cloudy this morning, becoming mostly cloudy, chance of showers and slight chance of thunderstorms this afternoon. Highs in the lower 60s for Metro LA and OC, mid-60s along the coast, mid-50s to low 60s in the valleys of Inland Empire, and 40s to low 50s in the Antelope Valley. It's going to be mostly clear tonight and sunny, warmer tomorrow, 63 down in Westminster. It's 51 degrees in Mission Viejo. We need local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Reynolds.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles or juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This subseason, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
us as we come to you every single Sunday to hear each of your questions and talk about things that truly matter in life. And of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave. Go to the phone with a theology question or life situation question. Anywhere in the US of A, 800-520-5384. We're having a conversation with Steve that keeps getting rudely interrupted by commercial breaks. A very interesting question is Steve was asking about the concept of hell. And I love that it comes from such a great place, Steve. I know that this is something that is rocking your faith. And the reason why I'm so impassioned by it, because I think it's imperative to have an understanding that punishment is not evil. Punishment is necessary because of evil. And the concept of hell, if you don't, is there a particular music that you can't stand, Steve? Okay, polka. That's a legitimate choice. So polka, yeah, Steve doesn't like polka. I get that. I understand that. I mean, polka. So you don't want to listen to polka for a couple of hours. You certainly don't want to listen to it for a year, right? And if you don't want to listen to it for a year, you wouldn't want to listen to it for 10 years. And if you don't want to listen to it for 10 years, you're not going to want to listen to it for eternity. So God creates a place where the salvation of God is not. Because there are those that reject God throughout life. And God says, if you don't want to serve me, if you don't want to love me and obey me for the 70, 80s, generously, 90 years that you have, measly years that you have on this planet, I will not force you to do it for eternity. I will allow you to go to a place where I'm not. Now, the consequence of that is that people don't understand how much God they get in life, whether they believe or not. They're still reaping benefits. It's like somebody who drinks soda all the time says they hate water, but don't understand that water's in soda. They're getting, if they didn't get water, they'd die. So they're getting it from somewhere. It's maybe not the best choice, but they're getting it from somewhere. Likewise, people are getting parts of God, even non-believers are, as the Bible says, it rains on the just and the unjust alike. But there must be a place, there must be a place where those that don't want God, that reject God, that doesn't mean you can say, I believe in God or I'm doing good, because your good doesn't matter, Steve. God's good is the ruler. And if you think about having a contractor come and build something for you in your house, you don't want somebody who means well, but whose ruler is different than yours. Because the house needs to be built based on a measuring system that you adhere to, or that the rules of the land adheres to. Otherwise, it's going to be built faulty. So in that sense, if it's just anybody's belief and anybody believes anything, there is no truth and there's no worthy of having faith at all or any purpose to it. It is all about God. It's not about you in that sense. And to compare yourself to others and say, well, I'm better than this, or even as those groups of Mormons, you said, that I agree, an amazing dedicated and love for people. And you start pointing to all these different faiths and saying, or different belief systems, and you say, well, what about these people? What about that? Then it becomes a hard issue. I get that. And there's argument to be said, especially for the different denominations of Christianity, and some would put, obviously, Mormons into that category, versus there were some, as you said, that would say, oh no, they're separate. Well, above all of that, to compare yourself to another human being may get you far in the judicial system of the United States or any government, but it doesn't get you far enough for God. If the measuring rod is next to God and not the person next to you, then it's important to understand that God is the final judge. So to sit there and kind of measure yourself and say, well, I'm better than this person, or they're better than me, or this and that, that's not what it's about. If there is a God, there is one. Are our Jewish brothers and sisters would say the Shema. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Echad, one. There is but one God. And if there is one God, that one God is the one that deserves the attention of creation. Regardless of emotion, regardless of what have you, every belief system is exclusionary. Every belief system believes that it's right. Every belief system contradicts one another. So they cannot all be right. They can all be wrong. But they can't all be right. So it's fair to say there's a right way to do it. You do this every day in your life. Every day in your life, you make decisions based on what is right versus what is wrong. When it comes to religion, nobody wants consequences. Nobody thinks it's fair. Well, let me tell you what's fair. A holy, righteous, true, and eternal God created you and wants you to be with Him for eternity. But if you reject Him, out of respect, He will allow you to go where He is not. And in doing so, you will feel burning, the gnashing of teeth, not based on the punishment of flames and fire, but on the unquenchable thirst of having an eternal decision made by you and having the consequences. The same as if you hold a gun on somebody and shot them. The decision is final. You don't get to say, oh, well, I don't like the way the consequences go, so I'd like to reverse it. It's done. Not because God is mean, not because God is stamping His feet like a child and says, you didn't do it my way, so you die. Because God is loving, God is just. And it's not that everywhere else gets justice except God. That God is supposed to be, is supposed to wave it. That is not loving. That is like the parent that doesn't care or doesn't give any consequence to their child. That is not loving. You see it every day. It is not loving to look the other way and just hug someone when they do wrong and harm others and reject truth. I don't expect that from God either. Don't expect God to look the other way. The Jesus Christ show. To ask the question, God did five things.
Speaking of the political trash, one hack at a time. Taking a duster.
Spring is in full bloom, and that same little pile keeps coming. Also takes to your clothes. Now you got your washing machine working overtime, and it needs some help. Enter a fresh appliance kit, the one and only washing machine cleaner made by the people who major appliance. A fresh appliance kit powers a wood-stubborn resident to help revive appliance performance. And right now, a fresh products are on sale. Shop now for a fresh appliance kit on Amazon.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The bright, exciting March Mania is here. You can get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. This is a radio ad for Dixit. Diclofenac, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dixit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how your Dixit can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat. Tell your doctor about severe worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dixit. Visit Dixit.com or call 1-844-DIXIT.
No matter what the day brings, try our Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get these nutrients are real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is unsweetened by flavor with no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in medium-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This snow season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 365 with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spread. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience. It smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. It's a full coverage you can use on top the gently lightly to cover targeted areas or hold it for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. It's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Hey, it's Jerry. Today, Black Lives Matter are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be moved without lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
When a service member or first responder dies or is catastrophically injured in the line of duty, who's there for them or their families left behind? Who's helping our homeless families and our nation to never forget 9/11? The Tunnel to Towers Foundation. More than 95 cents of every dollar donated to Tunnel to Towers goes to its programs that never forget the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at TTT.org. That's T2T.org.
We're going to stall from Seal Beach on the 405 San Diego Freeway northbound before Seal Beach Boulevard. It's going to be in the second divider there. And a tow truck is on scene, but it looks like it's been there a little while longer. Now, through the Hawthorne portion of the 105 Century Freeway westbound Hawthorne Boulevard, still on a wreck here. So the vehicle crash off to the right. And if you can't stay in place of 5 south at 10 foot highway, just slight that sail right there at the right lane block. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. Let's get into it.
It is the Jesus Christ Show. Your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday as I go through every single Sunday right here answering your questions and talking about things that truly matter in life and the afterlife. Jeff, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show. Hello, Jeff. How's that going? Well, the question is a healthy one, but the principles of salvation deal with, giving your life to Christ. It means that there's a lot of things that drive your life. Sex, drugs, may be, and represent the we, whether that be you, self-worship, that it's all about you, or whether principles that are in Scripture and the things that are taught in Judeo-Christian precepts are part of your life. If they're not, it's like you asking me right now, well, what is a relationship mean? Well, it's when you put somebody in a place of promise. You exchange ideas. You call yourself based on that relationship, protecting and understanding every bit of it. It's a process. It's not just one particular day, but as far as salvation, the word itself means secure, safe. The purpose of it, deliverance. The purpose of it is to understand there is a God that loves you, that created you, that wants to have a relationship and wants to guide your life. Wants you to understand His will because He's the maker. And His will is what will help you to live efficiently in a way that is just and loving towards restoration. And if you rebel against those ways and you continue to just do it however you want, then you're not in the place with God. However, if you put God first, you have given your life to God, truly to God. That is salvation. It said in Scripture that if you confess your sins and that God is faithful and just to forgive, that if you confess before man that God is your Savior, if you believe, some people talk about it as the sinner's prayer, and that's praying for God to meet you. God, I give my life to you. You are the center of my life. I want you to direct my life. For here on out, I will see myself as a Christian with great respond to those that ask that I'm a Christian, not because they're looking for a label, but because the word needs to be followed up. And then if you find yourself in a good Bible teaching church and you're reading God's word, then you're in that relationship and you're experiencing and receiving that salvation. That's what Tom, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
Hello, Jesus. I appreciate you making me call.
The pleasure, Tom.
I've had a relationship for a long time. I was raised as a Lutheran. I grew up in the Catholic neighborhood. One of my favorite commandments says that I shall not telephone so against my neighbor and see this. And I always said, well, there's a reason that the fact that I was saying about what my parents deal is not say telephone so against my neighbor. So I just look in that respect.
But that's not lying. That's not lying if you passed on something you believe to be true. Lying is for the purpose of deception.
Whatever against my neighbor, I mean, I hate to be such a persistent on this, but I just think
that you're getting hung up on the word neighbor. Is that better?
Again, if you're lying to hurt someone.
Yes.
For example, if your wife were to ask you how she looks in a dress when she goes far, and let's say your wife's 75 years old, and she, looking kind of, not so whatever. You look fine. You look great. And are you sinning? Or are you?
Okay. This is what they call situational ethics. It applies to Scripture. That there are times where it is better to, kill a lie to save a life than to kill a life to save the truth. The neighbor part, I will tell you this, the neighbor is referring to anyone. It's not just the immediate people. The term neighbor is because of the small communities that were inherited back in the time of Scripture.
that's one, that's the same thing again, as well. And again, they all practice and they talk about it all the time. And that was one of the big issues that we had why are you the best thing? Why do you think that is? And they could never tell.
There's incidental Catholic doctrine that partakes think of sin as missing the law. In the Catholic Church, they believe that that's missing the law. And that it was disrespectful. That's in the Catholic Church. That's not everybody. There are those who are Protestants who point to 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 3. That partake of any group that forbid marriage or advocate abstaining from certain foods which God has created to be gratefully shared by those who believe in the truth. So there are those that might argue back and forth, but ultimately your first question I think stands as far as there are going to be times the worst sin of lying is when you're applying it for personal gain. You're lying for personal gain. And this comes throughout Scripture. You see in Proverbs it talks about false merchants that would falsify the weight so that they could get paid for produce from what happened. Okay, so that is the most harmful. Now, honesty is important in a relationship, and I think that if you genuinely don't like the way something looks, you should say so and why in a loving manner. And I know many couples that are very honest. My producer meetings, he and his wife have a very open and honest relationship. They'll tell things that they don't like, and there's going to be tastes and flavors and comments. Well, that well, but I really enjoy it. Or you've got something in your teeth, or you need to blow your nose, whatever it is. I think there should be incredible open communication in the relationship. When it comes to lying, you have to understand circumstance may dictate. If you're in 1940s Germany and you're a Christian and you've got Jews and foreigners to save their lives, and the SS comes not to make you lie. You lie to protect, for the purpose of protecting your neighbor. And that's imperative. Now, if your neighbor did something illegal, truly illegal, that is against the law of the land, not against the law of humanity, and you're protecting them, then that's different. So there are circumstances that dictate that all lies are evil, in the sense that they are rejecting truth. God doesn't want you to reject truth, but sometimes the implied situation is that it is made up by a community, in this case the SS, saying that was bad for certain humans, and that in fact supersedes. Thank you for joining me this Sunday, this wonderful Palm Sunday. I hope you join me every Sunday. Easter, remember.
Pharmacy grade stimulating coffee. KOST HD2. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Retail theft consequences. I'm Sandy Wells live with the Kid Live 24-hour newsroom. Three people to the left have been charged in connection with a series of smash and grab robberies across California. The group allegedly hit luxury clothing stores in LA, Orange, and Riverside counties. These aren't victimless crimes. Sometimes the suspects would use force against workers as they ran out. Attorney General Rob says the group stole more than $300,000 worth of items from 2022 to last month. Investigators of the LAPD organized retail crime task force arrested the group. They say that thieves may be charged with even more crimes. At the LAPD headquarters, Blake Trolley, KFI News. The driver of Fullerton has been killed after crashing into a wall. Police say it happened just after midnight at Rosecrans Avenue and Gilbert Street. They say the driver was pronounced dead on scene and they're looking into what caused that crash. Thousands of protesters in Ireland have gathered to show their support for Palestinians. Many of them are part of the Ireland Palestine facility. Polish Armed Forces Operational Command says Russia violated Poland's airspace with a cruise missile that flew near a border town. Both countries have increased airstrikes in recent weeks. X, formerly known as Twitter, has seen a steady decrease in users since Elon Musk bought the company. Data shows the number of daily active users on the app was down 18% compared to the same time last year. The U.S. user base is falling 23%. The number of users worldwide has dropped 15%. Other social media apps, including Instagram and TikTok, experienced increases in users during the same period. Checking traffic now in Hawthorne, there's a crash on the 105.
The good news here, they are clearing this out. The westbound South Century Freeway, the 105, right before Hawthorne Boulevard. Some vehicle accident that pushed off and out of your way now. We have some metal debris in the right lane of the hazard debris out to 10 San Antonio Freeway westbound to Riverside Avenue. And through Castan, crash semi directly on the 5 southbound at Temple Highway, the Golden State Freeway. They're just very slight delays. KFI and the Skyhawks get to their faster. I'm Mark Peter. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/newball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Southbound Boulevard KFI with advisory in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. That starts at 11 a.m. today. Could see gusts take up to 45 miles per hour. Partly cloudy this morning and then becoming mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and slight chance of thunderstorms this afternoon. High temperatures today in the lower 60s in Metro Atlanta, mid 60s at the beaches, then 50s to low 60s in the valleys in the Inland Empire. Mostly clear skies tonight, lows mid 40s in Metro Atlanta, mid 40s at the beaches and low 40s in the valleys. And that'll be sunny tomorrow. Highs upper 60s for Metro Atlanta, mid 60s at the coast and the valleys in the IE. It's 51 now in Anaheim, 53 in Santa Ana, 48 North Hollywood, 52 in Maywood. We lead local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Mills.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free at your service over KFI AM 640. That's right. AM 640 and live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. Welcome to home. Where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I am Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, custom home builder, custom home designer, and most importantly today, your guide to turning your ordinary house into an extraordinary home. We are talking about the springtime concerns, early spring concerns. It's the first weekend of spring. If you haven't looked outside, what is wrong with you? Look outside. It is gorgeous out there. And we're talking about the things that come along this time of year, specifically birds, bees, pests, trees, things that we need to take care of or be ready to take care of. This is part 2 of a 2-day conversation that we started yesterday. Diving right in. If we do it all right, it brings light into your morning. Make you feel glad that we're here. We're also going to take some
Brandon said good morning. Give us a full good morning. Tony, I ain't sure. One syllable word. We got that whole thing now. I know you're there. Producer Richie standing by to take your calls. By the way, I'll give you the number out right now because we will be going to the phones. Pretty tight during the program today. The number to reach me, 833
actually have found this is not just me being a nature boy, who I am, self-confessed. I have found that when there's a dynamic system set up of nature being your property, the nice thing about it is not only is it present and near you and you gain all the benefits of that, but one of the main benefits is kind of a biodynamic system around you is by and large taking care of itself as opposed to you having to constantly fight against every twist and turn. So that takes us to this discussion of pests. Now, I'm not saying there aren't pests. Like I said, anything can be a pest at any given time. But how are we going to handle it? Well, the general rule that I like to practice is what we call RED. RED is an acronym, and it simply stands for repel, exclude, and deter. Repel, exclude, deter. These are our tactics. RED is our strategy. These are our tactics that we will employ. And so, right on the other side of the news here, we'll do a little deep dive. We'll talk about certain species of critters that are often categorized as pests, like rats and other rodents, mosquitoes, who honestly are always a pest at all times. And we'll talk about those techniques or tactics of actually repelling, excluding, and deterring them from being too close and or in our homes. All of this and so much more. So, your home, Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Sandy Wells, as the new.
Officials have continued their investigation into the crash of the civil engineer Plainview Acting. Spokesman for the FAA says the pilot reported an engine issue at about 6:30 Friday night. All the week begins today with Palm Sunday. Archbishop Jose Gomez will celebrate Palm Sunday Mass in English at the Cathedral of Our Lady of Angels at 10 a.m. The Spanish Mass will be at 12:30. Lawmakers at DC have passed a $1.2 trillion spending package, which avoids a partial government shutdown. We'll check the 91 freeway coming up right after this. I feel good. Come on, Ava. So come and go. Start the morning at 5 minutes. Calcium, lemons, Kevin Hart, this basketball season, chase for funds. It's helping the cash back on everything, even the sound system that home tunes. Please visit and service. Bet you've never heard cash back and sound like that. Cash back, nothing wrong with chase for funds. Chase, big one for chase. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. DraftKings.com/payball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WIN-IT.
Hey, it's Joe. Today, black folks out there are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you get healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it could be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get these nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar. No high fructose corn syrup, no artificial sweeteners, juicy with your local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Towers Foundation supports America's greatest heroes, heroes like U.S. researchist James Donaldson. Donaldson lost his legs, a finger, and suffered another when he was hit with an improvised explosive device in Iraq. He struggled moving around his home until Tunnel to Towers gave him a mortgage-free smart home, the home that needed Donaldson to live a more independent life and be a better father. Help families like the Donaldsons. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. This is a radio ad for Dixon. Prescription medicine for people 6 months old with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside your body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps you in your skin from within. But you can see how your Dixon can help you have clearer skin with less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be seen. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dixon. Visit Dixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
This subseason, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. Advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience. It smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for long, continuous spray. Ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Each bottle of sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Selling your home. Stop. It's not in tip-top shape. You lose 20 to 50% of your home's value. Before you sell, call our friends at Revive Real Estate to see if you qualify for the most innovative selling solution I've ever seen. Trust with Revive Real Estate, purchasing your home just like any other buyer. Simple. But here comes the game changer. Revive renovates your home, sells it, and then pays you again for the additional profit from the renovation. You heard it right. You get a second check. Revive Real Estate has many different programs for every homeowner. Right now, the average homeowner who works with Revive receives an additional $188,000 they would have otherwise left on the table. That's a fact. Revive Real Estate can help every homeowner figure out how to maximize their home's value. Now, of course, every home's potential is different, and not every home qualifies. So, to find out if your home is accepted, go to KFIRevive.com or dial pound 250 and say Revive. That's KFIRevive.com or dial pound 250 and say Revive.
As we wonder why school shootings keep happening, someone is lashing out at loved ones. As we argue about legislation, someone is posting threats on social media. As we continue to mourn the loss of innocent lives, someone is planning the death of another. Knowing the signs is the best way to prevent gun violence. Learn the signs at SaveYellowPromise.org.
Let me introduce yourself to the team. It's a tiny little capsule, smaller, baked on the outside, partially sealed on the inside. Clinically tested against the toughest offenders in government convenience. It doesn't just cover up your mirror, it cleans your route better than scanned. Zelman's gives you a money back guarantee, free shipping, or 3-pack support. Go to Zelman's.com. 15% off use code KFI. Zelman, ZELMANS.com. Code KFI to check. Lombardi may have been lifted, but that doesn't mean there's no football to talk about. It's the off-season, and there's no better way to stay up to date with the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast, for news and fresh content all off-season long. From the start of free agency, where we'll break down familiar faces headed to new places, to the next generation of superstars walking across that stage in the NFL draft. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. The Call, presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now's the time for 5G business.
They say they're going to rally virtually. Can we stop it with this virtual crap? I'm virtually done with it.
Well, I would assume that people finally found some kind of interest in it. Gary and Shannon, I don't want to do the Super Bowl. Now I want to do Microsoft Teams Call. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Sharp, the House Whisperer at your service. Hey, whether you live in a shed or a castle, whether you rent or the lord of the manor, I am here to help you take your home to the next level. We are talking about springtime concerns, specifically right now. Talking about pests and what to do with pests, and the little acronym RED, which is the best possible strategy you can take with pests around your house. RED meaning repel, exclude, and deter. These are the 3 tactics that we will employ along the way. So we're going to dive back in. I just want to remind you that in just a bit we're going to be going to the phones. The phone lines are open now. Producer Rich is standing by to take your call. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-ME. 833-2-ASK-ME. Anything you want to talk about, design, construction, DIY, landscape, hardscape, interior scape, up, down, all around. There you go. To make that sound like a nursery or a song. Just came out that way. All right. Repel. Repel is the first letter in our acronym. How to deal with pests of RED. Repel, exclude, deter. Let's talk about rats. I'm going to get them out of the way here because I am a big well, I just put it this way. I'm not a big believer in anybody's ability to effectively repel rats. Okay? And I don't mean to say the word rats. I'm just saying that if they want to be in your yard, they're going to be in your yard. However, there are things that perhaps you can plant around your garden and other things like that that limit their desire to go into an area. On a purely flowering side of things, stuff like snapdragons, geraniums, mint, lavender, amaryllis, daffodils. Surprisingly enough, rats just do not get into it. They're not fans. And you put up a border of those around, and you will likely, maybe, possibly repel them. You see, I'm not really giving it a bunch of stock now. Understand, Tina and I have chickens. And if you have chickens, you have rats. Period. The very first thing you learn when you become a backyard chicken farmer, raiser, rancher, person, is I love this. Everybody loves chicken. That's what you learn. That's the first thing anybody's going to tell you. Just know this. Everybody loves chicken. In other words, everybody wants to be near your chickens or eat your chickens or steal your chickens' eggs or steal the shavings from your chickens and all this kind of stuff. So when it comes to our rats, our pet rats here on the property, our chickens are rat magnets in that no rats bother them because chickens are little dinosaurs. Rats don't want anywhere near the actual bird. Also, they don't bother with the eggs. I've never had a rat steal a chicken egg, ever in all the years that we've been doing this. Now, if an egg breaks, they'll clean it up for you, no problem. But we've never had a rat steal an egg. What the rats are all about is that the chickens are in there warm and cozy at night. They would also like to be warm and cozy. And we see them going in stealing feathers, chicken feathers, and shavings because they're off building their own home somewhere and they're stealing materials from our job site. So the point is, rats are near chickens. Oh, and then the rats also very much enjoy the chicken feed and the water that we put out for them. So it's a whole thing. Anyway, I cannot possibly imagine snapdragons and geraniums and a little bit of mint keeping rats out of our yard when you consider the enticement of the chickens. But I'm told they can do a job of maybe a rat who's on the fence as to whether they're going to come into your yard. Maybe this geranium and they're like, I don't know. However, there are organic compounds that are really potent. Balsam fir, peppermint, forgot to write it in my notes here. And Propel, which is peppermint, rosemary, and citronella oils that workers hate. You spray them on the foundation of a building. It's not easily washed off because it's oil-based, and it lasts for a long time. And so it kind of keeps them from wanting to get close and rub up to it. So there you go. Repellent effect. All right. Can we repel mosquitoes? And by the way, we're going to come back to rats and all of these as we do each step with excluding and deterring. But now we're just talking about repellents. Can we repel mosquitoes? I mean, really? Can you really repel mosquitoes? We'll talk about that right after the news. Your home, Queen Shark, the House Whisperer, Sandy will house has the ladies.
Stay great to health and alcohol. I do very good despite media mandates and rules. It's now. We got our brand. So, alcohol, I live very honestly. It's only just a few million mandates from the get-go. You've got a crazy feel for the smart guys. Here's $26 a case on the day. He says, yeah, we're darn near the price of blue boats. The taxpayer-funded grant announced this week will retrofit his 3 boats to electric by 2026. Our operation is very smooth, just the way it is. The more than 100-year-old company carries about 1.5 million people and 300,000 cars each year. In Orange County, Ruben Carson, KFI News. The rest of the connection with the fatal shooting in Long Beach, police say that was spotted yesterday morning where they found a guy suffering from a gunshot wound to the upper body. He was pronounced dead on the scene. They say witnesses described a car they saw leaving the area, and officers on patrol were able to locate the car nearby and take the man into custody. One gun has been recovered. A man dubbed New York City's worst landlord has been attacked in Rikers Island prison. The man turned himself in Friday after an arrest warrant was issued. He's supposed to spend 60 days behind bars for 700 building violations. Indeed, the city says the tough approach is designed as a deterrent and pressure point for bad landlords. The man was fined $3 million for violations at another property last year. New York Attorney General Letitia James is prepared to start seizing some of former President Trump's assets if he does not pay the $464 billion he owes in a civil fraud case.
A massive fine comes after a judge found Trump overvalued his real estate and exaggerated his net worth.
ABC's Eric Kaczynski says James registered the court's judgment in Westchester County, which is a sign she may be running Trump's Briar Cliff Manor Golf Club and Veterans State. He does in Seven Springs, in addition to his properties in the city. Trump's attorneys have argued it's impossible for them to secure the bond to appeal. We'll check the 605 freeway coming up right after this.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The good and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action in DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Joe. Today, black folks and African Americans are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by the test. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, call up Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get this nutrients with real 100% fruit juice to help you conquer the day. Juicy Juice is always water, no sugar, high fructose corn syrup, and artificial sweeteners. Available in family-size bottles or juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice in your favorite liquid grocery retailer and buy at juicyjuice.com.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Martine, your key to premium cocktails now. Imagine the ability having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Artesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection variety pack. That's 6 cocktail names to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Artesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sweet Artesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to artesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Artesian, premium cocktails on demand. Your leader is the goal. LeadCA.com. NexGard Plus, Afoxalon oxyvectin and pyrantel chewable tablets is the one you want for your dog's monthly protection. Use with caution on dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Ask your veterinarian about NexGard Plus chews today.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAN640.com/rules. I have been a BMW owner for over 25 years, and I just bought my newest BMW from Sterling BMW. Family owned for 30 years, Sterling BMW. Exceptional offers, BMW Financial Services, SterlingBMW.com.
This is Jacob Edward. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI AM 640, the news. What it means, why it matters.
AM 640 and live everywhere on the radio app. You are home with Dean Sharp, the house whisperer. We are talking about springtime pest concerns around your home. Also, after our next news break, we are going to be going to the phones. Here's the number: 833-2-ASK-D. 833, the number 2-ASK-D. Give us a call. Phone lines are open now. Producer Richie standing by, ready to take your call about anything. I'm talking pests, bees, trees, and all sorts of goodness in spring around your yard today. You can talk to me about anything: design, construction, DIY, whatever. Anything you want to talk about. 833-2-ASK-D. Okay. Back to it. When I left you, we had asked the question, can you in fact, oh, and by the way, we're moving forward with our strategy here of red, repel, exclude, and deter. The best possible strategy you can have when it comes to pests in your home. And we're on the repel side. Talked about rats, repelling rats, and whether or not that's super realistic, that's fine. We'll catch them on the other two letters, I promise. What about mosquitoes? Can you repel mosquitoes? No, not really. I mean, only in the most immediate context, okay? In other words, scientifically speaking, the only thing that is going to repel a mosquito is whether you put a mist of repellent around you when you're sitting out on the patio, or you actually put some insect repellent on your skin. Now, traditionally, years past, DEET was the thing. DEET is an acronym that stands for a very long chemical word that I will not repeat here. But DEET was a thing in the backpacking community. It's always been a concern of ours because here's the thing: DEET works really, really well. It also melts nylon. I mean, when you bring nylon in contact with DEET on your skin, we've seen parts of our backpacks literally melt away. So, not a huge fan of the DEET, even though mosquitoes love me. And so normally, when the mosquito season starts, I go outside protected. The cool thing, though, is, thank goodness, is that there's a product out there that is not going to melt vinyl, but it has proven itself just as effective, if not more so, than DEET, which is with keratin. Keratin, P-I-C-A-R-I-D-I-N, the keratin. You want to look for any kind of repellent lotion or spray that has about 20% of the keratin in it, and you are good to go as far as being better than DEET. Actually, created by the Bayer company, and Bayer, like aspirin, Bayer. mosquitoes, or back in the Midwest, they're referred to as no-see-ums because they're super small and they are down near the ground where you don't see them. Typically our regular mosquitoes out here that land on your shoulder, your arm, your hand, your face, your neck. Now these little guys are down there, biting away at your ankles, and during the day as well. Other mosquitoes like ants start biting at dusk, continues a few hours into the dark. Mosquitoes considered the deadliest animal on planet Earth because it carries things like Zika, West Nile virus, dengue fever, yellow fever, and parasitic canine heart. I mean, it's not, mosquitoes, not my favorite chapter of evolutionary history of mosquitoes. Anyway, the key with mosquitoes is not repelling them. Like I said, you can do it locally, immediately around you, okay? But attracting them elsewhere is probably the most effective. If you have a real mosquito problem, probably the most effective technique, attracting them, not repelling them. Mosquitoes love CO2. They love the smell of human mammal flesh, but they especially are attracted to the pollutants that arise from us as we exhale, okay? CO2. And so your breath, it doesn't matter if it's too fresh or not, it's not about that. It's about the carbon dioxide that we exhale. And so what do? Well, you can create a larger, more substantial amount of CO2 elsewhere, as far away from you as possible. And that's what large-scale mosquito attractors are about. And the theory is simply this: listen, if you offer them an appetizer, you could offer them a 4-course meal elsewhere, just a few yards away, and they'll spend their time over there. And theory tends to prove itself out and work pretty well. There are all sorts of gadgets and gizmos out there claiming to deal with mosquitoes. I will tell you the two that I am aware of that actually work locally, meaning right next to you or near where you are. Thermostat makes some excellent products. We use them here in the house. There are rechargeable repellent devices that run you about $50. They have about a 20-foot range, 20-foot radius, or 10-foot radius range, or 20 feet around the overall. And you get a couple, 3 of those around your patio table or around where you're entertaining, and you'll see a significant difference if any mosquitoes get through them. I mean, honestly, they work really, really well. They're the only listed repellent that I met that actually has worked for us here. So I'm just telling you that on personal experience. The other thing that works are the attractants, and that you will use most of them work off of a canister that you use to gas up the barbecue, right? So the same propane tank that you get for your barbecue, you mount this device on top of it, set it all the way on the back corner of the property as far away from where people are gathered as possible, and let that turn on. It will create a CO2 mist. Now, I know, are we adding CO2 to the atmosphere by doing it? Yes, that's exactly what we're doing. It's not a lot. It's just more than the group of humans over on the other side of the yard are creating at the time, and therefore the mosquitoes come over. You're not running it all the time. You just set it up. You just pull the mosquitoes away while you're out there. So that's the idea. That's the best stuff that I know to tell you about mosquitoes. And I will tell you this. Mosquitoes are not, N-O-T, not attracted to bug zappers. Okay? Bug zappers, useless against mosquitoes. Studies have shown that less than 1% of the insects that are killed by zappers are mosquitoes or other biting insects. The devices attract and kill beneficial or harmless insects like wasps, coming out. It's not going to be long before you're out and about. I want to tell you about Light Source, a Light Source whole house water system. Since you are made up of 70% water, improving the water in your home makes a massive difference. It's going to leave you healthier. It's going to leave your hair shining, your skin glowing. With the Light Source system, there's never any regular maintenance. There are no filters to change or salt to buy. And right now, actually, a really great time to get a Light Source system. They are celebrating their 40th anniversary. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. Really excited that March Mania is here. You can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. Customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gamble with problem? Call 1-800-9-WIN-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is healthy sweet water, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, no delicious sweeteners, available in Guinness bottles for juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. And by juicyjuice.com. This subseason, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. Advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas. Or hold for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Introduce sweat-resistant sports formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Excellent. A prescription medicine for people 6 months and out with moderate to severe eczema. It's not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of the eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could cause an eczema. You can't see how it helps you your skin. But you can see how ibuprofen can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may be serious allergic reactions can occur to the skin. Get help right away if you have wheezing or trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about your eczema. Visit yourpixel.com or call 1-844-PIXEL. Born on America's darkest day, 9/11, the Toronto Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities need your help now more than ever. Join Toronto Towers in its mission to do good in their honor. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Join me in donating $11 a month at TTT.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
Home-free basket is better. With the most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations. Artesian. Helping you master mixology madness during the tournament. Artesian is offering a $50 discount with a big gate bundle. Artesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The big gate bundle includes the Artesian and a drawer to organize your Bartesian madness before your home erupts this spring. Prepare for the party with Bartesian. Order your Bartesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at bartesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand. Looking for practical biblical principles for everyday living? Want to get a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app. I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or enhance your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about science on love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and breathe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Of the House Whisperer. Welcome home. Glad to have you with us on the program. It is a beautiful, beautiful Southern California Sunday morning out there. A little cool, a little sunny, a little breezy, maybe a little rain today, maybe some clouds. It's springtime. Spring brings it all. Sometimes it brings it all in just one day. And that's one of the cool things about spring. But it is beautiful all the way through, no question about it. I hope you have plans to get out into it today. We're talking about spring-related stuff. We're going to get back to that in just a bit. But because of the hour, it is time to go to the phones. Let's talk to Candy. Hey, Candy, welcome home.
Good morning, Dean. Good morning. You're such an all. Listen, I have interior doors, base board, and casing all painted with oil-based paint. I want to repaint, and I need to know how I can go about painting over the oil base with water-based paint. I actually prefer to use oil if I can get it mixed with my color, but I don't know that I can.
Yeah, and you know what? Oil is becoming rarer and rarer. In the state of California, technically you can't use it anymore anyway. And that's not just leftist California. It's going to be happening all over the nation very soon. One of the reasons is because water-based alcohol paints are getting better and better and stronger. Arguably, some of them, like a Benjamin Moore, compete with oil-based paints as far as their overall durability these days. We're so close. But you bring up a really good point. If you already have oil-based paints on your trim, walls, your house, your doors, you got to be careful because putting a water-based paint on top of an oil-based paint, you will have an adhesion problem unless you prep it right. And, you know, paint work is always prep. It's always 90% prep. So the simple truth, Candy, and I'm not going to pull any punches with you. I don't care what manufacturer claims that you can just slap it right on. The simple truth is you don't need to sand the door down to get the oil base off. All you need to do is sand the door to rough it up. You need to open up the porosity, get the sheen off of the paint, and that's all that's necessary. Once the sheen is gone, you've sufficiently opened the porosity of the paint up. The pores are there on a microscopic level. They've now been exposed, and that means that a good primer, water-based primer, can go down and grab onto it, and now become a perfectly prepped surface for water-based paints from here on out. So the key to painting over oil based with water-based is, number one, knocking off the sheen, clean it up really good, no dust or anything left over, a good coat of primer, and then your water-based paint, and you should be good to go.
All right, I'll try that. But I did have someone tell me to just use the primer first. And so that's what you really do need to rough it up. And I'm wondering about
Again, you don't have to go crazy with it, okay? You don't even have to. I mean, technically, you could rough up the oil-based paint with steel wool, okay? Which isn't going to dig into the door at all. I'm talking about a very, very light grain grit of sandpaper. Very, very fine grit. Just enough to knock off the sheen, not enough to cut into the wood in any way, shape, or form.
So, with those little crevices that are created by this fake wood grain, if I don't get action down into all those little crevices, it's not going to be an issue. But maybe with the wool you do get into it.
Yeah. With steel wool, you will. But no, don't. I would say this: you get the surface grain handled with roughing up, and then you get it cleaned up really good and get a nice primer coat on there. You're not going to have any problems. Don't obsess about every little nook and cranny. You get 80% of the surface of that door opened up in its porosity, and the paint is going to hold. I promise.
Oh, great. That's good news. I appreciate it so much. And I've always loved listening to your show. You're the best, and if you don't believe me, ask Tina.
Danny, thank you so much.
You hear that?
Yeah, you heard that? Danny sound okay? All right. Katie, thanks for the call. Good luck with your tour.
You take care. Bye-bye, darling.
You too. All right, John. Hey, as long as you're have as many nice things to say about me as Candy, feel free to get on the show. How's that? I kind of like that. When we return of your calls, you're home with the living doll, Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer on KFI. The more you know, the easier it is to avoid the idiots around you. KFST HD2.
Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Fashion District, yeah. I'm Sandy Wells live for the KFI 24-hour news from man has been found dead with a gunshot wound after crashing into a building in LA. The LA police says officers responded to the Fashion District early this morning when they discovered the car and an unresponsive man inside. They say they think the guy was likely shot near Olympic Boulevard, tried to escape before crashing. There was minor damage to the building. Search underway in Northern California for a dog line that attacked two runners, one fatally. ABC's Mark Rillock says the young men were hunting for shed animals in El Dorado County yesterday when it happened.
Deputies arrived to find their younger brother with serious injuries to his face. Minutes later, they say they found the mountain lion crouched next to the body of the older brother.
Officers fired their guns, which scared it away. Mountain lions are known to attack people, but the last fatal encounter was in 2004 in Orange County. LA County has approved new short-term rental pools for unincorporated areas.
Pools now include an annual fee of $914 and a requirement that hosts only within their primary residence. That means no accessory dwelling units or vacation rentals. County leaders say this action is to preserve the long-term housing stock and quality of life, while also leaving some room for owners to rent out their spaces on a short-term basis. Pools are only for unincorporated areas in LA County, not cities, but don't yet impact places like Marina del Rey or Catalina Island. The California Coastal Commission is expected to enact its own regulations. Michael Bunks, KFI.
Russia has ended a national day of mourning following a terrorist attack that killed at least 133 people in Moscow. ABC's Patrick Reveal says ISIS has claimed responsibility twice, even releasing a video.
Vladimir Putin ignored the ISIS claims. Putin instead tried to link it to Ukraine. Putin saying the suspected attackers had been arrested trying to flee to Ukraine and suggested without evidence that a crossing had been prepared for them there.
Putin has vowed retribution. The U.S. says Ukraine played no role in the attack. Sure, Britney Spears' more on the X Factor 2012 is up for auction. The chain mail halter top could sell for thousands of dollars. Bidding starts at $500, but it's been appraised for $25,000. It's rare for clothing worn by the singer to go up for auction since Spears sold most of her iconic outfits to her charity, the Britney Spears Foundation. And we'll be checking, 110 in downtown LA right after this.
As the experts in transmissions for over 50 years, there's nothing at AMCO we haven't heard. So when I hit the gas downtown LA on 110 northbound. From the 10 San Monica Freeway to the 101, the connector there, the downtown Fort Level. That's going to be a little heavy, give yourself a little time. As you make your way on through the southbound side of 15, Baxter Road, that crash there, the center divider. Some slowing as well for the Castaic area, southbound side of 5. You have a semi off to the side, the right lane there affected. KO5 in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm RP.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never something separate. KFI AM 640. AM 640 and live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I am Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, here with you live like I am every weekend. Saturday mornings from 6 to 8 Pacific time, Sunday mornings 9 to noon Pacific time. Welcome to the program. Always a privilege and a pleasure to have you along for the ride. Welcome to the second hour. This morning, we're talking about all things spring, specifically right now, the things that kind of are pesty, that kind of get in your way, bug you, get it? Pest, bug. Ants, mosquitoes, rodents, bees, although, as we will discuss later in the program, bees are not pests, never to be labeled pests. No, you don't. We'll talk about that in a bit. And I'm also going to explain the swarming of bees right now during the spring, which is when they swarm, and why you should not freak out about that or be exterminated. Yeah, true. Okay, we'll get there. But right now, it's the time of the hour, and therefore we are taking calls and going back to the phones. I talked to Nancy. Hey, Nancy, welcome home.
Hi, Dean. Thank you. I'm loving today's subject matter. Okay, I'm finally wanting to tackle repairs to my old, long-neglected house. I got those done, yay. I need wood repair, there's termite damage. I need several repairs, completely from the gap that was left between the walls and where the old roof line was. And then I'll need painting. Would it be better to hire a general contractor or use separate dedicated repair people for each type of work?
Really good question. It really kind of depends. And ultimately, I mean, sometimes it depends on the scope of the work. It sounds like you've got several different disciplines that you want to get done there at the house. In that case, a general might be a possibility. But in the end, it really depends on you, my friend. Because hiring a general who knows what they're doing, well worth the money, well worth it. Takes a lot of complications and hassles off your back, assuming you find a really good general who's giving you, their full attention and getting it done. They can spot things maybe that you would overlook while certain repairs are being done in order to make sure that the repairs are the most comprehensive and most effective possible. A good general contractor, we just say this, a good general contractor, and there are a lot of them out there, also a lot of bad ones. But the good general contractors worth their weight in gold. They're worth every penny of the profit that they make on the project. Now, if you don't hire a general contractor, you handle it yourself, then you're going to be saving that level of profit on the project. Okay, but just know that you are going to be earning that yourself in spades, because it's going to be on you to make sure that the
they're showing up, that they are doing the scope of work correctly, and that they're getting the repairs done the right way. Now, it can totally be done. It's a question of you doing your homework, you not abdicating your responsibility for the repairs in your house, you kind of being the captain of your repair team, and whether or not you want to put the time and energy into that, and the stress that goes along with it. So it really comes down to you, my friend, and make the decision on what needs to be done for the house. That doesn't mean even if you take the project on yourself, it doesn't mean that you're going to be out in the dark in terms of good counsel and advice, because if you are hiring individual contractors, subcontractors, or what we'd say specialty contractors for each of these areas, you should be getting 2, 3, or 4 bids every area of work. And in doing so, handling it right as you're taking those bids and having people out to take a look at the problems, listening very carefully, asking probing questions. You should be getting an education on what your repairs exactly entail. And you will see amongst the bids an overlap of the things that every single contractor is talking about, just like Venn diagrams that overlap each other and share a common source. It's those areas of overlap that amount to the essential area of your area. If all 4 contractors come out, let's say for stucco repair, and they all mention 5 things, and a couple of them mention a couple of other things, then you know for certain that those 5 things that they all mention are essential to the job, and you can take a look at the outlying things as well. But at the end of the day, it's really going to be about you. I've got clients who absolutely insist they are going to be their own generals for their project, and they are ready and willing and able to dive in 100%, and they end up saving themselves money, although not necessarily saving themselves stress along the way. I have other clients who are like, no, here's the key, just call me when it's over. And you know what, it's totally fine either way. It's just a question of individual, how much you want to put into it.
Wow, okay, I've got some thinking to do then. That's very, very helpful advice. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Good luck on that project. I didn't mean to intimidate you or set you back. But that's the reality of it, because you want to get it done right. And there are pros and cons to both. There really, really are both ways to go. So good luck. I'll be back. So not linoleum over other vinyl tile products, but ceramic tile. Well, okay, so it's all about adhesion. Well, it's not. It's about 2 things actually. It's about adhesion, and it is about contours of the tiles. Okay. Now, the tile in your kitchen, relatively flat tile, and what about the ground joints? Do they dip down below? Are they large? Are they wide? Are they small and minuscule? What do you got?
Unfortunately, they're flat. Yeah, that was the mistake I should have started. That's literally that right now.
Okay. And are you on a slab?
We are on a slab.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to tell you what your options are. My preference would be to tell you to chip up the tile and put down whatever you want, linoleum or whatever, but to chip up the tile, and so that you're not laying one finished surface and making it dependent upon another finished surface. Okay, that would be my first preference. And I can understand why we wouldn't necessarily want to go to that length if we can get it well and safe. So get yourself a tile, a vinyl tile, or a vinyl sheet good filler and leveler. And what that is, they come in 5-gallon buckets. It's kind of a paste. It feels like almost like a glue. It's not a glue. And what you want to do is you're going to take a trowel and you're going to trowel this paste across the whole floor into all the grout joints. And essentially what we want to do is we want to bring everything up to the same level. We don't want to be able to see the grout joints. We don't want to be able to detect them, that there's a dip. And the reason this is so important, Mike, is because you may lay your linoleum out there on the tile on day one and it all looks super great, but I guarantee you, if we leave any indentations with grout joints, or even the contours, some tiles have like a kind of a knobby kind of finish on it. If we leave any kind of that on there, then after a few weeks and or at most months, you will see the linoleum settling down into the grooves of the old tile floor. You'll start to see the impression of the old tile floor through the linoleum because it just won't bridge and hold up about that. So that's why they make this leveling compound that you can just trowel in. It's not critical stuff. Anybody can do it. You trowel it in and you just make sure it's nice and level. Scrape it across the top of the tile too. You don't put it on thick, just as thick as it needs to be. Smooth that floor out nice and smooth. It'll look crazy ugly when you're done with this. And then you've got a nice surface, and that compound is made specifically to be an excellent surface for vinyl flooring to adhere to as it gets laid down. So that all said, that's easier for a lot of people than chipping up the tile floor. I would still chip up the tile floor first, but that's a secondary alternative. By the way, for everybody who's listening, that holds true if you've got an existing vinyl floor that's embossed, like an embossed pattern on it, and you just want to lay new vinyl down on top of it. The same process. Number one, scuff it up, get the glaze off it so you open up the porosity. And number two, use some of this leveling filler to fill up the embossing so that what you're laying your vinyl on top of is nice and flat and smooth. That's how it works best.
Great. Well, thanks, Dave. Something to think about. I think my concern is if I chip up the tile right up against the cabinet, that's not easy to try to chip that off without screwing up the edging on the cabinet to resolve. So that's probably going to take a little more work. Unless there is another way to do that, but it's just a matter of getting that system down dirty.
Yeah, it's true. It's true, man. I will tell you this, Mike. You should verify if your tile, for some reason, goes underneath your cabinets, then work on top of the tile. Go for step 2, like I was talking about with the filling, because you're not going to be able to break it apart evenly, and your tile, your cabinets may actually be sitting on top of the tile if for some reason. Now, if the tile just runs up to the cabinet, then down there along the cabinet kit, get yourself some RAM board. RAM board is a protective construction hardboard. Basically, cut it in strips and tape it onto the kit, the face of your cabinet kit, so that as you get in there with the chipper and you start, stuff moving around and popping around, that you don't run the risk of damaging. So in other words, you protect the cabinets first, which you can do. It's just an extra step, and then chip the tile on. But if the tile is running underneath the kit, then you probably just want to leave it all in place and fill it like we talked about. Mike, good luck on your project. I'm giving people lots of things to think about this morning. So like the third call, it's something to think about now. I'm glad. That's why I'm here. Your home with Dean Show, the House Whisperer, Sandy Wells. That's the week. Driver Tilton has died after crashing into a log. Cops say it happened just after midnight at Rosecrans Avenue and Gilbert Street. In-N-Out has announced the company will go ahead with its plans to close its Oakwood restaurant because of crime in the area. New York Attorney General Letitia James has prepared to start seizing some of former President Trump's assets if he does not pay the $464 million he owes in a civil fraud case. We'll check the Level 5 freeway coming up right after this.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook.draftkings.com/paywall. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dixon. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months old with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of the eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from pain, but you can see how your Dixon can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist at Dr. Dixon. Visit yourdixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-size bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical. However, though, he probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a simple moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you can start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Latest item for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
The BMW i4 F50. It's 100% electric, 100% BMW. Experience the power of over 500 horses stampeding in a whisper as BMW M-engineered handling takes you through every twist and turn. The complete suite of intuitive technology keeps you connected, and pure performance keeps your heart racing. The BMW i4 M50. Science has never sounded so much. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine.
See at SoCal BMW Center today for exceptional offers, or visit SoCalBMW.com.
1877 cars for kids. KARS cars for kids. 1877 cars for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at Cars for Kids. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No titles, no proof. Go to Cars for Kids Network today.
1877 cars for kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations on land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This week on How to Money, a landmark woman can save you a lot of money with buying and selling a home. Plus, where's the opportunity in the job market? It might not be where you think it is.
How to Money with Joel Larsgar. Today at noon on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, at your service. Hey, thanks for joining us on the program. All right, it's time to dive back into some deterrent and exclusion and repelling of pests around your house. I literally said that backwards. Repel, exclude, deter. RED, red. That's how you remember it. Repel, exclude, deter. We talked about repelling about as much as is rational for pets. Okay, that's the weakest part of this, as far as just the idea of like, I would just like to learn how to keep everything I don't want in my yard outside my house. That's not really going to happen. You can slow it down. You can slow it down. Okay, you can limit it with repelling. But generally speaking, when nature wants to get in, it's coming in. Now, I had a special request during the break from Connie. Asked, could we talk about snails? All right, I will talk briefly about snails because snails are cute. And, well, not probably, you just get really close to them, but generally speaking, they're cute. But they do a lot of damage to flowers, plants in the garden. So, what's the Achilles heel, as it were, of the snail, since they don't have a heel or even legs? Snails, move under a little slime path that they put down. That's how they stay in contact and simultaneously out of contact with the surfaces that they're moving. Okay? So, when it comes to snails and slugs, one of the things that is the easiest way to slow them down into your garden beds is to put up rough surfaces around your plants. Okay? Snails can't jump. They can't jump from the sidewalk up to your rose bush leaves. They have to climb all the way in and go all the way up to the trunk and then get out on those leaves in order to eat them. So, knowing that that's the path, understand this, and you're not going to stop everywhere, but gravel, bark, sand, wood chips, all of this create a barrier for snails and slugs. Now, it's not an impossible barrier, but it's a difficult one that they'd rather not move over. Just know, snails would rather not slide around over sharp, irregular surfaces. And so, you provide, instead of just soil in the area around your garden, if you have a snail, then consider getting some decorative rock. Not smooth decorative rocks, sharp-edged decorative rocks, sharp cut, chiseled out, sharp cut decorative rock, and cover. So, by the way, it's always a good idea, especially in Southern California, to cover your soil around your plant with another layer of something, whether it's mulch, or a thick layer of bark, or gravel, or what have you, because you're not choking off the soil. There's plenty of air and water gets right on through it, yet having that layer on top holds moisture in the soil. Now, snails don't burrow subterranean, neither do slugs, but they just don't like climbing over rock surface. From that, we know there's snail repellent. There are chemicals that you can sprinkle around. One of my favorites of all time, basically, is called SR-Go. SR-Go! Exclamation point. It works really, really well. It's made by Bernie's, or at least it's sold at Bernie's. It's slug and snail based. They don't like it at all. SR-Go! All right, there you go. Little snail. Connie and the rest of you who are dealing with snails. Let's talk about excluding. Excluding is, in my opinion, the most essential. That's why in the word red, ED, it's right there. There's nothing more important or effective you can do than to exclude. Now, what do I mean by exclude? I mean keeping stuff out of your house. Right? Sometimes keeping it out of your yard, but definitely keeping things out of the house or wherever you don't want the pest to be. When it comes to rats and mice, we have techniques and strategies to exclude. Rabbits, yeah,
much discretion to issue a lifetime injunction for a serious felony.
Kaylee Kozak got the first ever Kaylee's Law passed in Arizona.
I was sexually abused at the tender age of 12 and 13 by my middle school PE teacher, who was also my club soccer coach. When I turned him in, he held him while he was unbearable.
She says the law protected her once the guy's so-called lifetime probation was lifted for good behavior. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
More than 133 people have been killed and even more hurt in the terrorist attacks at a concert hall in Moscow. Many witnesses said they feared for their lives Friday. This woman who works at an aquarium in the same entertainment complex says she felt the explosion.
I am absolutely connected to sexual injuries. We saw fire in the crocus farm. Mentally reminding the community we saw dead bodies inside.
This medical security says they've captured the four men thought to be responsible and members of ISIS. Former Republican National Committee Chair Robby Daniels says she disagrees with Trump's promise to free individuals involved in the January 6th riot.
If you attacked our capital and you've been convicted, then that's acceptable.
Daniel told NBC's Meet the Press that the violence was unacceptable and prison sentences should not be cut short. She also emphasized that she does not hold the former president responsible for what happened. McDaniel stepped down as chairwoman of the RNC earlier this month and will join NBC as a political analyst. The interview reportedly took place before her hiring as an analyst. Pope Francis has skipped his homily during the Palm Sunday service at the Vatican. Pope has been dealing with bronchitis and the flu recently, has not been reading addresses himself, but skipping the homily during a major event like today is considered rare. He did give his weekly Sunday Angelus message and blessing from the altar. He also condemned the attack in Russia by ISIS and prayed for those suffering, including Ukraine and Gaza. We'll check the 105 freeway right after this.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. In Canada only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. 640. KFIM 640 and live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. You are home. Dean Sharp, House Whisperer. That's me. Hey, right after our next news break, we're going to go back to the phones. Just to let you know, the number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-DEAN. If you're already on the board, a lot of you are, hang tight. It's completely random, except when I'm looking for dude's voice or lady voice. Apart from that, it's going to be everybody's got a shot at getting on the air. 833-2-ASK. There you go. Coming up right after the next break. Okay, let's exclude some things from your house, shall we? Let's do that. I promised a long list, and some of you are like, no, you can't promise to keep snakes and coyotes out. Let's first talk about rats and mice. The more common thing that we definitely want out of our house. Stop freaking out that you have mice or rats in your yard from time to time. They're adorable. Let them do what they're going to do, okay? But absolutely, keep them out of the house. Seal all buildings with rope-proof expanding foam. That's one thing that you can do. You do a walk around, both at the foundation of your home, doors and windows, up around where the rafters hit the eave boards, any venting up on the attic, anything. You're looking for half-inch square holes.
takes a mouse or a smaller rat to get inside your attic space of your house. And if you find it and you don't feel like it's capable of being patched effectively with a piece of wood or something else, with a piece of metal flashing or some galvanized mesh, then go to the hardware store, get yourself some expanding foam. It's like expanding foam insulation, but it's specifically rodent-proof expanding foam. It has something in it that they don't like to chew through. It's very distasteful for them. And I've never seen to date a rodent chew through rodent-proof expanding foam insulation. I use it in my house whenever necessary. Simply keep them out of the house. Your vents should be covered with 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch galvanized metal mesh, okay, aka hardware cloth. 1/4 by 1/4, 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch, too big. They can go right through it, okay? Squeeze right through it. I know it doesn't seem like it, but it's true. They're fluffy. Their bodies are very, very malleable underneath all that fluff. So do not underestimate the size of the mesh. By the way, 1/8 by 1/8 would be better anyway because I've got concerns about embers from wildfires. That's a whole different conversation. But anyway, make sure that the vents on your house are at least covered with 1/4 by 1/4 galvanized mesh. Will exclude rats and mice from your attic space and stuff. Don't overfill the trash cans or the dumpsters. Keep the lids closed tightly. It just enrages me, by the way, to see like commercial properties, not unlike the building we are in here at KFI, use blood-thinning, dangerous blood-thinning rat traps, rat poison, okay? The kind of thing that causes slow, painful, inhumane death to rodents, and even more importantly than that, make them vulnerable to the predators who then prey upon them and eat them, to the point where here in Southern California, over 98% of predatory creatures in our open spaces test positive for blood thinners. That's because of these stupid blood thinning based rat poisons that are primarily these days around commercial buildings. Here at this station, I don't know how many times I have to talk to somebody about it, but I see it all the time. I see it in shopping centers, in poorly managed trash where the lid is not locked, propped even open, basically saying, "Hey, rodents, come on down," and then there are blood thinner rat poisons right in the basement. Seal up your trash can. Don't overflow your garbage. Lock the lids. Stay away from that blood thinner poison stuff. Not good. It's not good if your household pets end up catching it. Now your pets have blood thinners inside them as well. I'm telling you, it is a domino effect of disastrous proportions from our open space in Southern California. Get off the blood thinners. I don't mean you personally. I'm saying the pests around your house, no blood thinners, please. No. All right. Clean up after your pets. Get rid of the feces. Pick up folly fruit. Remember, these are animals that are opportunistic eaters. Okay? All sorts of stuff like this. Close up the barbecue. Put sweeps under the garage door and a little rubber gasket under your garage door so there's not a gap there. That kind of stuff. All right. Rabbits. 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch mesh. 6 inches deep. Okay, down into the soil and 4 feet high under your fence, and you'll keep rabbits out of a given area. Okay, 4 feet high, 6 inches deep under the soil. Gophers? How do you stop gophers from burrowing into your property? You don't. You can't stop them from keeping their heads up through, caddyshagging through your lawn, your beautiful green lawn. And here's how you do it. I mean, if you're serious about this is how you do it. You go and you call a landscaper and you say, "Hey, I want you to sod cut my lawn." In other words, take it all up. And it doesn't destroy it, just sod cuts it, just like it was at the grass farm where a lot of lawns come from. You can rent a sod cutter yourself if you want to DIY this. You sod cut the lawn, hold it up, set it off to the side,
entire lawn area, they figure it out really fast, and then they would just give up and go dig somewhere else. So yeah, you can stop it. What about snakes and coyotes? Snakes and coyotes. Snakes do not have suction cups on their belly. Okay, they are not adhesive in any way, shape, or form. Snakes rely on their own muscle strength in order to reach up and get to a place. Okay, so here's some snake facts. A snake, generally speaking, can only reach up with half of its body. All right, so around here, the worst snakes, obviously, rattlesnakes, Southern California, the big ones, the old ones, you're lucky if they get up to about 6 feet in length. I know that's right, 6 foot long rattlesnake, but that's a big, old rattlesnake. Okay, most of them are far shorter than that. So let's just deal with the biggest one. So 6 foot long rattlesnake needs to have half of its body to anchor the rest of its reach, which means it can only reach up vertically about 3 feet unsupported. Okay, or I mean, it can lean against something, but it can't get up any higher than 3 feet before it needs to hook its head around something and pull itself up. So a 3 foot high barrier around your yard, buried a little bit. It's not that they did, it's just to ensure that they can't slide over. A 3 foot high barrier, solid barrier around your yard is going to keep rattlesnakes out of your yard. But I've grown up with them all my life. I can tell you that for an absolute fact. Coyotes. It is a myth that a coyote can simply stand on the ground and clear a 6 foot fence. That's a myth. What happens is a coyote can jump up, get their front paws on the top of the 6 foot fence, and then shimmy over very quickly. I mean, super quickly. Okay, so how do we keep coyotes out of the yard? And especially, by the way, you said, well, I've seen a coyote jump right over my 6 foot fence. Well, yeah, if you have a hillside back behind your fence so that they get to start higher, that happens too. Okay, but we're talking about from the ground, a fly high jump over a 6 foot fence. Coyotes are not making that happen. They're not clearing the fence. They are grabbing the top and going over. What is my favorite way of deterring that from happening? Coyote rollers. A coyote roller is like, think of like a long stainless steel, relatively low profile rolling pin. Okay, that can be mounted to the top of any fence in a series. So wherever your open space is, wherever the coyotes come from. So the idea is very simply this: you can have them very low set. They don't have to be super ugly. You don't have to put barbed wire up or extend your fence way up. If you have a coyote roller as the very top element of your fence, and the coyotes jump up, they get their feet on that roller, they slip right off, and they just don't get to anchor themselves to get over into the yard. There are solutions for every situation. The solution is very rarely kill. It is just learn what they want, learn how they do it, and adjust our situation accordingly. Does that make sense? I got more, so much more to talk about. We need to talk about bees and trees and a few other things. But first, when we come back from the news, we're going to go back to the phones. You're home, Game Sharp, the House Whisperer. Yeah. Why am I joking today every time I say that? Sandy Wells has the latest.
A 4-year-old girl in Long Beach has been killed by a pickup truck. Cops say the girl was crossing the sidewalk when she was hit by the F-150 Friday night. Gas prices in LA County keep going up. Now over $5 a gallon, the highest seen since November. The average price has increased more than 10 cents in just 10 days. The man who has been called New York City's worst landlord has been attacked at Rikers Island Prison. He's supposed to spend 60 days behind bars for 700 building violations. We'll check the 5 freeway coming up right after this.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-LIVIT.
Today's joke. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy for HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by the lab test. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, try on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give peace and nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation supports America's greatest heroes, heroes like U.S. Army Specialist James Donaldson. Donaldson lost his legs, a finger, and severed another when he was hit with an improvised explosive device in Iraq. He struggled moving around his home until Tunnel to Towers gave him a mortgage-free smart home. The home enabled Donaldson to live a more independent life and be a better father. Help families like the Donaldsons. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T.org. This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dipilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months old with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur like easily. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Call anytime, and we'll be there because we've been here all along. Mr. Rooter Plumbing, a neighborly company. Visit MrRooter.com today.
Looking for a Medicare plan that fits your needs and budget? United Healthcare has a plan for you. The plan is designed for all styles, stages, and ages of Medicare. There's a reason more people count on United Healthcare for their Medicare Advantage plans. This is Medicare made for California, trusted everywhere. To learn more, call United Healthcare today at 1-855-MEET-UHC. That's 1-855-MEET-UHC. Again, that's 1-855-MEET-UHC.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you can start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students who join the GI Bill.
If you think your car is a lemon, get my Lemon Law Lawyer on the case. Dial pound 250 on your cell and send the keyword Lemon Lawyer. You have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia. Get rid of that lemon. Also on the web at mylemonlawlawyer.com.
It's spring. Time to gather your friends and family and fire up the grill with some King's Fruit chocolate. Because everything tastes better cooked on the grill. Whether it's a casual get-together or a special occasion, King's Fruit Original will give your food that authentic wood-fired barbecue flavor everyone craves. Because
Because it's not spring until you've thrown some burgers on the grill. With Kingsford Original Charcoal, America's grilling expert. Kingsford.com. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy. They really don't have holes. The back would be empty. When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
No, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. I'm about Dr. Wendy After Dark.
Dr. Wendy Walsh. Tonight at 7 on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome home. Thanks for joining us on the program today. We're talking all things spring. Spring has sprung, and with it, all sorts of creatures, pests, something we call pests, issues with trees and trimming, questions about that, bees swarming in the air. We're addressing it all. We're going to be talking about trees and bees coming up in just a bit. But right now, top of the hour, time to go to the phones and talk about anything that you have got going on with your home. Talk to Andrew. Hey, Andrew. Welcome home.
Hey there. Thanks for the great show. So, I have in my backyard, it's a track. So we've got walls, brick walls around all three sides. I've got a little bit of a surcharge, in other words, a hill about 3 feet tall. So I put it in the lovely water here. So it reminded me of being up on the side. Problem is, I can't watch TV with my door open. Why would that be? We've got tree frogs. They're no bigger than a umbrella, but they bark louder than a dog. And they bark all night long. So we drain the waterfall. Completely dry. Let it sit for a year. We're going to rain on the back. So the frogs. I've tried chlorine, ground bleach, what do you call vitamin C, citric acid, called 40 agencies, stews, government offices, hotels. How do I get rid of frogs?
All right, you've called every expert on the planet. You expect me to give you an answer that they have not given you already? Wait a second.
Well, I've got a pretty high respect for you.
All right. I just have to pull an answer out of the hat here that everybody else is. Okay, so tree frogs especially, they're tough because they just want to be there. You should take it as a compliment, first of all, but I get the sound. Some people find it very soothing. Other people are like, oh my gosh, turn these frogs on. So I was gonna say, turn off the waterfall for a while because I don't think you have to leave it off for minutes. I think turning off the waterfall can at least send them elsewhere temporarily, especially as summer kicks in here and drier weather kicks in. You'll find them going elsewhere. Then when you turn it back on, you're going to start attracting them. Here's the key, okay? Coffee grounds, no good. Coffee grounds, when it comes to a frog, is a killer. They're limited to eat coffee grounds, and caffeine will kill a frog. Just kills them. But it doesn't present it doesn't prevent the next generation finding you as well. Honestly, the best I can do is a little bit of repellent. There are some products out there that work. Here's what the thing is. People have used vinegar extremely effectively with frogs, and the reason it's effective is because vinegar leaves a residue. Setting
acid, and the acid gives them an uncomfortable, it burns their feet. It does not kill them. It's not actually technically unhealthy for them, but it's like they just rolled over a band of Bengay, and suddenly they've got this burning sensation on their skin that they can't get rid of, and so they stay away from it. Now the trick though is that how you get the vinegar or acetic acid like that to last. And so what we have found that you get, it's just going to be 100%